He had tracked and observed many times, but tonight was different. This was the moment everything he had studied and practiced would be put to the test. The old military adage drilled into him by his special forces idols was simple: train hard, fight easy. He had embraced that philosophy completely, pushing his body and mind to their limits. Every grueling run, every meticulous drill, every hour spent visualizing the sequence had led him here to this perfect stillness. A fierce, electric thrill surged through him, buzzing in his hands and leaving a metallic tang in his mouth. He swallowed it down, taking a slow, deliberate breath to steady his nerves. Success hinged on preparation, on the principle that perfect prior planning prevents a pathetic outcome. His plan was flawless, so detailed it was almost comical how straightforward the execution would be. The shock on his target's face would be priceless. Amusement, however, was for later. He was certain of that. This was more than excitement. It was a profound personal enjoyment. Those who truly understood him would see the artistry in it, share in the dark humor, and maybe even feel a spark of their own. Could his actions inspire imitation? The thought was intoxicating. To not merely emulate his heroes, but to become a legend himself, a catalyst, igniting a chain reaction of reckoning. That was the true objective. Society, comfortable and oblivious, would finally be forced to look. Following proper procedure, he had conducted a final close-quarters reconnaissance of the location just 48 hours prior. While familiar with the terrain, he believed in doing things by the book. He had, after all, devoured every manual and memoir he could find, from gritty accounts of desert patrols to comprehensive guides on wilderness survival. He knew the tactics, the techniques, the terminology. His gear reflected the same uncompromising standard, each piece meticulously researched, tested, and maintained. Nestled inside his weatherproof shelter atop an inflatable pad, he was impervious to the elements. Not even a sudden downpour could disrupt his mission. He had labored to ensure his hide was virtually undetectable, woven from the surrounding ferns and brush into a form that blended seamlessly with the landscape. Its chosen position in a remote gully made accidental discovery nearly impossible. In fact, when he returned at dusk to finalize his setup, he had momentarily lost sight of it himself, a flash of cold fear gripping him had he been too clever. The wave of relief and triumphant power that followed upon finding it was immense, making him feel untouchable. A glance at his wristwatch, then his eyes returned to the scope mounted on his rifle, a precision bolt-action model that was his most prized possession. The price tag had been steep, but quality never comes cheap. From the firearm to his fixed-blade knife to the rugged boots on his feet, every item was top tier. There would be no cut-rate, army surplus compromises here. The urge to send a few confirming rounds downrange tickled at his mind, but it was unnecessary. He had already zeroed the weapon at this distance and was more than satisfied with the tight shot group. A sudden yawn interrupted his focus, followed by a low growl from his stomach. A hot meal was out of the question on a stealth operation like this. Instead, he ripped open a pouch of cold, ready-to-eat rations and began to eat. The simple food tasted incredible, its flavor undoubtedly amplified by the significance of the moment. He wasn't just eating outdoors, he was fueling up for the act that would redefine his entire existence. With his meal finished, he meticulously packed everything away and mentally reviewed his purpose for being there. He double-checked that all his gear was within reach. It was, of course, and that certainty only widened his smile until his face muscles protested. Now came the waiting, and the stretch of empty time was perfect. He logged into a shadowy corner of the internet to send a message to his community. The long-awaited moment was no longer theoretical. It was happening in real time. He was finally moving, acting. This wasn't just personal payback for the slights he'd endured. It was a stand for every person who had ever felt that same deep, grinding injustice. Wasn't that the core of it all, this universal suffering? Nobody grasped the depth of it, but they would. By morning, understanding would be forced upon them. He owed a debt to the pioneers who had walked this path before. their sacrifices a grim fuel for his resolve. Their spark had ignited a fire, and he was here to make it an inferno. All glory to the ideal. The hour for settling the score had arrived, a reckoning for the world that had refused to grant him and countless others their due. If anyone asked, he was the one who had been wrong. They all were, and the world was about to get a brutal, unforgettable lesson. Every ounce of planning, every dollar spent, every stealthy step to identify and guide his target to this point, it all culminated here. Then she appeared, wandering into the frame. In that instant, a surge of pure electric vitality and control coursed through him, more intense than anything he had ever felt. At 37, and admittedly not at her physical peak, Kirsty Emily Jackson was, for all practical purposes, attempting to erect a tent for the very first time. Okay, that was a slight exaggeration. There had been that one chaotic attempt in her backyard after buying the thing a few months prior, but wrestling a seemingly malicious entity made of crinkly nylon and shock-corded poles hardly counted as a real attempt, especially since she hadn't dared to actually sleep in it afterward. No, she had quickly stuffed it into the attic with the rest of her clandestine gear, hiding it from Darrell. Just the fleeting thought of that man, what his reaction would have been if he'd discovered her preparations, sent a violent, icy tremor through her body. She fumbled, and one of the poles slipped from her grasp. The tensioned cord snapped the segments back together with a loud clatter, the end whipping sharply against her ankle. "Ow!" she yelped, hopping on one foot. As she rubbed the sore spot, the memories attacked not with subtlety, but with the blunt, devastating force of a battering ram. The verbal barrages, the door frames shuddering in their frames, the glacial, weeks-long silences, hands that were supposed to offer comfort had been weaponized. Each vile memory of their disintegrating marriage felt like it was scorching a fresh, ragged wound straight through her spirit, so profound she doubted it could ever fully mend. Pathetic, really, how long she'd tolerated it. But no more. Kirsty drew a breath, then another, deeper one. She forced her shoulders back, stood up not just straight but defiantly tall, and squeezed her eyes shut. She focused on the tangible now, the playful wind tangling her hair, the earthy, damp scent of the moorland soil, the gradual slowing of her pulse after the adrenaline crash. She felt the cozy warmth of her down jacket, the lingering sweet zing of mint cake on her tongue, and the satisfying ache in her legs from a full day's hike. Opening her eyes, she took in the panorama before her. Swaledale stretched out, a breathtaking tapestry of rolling hills and deep valleys. A quiet awe washed over her, mixed with a sharp, sarcastic question for her past self. What on earth took you so long to get here, to this freedom? It was quite simply magnificent. None of that mattered right now. What truly counted was that she had finally taken the step, showing Darrell the door exactly 1 week ago, and this small private celebration of her decision was, for the first time in years, entirely her own. She was determined to savor every single wonderful moment of it. For Kirsty, Swaledale had been a sanctuary ever since childhood vacations left her, forever captivated by its hold. The expansive valleys and rolling hills stitched together by the age-old lines of stone walls, villages nestled in tight, friendly groups against the weather, as if huddling for warmth. The faint, imagined spirits of those who might still work the crumbling mines rising from the heather and ferns like ruins of a forgotten world. About 15 minutes later, Kirsty had her tent standing, slender stakes securing it firmly to the earth, the rainfly tied open to create a little cooking area for her evening meal. Behind her, unrolled and looking incredibly inviting, her 4-season down sleeping bag rested on a camping mat that was far more comfortable than she'd anticipated, with a new novel from her hometown's little bookstore placed beside it. Kirsty let out a giggle then, and the sound almost startled her. Laughter and genuine happiness had become such strangers, mere phantom echoes in her memory. But she wasn't afraid of them anymore. As she unpacked her shiny new camp stove, honestly, everything was new, which only made the whole experience more thrilling, and got ready to prepare the food she'd brought, she was flooded with a powerful feeling of starting over, a conviction that from this point forward, life was on an upward climb. She'd known Swaledale since she was a girl, but the specific spot for her solo trip was actually inspired by a wild camping Facebook group she'd found during one of her many dull hours at the office. Being a partner at an accounting firm was an accomplishment, no question, something her parents never failed to mention, and the financial reward was certainly significant. But the sheer monotony of it all, the clients, the dreary routine of budget consultations, the endless spreadsheets, and mustering fake enthusiasm for pivot tables, well, a person could only take so much. Having her own office did grant Kirsty enough privacy to sometimes just drift aimlessly online. Camping had never really crossed her mind as an adult. Her version of roughing it was a king bed at a chain hotel. Outdoor cooking meant a wood-fired pizza in a pub garden. As for exercise, the company gym was a listed perk, and she'd glance at it daily while passing by, clutching her expensive coffee and artisanal bagel from the corner cafe. Ironic, isn't it? Here she was, a successful professional who could afford all the comforts, yet feeling utterly trapped by them. The daily photos posted in that group captivated her faster than she'd expected. Members shared images of their solitary campsites, and Kirsty would scroll through them with a sense of awe, completely taken by the idea of just disappearing into the hills alone. Then, one evening, while driving home and dreading what waited behind her own front door, she took an impulsive detour and found herself wandering the aisles of a massive outdoor retailer. An hour later, she walked out with a bag full of gear she hadn't even known existed a month before. That first trip to the store had been the initial cut in the fence that had confined her for years. In the following weeks, Kirsty made several more visits, gradually assembling the gear she needed to strike out on her own as a solo wild camper, guided by the tips and encouragement from her online community. The whole notion was utterly mad. She was fully aware, but as her hidden stash of equipment expanded, so did her thrill, a sensation magnified by the simple, potent fact that Darryl was completely in the dark. To be honest, she never intended to pair her inaugural solo camping trip with blowing her marriage to pieces. It just unfolded that way. Her original scheme was to wait for one of Darryl's frequent business trips, then slip away to savor a stolen slice of liberty. Instead, she came home from work to find him seated at the dining table, a detailed ledger of her supposed failures from the last month laid out before him, and a bottle of whiskey already opened beside a costly crystal glass. Now, as the late afternoon sun cast the world in amber, Kirsty stirred her boil-in-the-bag beef stroganoff heated with water from her camp stove, and let the memories of that evening swirl, perhaps a bit too triumphantly. Yet the meal wasn't merely hot, it was unexpectedly tasty, and the impudent bottle of rather fine red wine she'd packed only heightened the pleasure. Nothing from her past could reach her here to spark regret. That decisive night, taking her seat directly across from Darryl, she looked at her husband and knew instantly she was finished. Before he could launch into his litany, she spoke first. "I want a divorce." "What?" "A divorce, Darryl. It starts with D and ends with get out. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore, any of it. I want you to pack what you need and leave now." Darryl had stared, hadn't he? Those icy grey eyes narrowing into cruel slits, his face contorting with a messy blend of fury, bewilderment, and arrogant disbelief. "You don't get to order me around." "I do, and I just did leave." Then he was on his feet, the list crumpled in one hand, the other gesticulating wildly as he hurled a corrosive torrent of malice her way, each word sharpened by years of practiced cruelty. "How dare you after everything I've done? I'm your husband! You belong to me! You don't dictate terms to me, understand? You just don't! All these years, all my effort protecting you, providing for you, and this is the thanks I get! You wretched ingrate! You are mine! You took a vow! And you will not break it. I won't allow it." As the echo of those words dimmed, Kirsty poured more wine into her plastic cup and took a long drink, the deep red liquid washing over her palate with notes of dark chocolate, ripe berries, and a subtle, earthy hint. It was glorious, made even more so by her surroundings, the quiet rustle of leaves a stark contrast to that memory's venom. But the recollection had more to offer, its tiny hooks pulling her back. "I've already called my lawyer, Darryl. It was a bluff, but in that moment it felt utterly true, and she fully intended to make it reality the very next day, which she did. "You have no grounds, none. I'll fight it. I'll drag it out. I'll use every resource I have to ruin you before." Ruin me? Those two words were what truly sealed her resolve. Darrell, utterly unaccustomed to being cut off, could only gape at her in stunned silence. Kirsty kept speaking, her tone steady and controlled, yet simmering with a fury so intense she could feel it prickling across her skin. "That's all you've ever done, Darrell, you know that, right? You dedicated your life to tearing me apart, to hollowing out everything I was, until I was just a shell, an empty thing shackled to you like some servant. But—" "No, Darrell, no, there is no but. There is no justification, none. What did you imagine? That I'd endure it forever, thrilled to be the masterpiece of a disturbed artist? Because that's what you are, isn't it? An artist with a warped vision, obsessed with molding me into someone I'm not. Well, it ends here. I'm finished. We're done. An artist, you're not making any sense." Darrell had a point. Kirsty knew that, but she was on a roll, fueled by years of anguish, and in that moment she simply didn't care. "This is the clearest I've thought in years, so just leave. Get out of this house, and get out of my life for good." Darrell launched the whiskey bottle, then, hurling it toward her with the roar of a fallen idol betrayed by its followers. Kirsty ducked just in time, the faint rush of air as it shot past her cheek, a sensation she'd never forget. That she didn't retaliate was her moment of triumph. She knew that's exactly what Darrell wanted. Her fighting back would have given him the excuse to unleash everything, to come at her with full force, all while convincing himself it was for her own good. Instead, she rose, walked from the dining room into the kitchen, picked up the phone, and decided right then he could have the damned house, the jerk. For the time being, anyway. She'd get half in the divorce settlement, so why stress now? With that, she left the dining room, snatched her keys, and walked out of the house. If she needed anything, she'd just buy it new. Standing there watching her soon-to-be ex-husband's face flush crimson, listening to the vile stream of insults spewing from his lips, all that mattered was she had shattered the one thing binding them together. Now it was time to chart a course for a new beginning, even if that beginning was a roadside motel on the town's outskirts. It didn't matter. It was over. She was free. And that was the last time she ever saw her husband. With her plastic cup empty, Kirsty poured another drink, then pulled from her pocket a few photographs she'd brought for this very purpose. She lit her camp stove again and held the corners of the pictures to the bright blue flame. They caught fire quickly, their edges curling inward as if embracing the heat, and Kirsty dropped them into the empty metal pan she'd used to boil water for her meal. For a long moment, she watched the frozen memories before her, seeing them dissolve into ash. Darkness was draping itself over the world now, though the evening hadn't yet grown gloomy. The horizon felt like the edge of a thick comforter, promising cozy sleep, and with a silent toast to the brightest moon she'd ever seen, Kirsty retreated into her tent, zipped the approaching night away, and slipped into her sleeping bag. By flashlight, she managed a few pages of her new book, but the wine worked faster than she anticipated, and with eyes too heavy to keep open, she drifted into sleep. Chapter 3. Harry Grimm stared at Mike the mechanic, his face marked by an IED blast, growing more severe by the second as he processed what the man had just said. "But it was running fine yesterday," he stated, gesturing toward his car, an old Fiesta the color of a muddy soccer field after a rainy game. "You're certain there's nothing you can do?" Mike shook his head. "Nothing at all," he replied. "You see, it's got this unfortunate design flaw." Harry leaned closer, bracing for Mike to detail the technical reasons his car was now a lost cause. "And what exactly does that mean?" "It's pretty much finished, you know." "Right," Harry said, though he didn't fully grasp it. Mechanical things never held his interest. The Fiesta had given up on him earlier that afternoon. He'd been out meeting a farmer about some stolen sheep, and on the drive back to the office at the Hawes Community Centre, a terrible clanking sound erupted from under the hood, followed by a sickening crunch. The car coasted to a halt right there. Luckily, Jim Metcalf, one of the local community support officers, was able to tow him back into town, but the whole ordeal had eaten up the rest of the day. Now, with evening settling in, he was exhausted. The weekend was so close he could almost taste it, and Harry's grand plan involved little more than collapsing on his sofa. "Like I told you, there's nothing I can do," Mike went on. "Fixing it would cost more than the car's worth. Honestly, it's only good for scrap now." "What's that worth?" Mike rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "About $50 maybe, a little less." "You've got to be kidding me. I'm dead serious," Mike said, and Harry caught the defensive edge in his voice, as if his professional judgment on all things automotive was being challenged. "No," Harry clarified. "I mean kidding me as in, what am I supposed to do now without a car?" "Oh right, yeah, I get you," Mike said, shoving his hands into the pockets of his coveralls. He gazed out the wide garage entrance, and Harry followed his look to a small cluster of vehicles gathered outside like kids sharing a secret. "And you're absolutely sure it can't be repaired?" Harry asked, throwing another hopeless glance at his Fiesta. Mike explained. The timing belt snapped, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "But it's just a belt," Harry said, with zero actual knowledge. "That can't be too expensive, can it? How much?" "The belt itself isn't," Mike replied. "It's all the damage caused when it snapped. You've got bent valves, a ruined cylinder head, a twisted camshaft, and probably damage to the pistons and cylinder walls. It'll be a complete disaster in there, trust me. I followed you right up until damage." Harry sighed. Mike walked out toward the vehicles. Harry trailed behind, already imagining the pitiful whimper of his credit card. "I don't have a huge selection right now," Mike said. "But take a look, see if anything catches your eye. I can set up financing if you need it." Harry stood beside Mike and surveyed the options, trying not to seem utterly clueless. He wandered over to the cars for a closer inspection. Peering through windows and crouching to look underneath didn't make him any more knowledgeable. "See anything you like," Mike called over. Harry straightened up and walked around to the back of a small red hatchback. For some inexplicable reason, he gave one of the rear tires a solid kick, figuring it was the sort of move a car guy would make. "If you don't like it, no need to assault it," Mike said. Harry looked over, embarrassed, but saw a faint smile on the mechanic's face. "Look," Harry said, stepping away from the red car. "The thing is, I'm just not really a car person." "Had a feeling," Mike said. "Why don't you try that one over on the left? Reliable, solid. It'll run for years. The engine is practically indestructible." Harry walked over to the vehicle Mike indicated. It was a four-wheel drive, but more compact than the hulking ones he usually saw on the Dales roads. As for its color, Harry couldn't quite put a name to it. A faded, nondescript shade that had long ago surrendered its original pride. The color was a faded, indeterminate brown. The sort of shade you get after years of sun and road salt, not the one it left the factory with. "Toyota RAV4, Mike announced, patting the hood. "It's an older model, but honestly it's been looked after. Low mileage, single owner from new, and I've handled every service myself. Full-time four-wheel drive, too. You'll be singing my praises come the first snow. Not the most fuel-efficient, but it's the most reliable vehicle on the lot, no question." Harry cut to the chase. "Price? You don't want a test drive first?" Mike asked, eyebrows raised. "Is there a reason I should?" Mike looked genuinely wounded. "Absolutely not. My reputation's on the line here. I'm not in the business of selling junk, am I?" "Then what's the number?" Harry repeated. 700, Mike said. "That includes a fresh service and a full year's MOT done," Harry said. "Just like that." "Just like that," Harry confirmed already, turning to head back into the garage office to complete the paperwork. His new place was barely a mile away, right in the heart of Hawes, but having just made the purchase, it seemed only sensible to take it for a proper spin. He wanted to get a feel for it, to ensure he wouldn't commit some rookie error, like leaving the headlights on and draining the battery. The evening was crisp and clear. the sun sinking toward the hills and stretching long, dark fingers of shadow across the land, slowly weaving them into the fabric of night. Not aiming for a long journey, Harry drove out of Hawes toward Hardraw, then took a right to climb up onto the open fells, pointing the Toyota toward Thwaite via the famous Buttertubs Pass. He'd travelled this route several times now and understood completely why it was a magnet for driving enthusiasts and motorcyclists. It offered not just a thrilling, winding drive, but vistas that could quiet a restless mind. The road was broad and inviting, occasionally narrowing between ancient dry stone walls before, after a couple of miles, the walls fell away entirely, giving onto vast open moorland. Harry accelerated, rolling down the windows to let the cool, peat-scented air rush in, his elbow resting on the sill. It was almost funny, he thought, with a wry smile. Here he was, a city detective who used to measure his life in coffee runs and case files, now genuinely thrilled by the simple act of driving through empty countryside. What would his old colleagues say? 3 months in the Yorkshire Dales had passed in a blur, and Harry was arriving at a startling private realization. He was, against all his own expectations, profoundly content. When Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank had originally packed him off up north, he'd hoped it was a temporary exile, a couple of weeks, a month tops. He was certain he'd pine for Bristol, for its chaotic, independent energy, where you could browse a vintage record store, have a cocktail in a speakeasy, and end the night in a basement club, all within a few blocks. It was a city that had been his home for more years than he cared to count. Now, however, and this was a thought he'd share with precisely no one, not even under oath, he was starting to feel that if this assignment never concluded, he might just be perfectly all right with that. Wensleydale had quietly and insistently gotten into his blood. Sure, the Dale was visually stunning, all rugged hills and green valleys that looked magnificent on calendars and souvenir tins. But its true essence went deeper than the picture postcard views the tourist office promoted. This was a living, breathing community where history was written in the fields and family names were etched into the land over centuries. He'd made real friends here to his own surprise and had even, he chuckled to himself, invested in a sturdy pair of Wellington boots. The only local custom that still baffled him was the universal enthusiasm for eating Wensleydale cheese with a slice of fruitcake, but he figured he could live with that particular mystery. If folks insisted on spoiling a perfectly good slice of cake with rancid, soured milk, that was their own affair. He'd simply keep avoiding the pale, crumbling abomination and enjoy his dessert plain. Aside from the obligatory mugs of tea, of course. Spotting a pull-off ahead, Harry guided his recently acquired RAV4 into the space, turning it to face the road he'd just travelled. So far, so smooth, he mused as the engine hummed softly, and he set off toward home. The SUV was undeniably more comfortable than his beat-up old Fiesta, and in far better shape, though that wasn't saying much given how he'd treated the previous car. The passenger footwell had basically doubled as a trash bin. This one was straightforward, no frills, and he liked that. Fancy built-in cameras, entertainment systems that could adjust your home thermostat, leather upholstery, cruise control, none of that appealed to Harry. Air conditioning and a CD player were luxury enough. To his amusement, the dashboard also featured a small gauge right behind the steering wheel that displayed both the vehicle's tilt on slopes and a directional compass. Handy, he supposed, though for what specific purpose he couldn't begin to guess. Back in Hawes, Harry parked and made his way to the apartment he'd called home these last couple of months. He had groceries for the evening, and as he unlocked the door, looked forward to eating just enough to doze off on the couch. Thanks to steady runs, still slow but less agonizing, he'd shed a few pounds recently, so alcohol was off the table tonight. He drifted into the kitchen, dropped his keys on the counter, and was headed for the fridge when his phone rang. "Grim," Harry answered, his own voice sounding weary and rough even to his ears. No reply came, only the sound of someone breathing. "Hello." Harry tried again. "Who is this?" Still nothing but that faint, steady breath. "Listen," Harry said, having no patience for prank calls or some desperate telemarketer trying to make rent. It's Friday night. I'm tired and I'm hungry. If this is important, talk. If not, hello, Harry. The world seemed to crash into an invisible barrier. Harry's hand shot out, bracing against the kitchen doorframe. He knew that voice, but it couldn't be. It was impossible. There was just no way, Harry. It's your dad. And there it was, the devil introducing himself. I know who it is, you murderous bastard, Harry growled, his tone dropping into a low, guttural snarl, like a wolf poised to attack. 2 decades dissolved in an instant, and every wretched moment he'd ever spent with the man came roaring back, each memory hitting him like rapid gunfire. A dad in name only. He was no father. Don't hang up. What do you want? How did you get this number? That isn't important right now. Oh, I think it is, Harry whispered, his blood beginning to boil, heat scorching through his veins. It's extremely important. Unless you're calling to finally turn yourself in for what you did, we have nothing to say. This isn't about me. It absolutely is about you, Harry shot back. It's always been about you. You need to listen, Harry. Harry went quiet. Not because he was listening, but because the fury inside him was so overwhelming he couldn't find words fierce enough to match it. You're in danger. A choked laugh escaped him. I'm sorry, what? Danger me? You're the one who threatened Ben. You're the one who killed Mum. Harry was shouting now, each word blazing out like a bolt of fire. You want to know who's really in danger? Harry's voice was a low, dangerous growl. I don't care how long it takes. I will find you. And when I do, you're going to regret every single thing you've ever done. What are you talking about? Threatening Ben? Harry's father sounded genuinely confused, which only made the anger in Harry's chest burn hotter. I'm not doing this, Harry snapped. Why don't you save us both the trouble and stop lying to my face? I'm not lying, his father insisted. Harry, I swear I have no idea what you're accusing me of. Harry's grip on the phone tightened so hard his knuckles turned white. He imagined hurling it against the wall, watching it explode into fragments. You sent a message to him in prison, he seethed. You terrified your own son. What kind of monster does that? It wasn't me. It was them. Excuse me? It wasn't me, Harry. I don't even know where Ben is right now. Funny how you managed to track down my number, though. A heavy silence stretched between them. I'm not calling for forgiveness, his father finally said, his voice weary, and I'm not turning myself in. But I have changed. Sorry, Harry said, the word dripping with sarcasm. But I can't make sense of a word you're saying. It all sounds like complete nonsense to me. A slow, shaky breath came through the line. They're going to try to get to me by coming for you, his father whispered. They? Who is they? It doesn't matter. Just be careful, okay? I've made my peace with what's coming for me, but I can't let it touch you or your brother. Oh, so now we're your redemption tokens? Your last-minute pass to skip the line at the gates of hell? Harry shouted, a bitter laugh escaping him. Trust me, it won't be enough. Not even close. I have to go, his father said, panic edging his words. I'll reach out when I can. No, you won't, Harry snarled. The only call I want from you is one where you're surrendering yourself to spend the rest of your miserable life behind bars. The line went dead, leaving only a hollow dial tone, with a furious roar. Harry drove his fist into the kitchen door, splintering the wood and leaving his knuckles split and bleeding. Kirsty jolted awake, her heart hammering against her ribs so fiercely she could almost see it through the fabric of her sleeping bag. Disoriented for a moment, she fumbled for her flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the dark. She wasn't sure what had woken her, only a faint memory of a sharp tap against the tent, like a single heavy raindrop, or had she dreamed it? Her mind was foggy with sleep, and the lingering haze from a bottle of wine finished the night before, the last traces of her dreams already unraveling into nothing. Lying there in the quiet, the tent felt like a strange, insulated cocoon, a temporary shelter not just from the wilderness outside, but from the life she'd left behind only days ago. A yawn forced its way out, and she stretched carefully, hands and feet pressing against the tent walls as her heartbeat gradually slowed. The deep ache from yesterday's long hike had dulled to a stiffness, and she rolled onto her stomach, trying to work out the tension. Bad move. The shift in pressure sent a sudden, urgent signal from her bladder. With a resigned sigh, she knew there was no avoiding a trip outside into the cold night. Sitting up, Kirsty yawned again, then unzipped her sleeping bag and the tent's inner layer, twisting to prepare for the chilly escape to the makeshift bathroom she'd set up among the trees. With her boots secured, Kirsty adjusted her headlamp and reached forward. A sudden crisp chill nipped at the edges of the night air as she unzipped the tent fly, revealing a dark and imposing stretch of moorland. She scrambled out, her eyes instantly lifting to the immense star-flecked sky. Checking her watch, she was surprised to find it wasn't even 10 o'clock. Yet the hour felt profoundly late, as if she'd slept for an age. The stillness transported her back to childhood, to waking in a silent house where the entire world seemed to be holding its breath, listening. Kirsty hesitated, caught between a pressing physical need and a deep reluctance to let this moment slip away. She had experienced dark nights, of course, but never one so brilliantly clear. The dense tapestry of stars didn't just illuminate the darkness, it somehow made the void beyond feel deeper and more infinite. Witnessing this felt like a personal reward, she mused, as if the cosmos was giving a quiet nod of approval to her newfound freedom from Darryl. A shiver traced its way down her spine, pulling her from her reverie to address the urgent reality of her full bladder. Served her right for finishing that bottle of wine, but the private audience with the heavens had been worth every drop. A sweep of her torchlight offered several options for cover: crumbling stone walls, a few scrubby bushes, a twisted tree sculpted by the wind. The wall won. She hurried behind it, hiding from nothing in particular, but the cold, dark spookiness of the moor made the false security of her tent incredibly appealing. Crouching in the dark, she heard a faint, soft rustle behind her, like fabric being carefully drawn aside. She froze. The darkness seemed to swell around her, pressing inward like a smothering wall. Her breath hitched, and the silence became a deafening roar. In a flash she was up, yanking her pants and trousers into place as she stumbled across the tussocky grass toward her tent. It was surely just a fox or a badger, maybe a deer, but logic did nothing to calm her racing heart. She picked up speed, her torch beams swinging wildly, painting the ground with erratic pools of white light. Then came another sound. Was that a low growl? Or could it have been a muffled laugh? She stopped dead, paralyzed by twin fears. That movement would draw the attention of whatever was out there, and that staying perfectly still would simply make her an easier target. But what target? What could possibly be out here? Sure, there were always those silly rumors about wealthy people releasing exotic big cats into the wild, but those were stories for other places, not here in Swaledale. Get a grip, Kirsty, she told herself. It's just your mind working overtime and putting the willies up you. Her father's hopelessly outdated phrase, which suddenly seemed perfectly apt. Back to the tent, Kirsty. Just get back to the tent and go to sleep. She burst into motion, her feet skittering through the grass in a frantic, almost weightless dash. She dove headlong into the tent opening, the cold air clawing at her as she tumbled inside. Kirsty ducked inside the tent, the nylon walls wrapping around her in a false promise of safety she desperately wanted to believe. She spun to face the open flap, thrusting her flashlight beam into the oppressive dark outside, slashing through the gloom as if cutting tattered curtains of shadow. Something whistled out of the blackness too fast to identify, and struck her left cheek with a sharp, stinging impact. A cry escaped her, more shock than pain, and her hand flew to her face. Rubbing the spot, she turned within the confined space, half expecting to find a dazed insect. A second sharper jolt of pain exploded against her back, a hot sting that made her curse violently. She whirled back toward the open tent door, and a third projectile bounced off her forehead. This time she saw it land there, Resting innocently on her sleeping bag by her right hand was a tiny white sphere, no larger than a pea. Its mere presence felt unnaturally heavy, pulling at her attention with a strange, gravitational dread. She extended a tentative left hand. The moment her finger made contact, the ball skittered away, coming to a halt farther down the bag. With more resolve, she pinched it between her thumb and forefinger, lifting it close to her face. The miniature orb was plastic, she realized, staring in baffled disturbance. It was identical to the ammunition from toy dart guns, the kind her friend had bought for her boys, though those were usually a garish red. A distinct tap sounded against the tent fabric, and her eyes found a second white ball. A cold, razor-sharp realization sliced through her confusion. Someone was out there in the night taking shots at her, and she had a very strong suspicion who. "Darrell!" Kirsty yelled, shoving her head and shoulders out of the tent, her flashlight beam carving a defiant wedge through the darkness. "Darrell, you absolute coward! Where are you hiding?" The night itself seemed to hold its breath, thick with silent menace. "Darrell! Darrell! Come on then! Show yourself! Or are you too much of a snivelling little boy to even face me, hiding in the shadows? You call that being a man? You make me sick!" Another small hard pellet pinged off her temple. When she spoke again, her voice was a raw, ragged thing, torn from a deep well of years-old anger, frustration, and coiled fear. "What is your problem? Seriously, you followed me all the way out here to shoot a toy gun at me? Is this really what you've become? Is it, Darrell? Huh? This is your big power move? Oh, you're so tough, so intimidating. Let me tell you something. You're not. You're weak. You're a spineless, pathetic excuse for a man. Now get lost, go home, and I'll have my lawyer give you a very unpleasant call tomorrow." As the final word left her lips, a gloved hand seized a fistful of her hair and yanked her violently from the tent. A searing pain ripped across her scalp. She thrashed, her fingers scrambling to claw at the unyielding grip, but it was useless. She was hauled out into the cool night air and flung forward, landing hard on her stomach. The wind knocked from her lungs. A pure, blinding fury erupted within her, burning away the fear. Gasping, she twisted onto her back, torch still clutched in her hand and shining wildly, ready to confront Darrell. A crushing weight slammed into her, pinning her to the damp earth. Then a sharp, impossible agony erupted at her throat, silencing her scream before it could form. She tried to speak, to move, but found she could do neither. The darkness before her seemed to solidify into a human form, outlined by the shaky beam of her flashlight. Only the eyes and mouth were visible in the faint glow, both shining wetly. A deep, chilling fear took hold of her, a wrongness that seeped into her very bones. A sudden, profound coldness washed over Kirsty, as if her own warmth was being siphoned away. All she desired was to retreat into the cocoon of her sleeping bag, to drift off and awaken to a sane, sunlit day. This had to be a hallucination, a toxic cocktail of exhaustion, adrenaline, cheap wine, and an imagination gone completely off the rails. Then a soothing grey haze filled her thoughts, and she surrendered to it, her consciousness dissolving into its quiet depths. Her eyes fluttered shut against the looming visage, her final exhale still carrying the scent of wine, lingering in the air for the figure to savor. After gently lowering her, the figure rose and turned its attention to a final, meticulous act with the blade, each deliberate motion a potential scene for an appreciative, unseen audience. Chapter 5. Harry jackknifed upright, his head swimming, the shriek of his phone tearing him from a dead sleep so abruptly he half believed someone was in the room attacking his skull with a power tool. Blinking and muttering curses, he fumbled for the device, certain it would be the same number that had called hours earlier his father. It wasn't. A minor relief, instantly cancelled by the certain knowledge that a call at this hour never brought good tidings. Nobody rings at 3 a.m. to announce you've won the lottery or been granted a year's paid vacation. The news is always invariably grim. Grim, Harry answered, his voice thick with sleep. But the caller barged in before he'd finished. "Boss, it's Dinsdale. Did I wake you? What do you think? Harry snapped at Detective Sergeant Matthew Dinsdale, squinting at the clock. It's the middle of the bloody night. You think I'm up browsing infomercials for a new vegetable slicer? He'd long since surrendered to the team calling him boss. Initially he'd resisted, convinced his tenure would be too brief to merit the title. Now, he figured it was preferable to the other names they likely used behind his back. We've got a body. The words acted like a shot of adrenaline, launching Harry from the bed, fully alert. Who found it? Where? He checked the time again, confused. How? It's not even 1. Swaledale Mountain Rescue, Matt explained, got a call just before midnight. We're high above Gunnerside. Harry recalled Matt's volunteer work with the rescue team. Their purview wasn't just lost hikers. It also included fools who got themselves stuck in the network of caves and fissures riddling the landscape. Harry would never understand how anyone could consider wriggling through muddy, water-filled underground tunnels a form of recreation. So why call me? Harry pressed. A fall or exposure isn't a police matter. You're a detective. Handle it. It's a proper mess, boss. That's why, Matt said, and the flat, hollow quality in his tone told Harry his night was definitively over. Jim's en route to collect you. I need you here now. Harry yawned, a full-body stretch shuddering through him. Define mess. What exactly are we looking at? What happened? You really need to see this for yourself, Matt insisted, his voice leaving no room for argument. I've got the scene locked down tight, and nobody's getting anywhere near it until you arrive. That much is certain. The next steps are your call, but in my opinion, we need to pull out all the stops on this one. A dull pressure began to build behind Harry's eyes, which he willfully ignored. He was also, though he'd never say it to Matt, genuinely taken aback by the man's initiative in calling him directly. You'll have to give me more than that. What's the situation? A deliberate silence stretched over the line. Harry could practically hear Matt organizing the facts in his head for a concise delivery. It's a female backpacker. Appears to be a knife wound to the neck. That was a new one for Harry. A murdered backpacker. A bizarre, fleeting image from an old horror movie flickered in his mind, which he immediately dismissed. Do we know who she is? Any identification? Well, we believe, that is. We think her name might be Stacy. Matt fumbled, his words tripping over each other. Harry was baffled. Might be? What on earth does might be mean? Just that, Matt replied, his tone growing strained. We have reason to believe her name is Stacy, and what reason is that? The silence from the other end became a tangible, heavy thing. Well, Harry pressed, a cold dread beginning to coil in his stomach about where this was headed. Because, Matt said, his voice dropping to a hushed, solemn register, it's been carved into her forehead and written on her tent flap in what I'm fairly certain is her own blood. A shock of icy clarity slammed into Harry as sudden and total as being buried in snow. Good God. Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Matt sighed. You'd best call Swift if this is half as bad as it seems. There's no sense in holding back the team. You're certain? Absolutely, Harry affirmed, his own voice turning sharp. And make it crystal clear to every single person on that hillside. This stays with us. No calls to friends, no family gossip, and certainly no posting cryptic nonsense online. I refuse to wake up tomorrow to a media circus started by some thoughtless tweet or idiotic social media post. Understood. Loud and clear, boss, Matt said. See you soon. The moment the call ended, a rapid knocking echoed from Harry's front door. All right, hold on, he barked. I'm not even dressed. It's Jim, a voice announced through the mail slot. I know it's Jim. Harry shot back, now engaged in a frantic battle with his trousers, which had, through some nocturnal malevolence, conspired to tie themselves into intricate sailor's knots. Who else would it be at this ungodly hour? I'll just wait out here then, Jim called back, just as Harry lost his balance and thudded to the floor. Damn these pants. Sorry, boss. You all right in there? Fine, Harry hissed through clenched teeth, untangling himself. Just give me 5 minutes, will you? I'll be right out. Back on his feet. Harry couldn't recall the last time he'd used a word like jiffy, though he had no concrete idea how long one actually lasted. Finally dressed, he opened the door to find Jim standing at attention on the step, looking every bit the dedicated sentry. Harry appreciated that about him. The man was eager. While some might dismiss him as just a community support officer, not a real cop, that label had zero impact on his work ethic. Harry had come to respect him as much as anyone on the force. "Just need my shoes," Harry said. "You'll want your boots, not shoes," Jim corrected. "We're heading up to the hills, near the old lead mines above Gunnerside. It's not boggy, but you'll likely twist an ankle in anything less." Harry conceded, wrestled his boots on, grabbed a jacket, and followed Jim to his waiting Land Rover. The early morning air was biting, a stark reminder they were leaving the town behind. "I take it you or Matt have already alerted the rest of the team?" "Liz is at a funeral," Jim said, starting the engine. "Gordy's on leave for the whole week, somewhere up in Scotland visiting family, I believe." "What about Jenny and Jaden?" "They'll be in Hawes first thing," Jim replied. As Harry opened the passenger door, a small flash of white and black fur launched itself at him, attacking his face with a wet tongue and oversized paws. "What on earth?" "Right, yes, about that," Jim said, settling into the driver's seat. "This is Fly, my new border collie puppy." Harry grabbed the wriggling dog with both hands and slid into the passenger seat, shutting the door. "And why exactly is he with us? He's 10 weeks old," Jim explained, starting the engine. "I'm getting him used to being out and about with me. He needs to spend as much time with possible, so he sees me as the boss." Harry looked at the small, overly enthusiastic ball of fur now perched on the storage box between them. Its tail was wagging so violently its entire back end kept swinging around, nearly sending it tumbling into his lap. "And how's that working out for you?" Harry asked, as Jim pulled the Land Rover forward, heading through the marketplace. "Not too bad," Jim said. "He's a good lad, keen, bright, but a complete and utter softy too." As if to prove the point, Fly launched another paw-first assault on Harry's face. Harry caught him just in time, only to have his hands thoroughly licked with frantic enthusiasm. "Sorry," Jim said. "I should have asked first if you're all right with dogs." "I'm fine with them," Harry said, wiping his hand on his jeans. "But I don't think standard police procedure involves showing up to a crime scene with a puppy. Sniffer dogs, sure. Puppies, not so much." "I'll be leaving him in the truck," Jim assured him. "He'll just curl up and sleep in the footwell." It was abundantly clear to Harry that sleep was the furthest thing from Fly's mind as the pup swiped at him again. He guided the dog down to sit at his feet. To his surprise, Fly settled quite calmly and didn't try to climb back up, opting instead to gently gnaw on the toe of his boot. "They're clever dogs," Jim said. "Too clever, honestly. He'll be easy to train." Harry reached down and ruffled the fur on Fly's head. The dog leaned into the touch, clearly delighted, before attempting to nibble his fingers. "So, do you have anything more to tell me beyond what Matt just said?" Harry asked as the lights of Hawes faded behind them, giving way to countryside the colour of slate under a starry night sky. "Female, mid-30s, Jim stated. Found near a tent. Matt thinks she was hiking the old Corpse Road from Keld to Grinton. It's a popular trail." "The what road?" Harry asked, certain he'd misheard. "Corpse Road," Jim repeated. "And just what in the world is that?" Jim shifted down a gear to climb a hill. Back when people had to transport their own dead to church for burial, before the church in Mooker was built, the nearest one was in Grinton. "That's where the path ended," he explained. "It's a nice walk, about 16 miles, easy to do over a couple of days." He paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "My granddad used to tell stories about it, claimed you could sometimes hear the old funeral bells on a foggy night, which always gave me the creeps as a kid." "So when was this? It's not still done, is it?" "No, centuries ago," Jim said, a laugh tinging his words. Harry wasn't one to put much stock in bad omens, but the fact that a body had been discovered on a path literally called Corpse Road struck him as more than a little foreboding. "How much longer?" "About 20 minutes, Jim said." Then we've a bit of a hike at the other end, up along Gunnerside Gill. It's a stunning spot. My dad used to sing a folk song about the place. How do you mean? He's into folk music, Jim explained. There's a local group called Forum or something like that. I think they're still around. He used to go see them play in the pubs. They crested the hills and began descending into Swaledale. The night clung heavily to the landscape, and Harry felt little enthusiasm for navigating a footpath before dawn could offer its guidance. "You wouldn't happen to have a flashlight, would you?" Harry inquired. "Already sorted," Jim replied, a note of preparedness in his voice. "I keep one in the truck as a rule, and I picked up a spare on my way over. It's a good item for you to consider having on hand. Once the sun sets around these parts, especially in winter, the darkness is absolute. It can get under your skin if you're not accustomed to it." Before long they were speeding through the valley floor, the narrow road a pale ribbon connecting shadowy fields and clusters of cottages. "I'll have to bring you back here in daylight," Jim remarked, as they finally curved into the tiny settlement of Gunnerside. The King's Head pub serves a proper meal. Jim brought the Land Rover to a stop beside a substantial house where the headlights illuminated a small red mailbox embedded in the stone wall. "Our route is just over the bridge," Jim said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "The trail runs alongside the stream. Go on, hop out, and I'll take charge of Fly." Harry passed the dog over and stepped onto the road, his eyes immediately drawn to what had to be the most miniature village green he'd ever encountered. 3 wooden benches formed a quiet circle upon it, surrounded by clusters of flowers that he imagined would be quite charming under the sun. "Right, let's get moving," Jim called, meeting him at the rear of the vehicle and passing him a flashlight. "We've a fair walk ahead, so best not to dawdle." Following Jim, Harry found himself on a path that traced the chattering stream upward into the moors just as described. To their left, the water laughed and gurgled over its rocky bed. The way was dark and enclosed by overhanging trees, but after a time the path meandered away from the noisy watercourse, leading them through quiet, low-lying fields and over ancient stone stiles. The 2 men walked in silence, and Harry consciously pushed aside thoughts of his father and their strained phone conversation, striving for a clear mind to face whatever awaited them. Further along, the skeletal remains of the old mines Jim had mentioned came into view. The land here still bore the brutal scars of industry, deep gashes of gravel and grit spilling down silent slopes toward the stream below. Rounding a bend, Harry spotted lights ahead. "I assume that's our destination," he stated. "That's the place," Jim confirmed. "Nearly there." Another 10 minutes or so as they approached, Harry saw not just a small crowd of people awaiting them, but also another vehicle, a second Land Rover, this one conspicuously outfitted with rescue equipment. He could make out a stretcher, medical kits and other gear tailored for the mission. A figure broke from the group and strode toward them. "Evening, boss," Detective Sergeant Harry acknowledged as DS Matt Dinsdale stopped before him, handing over personal protective equipment. Harry nodded toward the specialized vehicle. "I see some of you opted for the luxury transport." "Wasn't me," Matt replied. "Only fits a few. The rest of us made the hike. It's a decent walk, all told, though you'd hope for a more pleasant reason to take it." Catching the grave undercurrent in Matt's voice, Harry looked past him and saw the faint glimmer of police tape in the torchlight. "All right, what's the situation?" "Best you come and see for yourself," Matt directed. Falling in behind the sergeant, Harry and Jim moved past the gathered mountain rescue volunteers toward the core of the operation. Ducking under the tape, now gloved and masked, Harry soon found himself looking down at a scene of such visceral horror it seemed ripped from a nightmare. "Good God! Indeed," Matt said quietly. Harry's gaze was fixed, unable to look away from the stark, crimson evidence staining the ground as they moved through the tall grass. "Jim!" His voice was a low, gravelly murmur, the grim reality before them coiling tightly in his stomach. The community support officer, positioned behind the yellow tape, looked up. "I need you on scene guard duty," Harry stated. "Matt and I will take it from here." He paused, his tone deliberate. "And I'm asking you because I know you can handle it. I need sharp eyes back there to manage the flow." "Understood." "No problem," Jim replied. his expression conveying a firm grasp of the gravity at hand. As he turned, Harry added, "That tape is your line. Nobody crosses without your direct approval. You're in charge. I want this done by the book. Medical examiner first, then the forensic photographer, followed by the pathologist and the rest of the crime scene unit. Clear?" Jim offered a brief, acknowledging nod before heading back toward the rescue team's vehicle. "All right," Harry said, shifting his focus to Matt, partly to steady his own nerves. He felt no urgency to close the remaining distance to the grim spectacle. Who was first on scene? "Technically that was me," Matt said. "I'm a surprisingly fast walker, believe it or not." Harry, mildly surprised, watched as Matt patted his midsection. The man had a build that suggested leisurely ambles, not swift response times. But appearances were frequently misleading, a truth Harry knew intimately, his fingers absently tracing the faded scars on his cheek. "You? Well, officially yes, but the actual first person here was Adam Bright, so you weren't first at all." "Silver medalist," Matt said with a shrug. "That's podium material in the games. This isn't a sporting event. Sure, but if it were, you'd be there clapping for me." Harry found Matt likable, but in moments like these, the temptation to throttle him was palpable. "What you're close to getting is a kick in the rear," Harry grumbled. "Let's just focus on the task, shall we?" "Sounds like a procedure," Matt corrected himself. "Damn right it's procedure," Harry said, the night's chill beginning to seep into his bones. "So, this is exactly as you found it?" "Nothing disturbed." Matt shook his head. "I taped it off right away. Didn't want anyone from the rescue team accidentally contaminating the area." "What about this Adam Bright?" "He didn't touch anything. You can ask him, but I'm certain." Matt gestured toward the rescue team huddled near their truck, sharing quiet words and steaming drinks from thermoses. Harry noted Jim among them, diligently taking notes on a small pad. The kid's definitely eager, he thought. Adam waited because he knew this was a police matter, not just a recovery, Matt explained. "Who made the initial call?" Harry asked. "Adam's younger brother," Matt replied. "He was on his way home from the pub, I believe, when he noticed lights flickering up on the hill and contacted his brother. Since Adam lives near Gunnerside, he decided to run up and check it out himself while reporting it, given he was already nearby." "Lights?" Harry asked. "I assumed this came from a 911 call." Matt shook his head. "No phone call was made, just a flashing light. And that was enough to bring everyone out here." "Looking at what we've found, clearly it wasn't enough," Matt replied, his tone heavy. "By the time anyone got here, it was already too late." Harry considered the gap between that first signal and the grim reality now laid out before them. "I'll need to speak with this Adam as soon as we wrap up here." "I've already let him know," Matt said. "He's expecting your visit." Harry edged closer to the horrific display, the creeping scent of death now unmistakable in the air. It always struck him how rapidly that odor could saturate a space. It was far worse when a body had been subjected to brutal trauma, limbs severed, skulls crushed, torsos torn open. Here the victim appeared physically intact, but the sheer volume of blood was overwhelming. A sharp, metallic tang was weaving through the cool air, growing more potent with each step toward the body. "Jim mentioned this is an old corpse road," Harry murmured, his voice low and grave. "That it is," Matt confirmed. "You think that's why this happened here?" Harry didn't answer right away, his mind still processing the scene. Whether it is or isn't, the history certainly layers on an extra chill, doesn't it? "Absolutely," Matt sighed. "So why didn't she just use her cell phone?" Harry pressed. "A woman out here alone would have one on her, right?" "Not necessarily," Matt said. "We don't know yet. We'll have to wait for the CSI team to locate one. But plenty of people head into the hills specifically to leave their phones behind. You know, to escape all the noise for a while. I do it myself sometimes, just to get a little peace. The last thing you want when you're trying to disconnect is to be glued to your screen, checking notifications or answering calls." "Honestly, I feel that way just trying to eat lunch," Harry admitted. "If the phone's within reach, you're constantly glancing at it." "Exactly," Matt agreed. It's ridiculous when you think about it. You wouldn't get up every 5 minutes at home to check if someone's at the door. So why do we feel this compulsive need to check our devices? Harry took a few more cautious steps forward, halting when he was about 3 feet from the body. Close enough to observe the details, but not so close that the pathologist Rebecca Sowerby would have cause to scold him later. And you're completely certain she never contacted the police? No one has indicated otherwise. The poor woman must have been terrified. And to end up like this, whoever did it is a monster. Harry was half listening to Matt now, his focus entirely consumed by the scene before him. He deliberately pushed aside all thoughts of the earlier call from the man claiming to be his father. That was a problem for another time. For Harry, these first moments at a fresh crime scene, before the area was trampled and the theories started flying, were invaluable. Over the years, he'd come to see this initial survey as something like a private, pre-opening viewing at an art gallery, albeit one showcasing a kind of grim exhibition no sane person would ever wish to attend. This was his chance to absorb the perpetrator's handiwork, to form his own impressions before the chorus of outside opinions began. The woman was positioned on her back, her unseeing eyes fixed on the night sky, her limbs arranged in a stark, deliberate sprawl. A single hiking boot lay overturned a short distance away, a mundane detail that felt oddly, painfully out of place. She was dressed, which argued against a sexual assault, though only the medical examiner could rule it out for certain. Her feet were bare, and the injury just above her collarbone was starkly visible. Harry could tell something had been driven into that spot. Her chest was smeared with blood. The exact object would be determined later, but Harry understood enough about violent death to know it hadn't been merciful. It would have been a slow, terrifying end, her lungs drowning. He pushed the image aside, forcing his attention back to the scene. A flashlight lay near her left hand, the one she'd likely used to signal. His eyes moved to the tent. It, and everything inside, looked practically unused. A single sleeping bag, one backpack, an empty wine bottle by the entrance, a camp stove and pan holding the remains of a final meal. "You think she drank that whole bottle alone?" Harry asked. Matt followed his gaze. "The gear suggests she was solo. One of everything. Unless someone else was here and left after." Matt didn't respond, his silence hanging between them. "What's your take?" Harry's focus returned to the body. He raised a hand, not toward the neck wound, but to the mutilation carved into the woman's forehead. Matt had mentioned it on the call, but the warning did nothing to soften the sight. "Ever seen anything like that?" Matt asked. "No," Harry said flatly. "And I hope I never do again." At first glance, the marks on her forehead seemed like random savage cuts, but a closer look revealed they were deliberate, letters gouged into the skin, spelling out a name. "Stacy," Matt said, voicing the word formed from weeping flesh. "Like I told you, you think that's her?" "Maybe," Harry said, catching the doubt in Matt's tone. "But why put it there?" Matt pressed a hard edge in his voice. "What kind of monster does that? Does any of this?"
"The kind we need to find," Harry replied, "and fast."
Chapter 7. Ducking back under the police tape, Harry was met by the glare of headlights flooding the makeshift staging area. The volunteer rescue team, called out for a woman who was now a corpse just yards away, stood illuminated in the harsh beams. The rumble of engines announced a convoy of 3 SUVs pulling in behind the rescue truck. Dawn was a slow smear of grey on the horizon, but night clung stubbornly, the darkness now the colour of dirty dishwater. Harry motioned Jim over and nodded toward the new arrivals, who were already struggling into white paper suits. "Remember your role," Harry said. "You're the scene guard. You control access. Nobody gets past you without a log, name, time in, time out, all of it." "Got it," Jim assured him. "One more thing," Harry added, glancing at the vehicles. "Any reason we hiked all the way up here while this lot just drove?" "The road route's indirect," Jim explained. "And going off-road in the dark isn't smart unless you really know the terrain." "And you don't?" "I do," Jim said, shaking his head. "But like I said, Driving isn't the shortcut you'd think. It's easier to get a vehicle stuck out here than you'd imagine, especially after last week's rain. The added detail, a recent downstorm, made the soggy ground suddenly feel more treacherous underfoot. I also didn't want to risk causing a problem and pulling someone away from the investigation just to come bail us out, Jim explained. Right, makes sense, Harry replied. The walk takes roughly the same time anyway, Jim continued. And honestly, I figured walking in was the smart move. The path we took is the fastest route down from the ridge. If this is a homicide, it's likely the same path the perpetrator used to leave. A sudden cough broke their conversation. Harry glanced up to see a man weighed down by a heavy gear bag and a large camera. Morning, the man said. Am I clear to proceed? All yours, Harry answered, nodding toward the bulky bag. You want to leave that here with us? This? Yeah, that'd be great, if it's no trouble. Harry took the bag, its weight surprising him. What on earth do you have in here? A drone, the photographer said. Once there's a bit more light, I'll send it up to get an aerial view of the whole site. Might capture something useful, might not. We'll see. Harry had no response to that, so he simply stepped back, letting the photographer get to work while Jim logged his arrival. Turning his attention back to the newly arrived vehicles, Harry spotted two familiar faces, Divisional Surgeon Margaret Shaw and her daughter Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist. Catching their eye, he offered a tired wave in their direction. I'm going to check in with the rescue team, Matt announced, as the two women began walking toward them. And I'll have a word with Adam. Make sure he sticks around until you've spoken with him. You mean you're making a strategic retreat, Harry said. Without a doubt, Matt agreed and promptly left. Chief Inspector. Margaret Shaw's voice cut through the morning air, a clear, commanding tone any drill sergeant would envy, Harry thought. It was the kind of voice that could make people jump. Morning, he replied as she stopped in front of him. Sorry to drag you out here so early on a Saturday. What's the situation? Margaret asked, brushing past the apology and striding directly toward the police tape. Female, mid-30s, we think, with a stab wound to the neck, Harry reported. The photographer should be wrapping up shortly. As if on cue, the photographer ducked under the tape and walked over to retrieve his bag. Thanks, he said, taking it from Harry. Don't think the drone will be much help, to be honest. It's still too dark to pick up anything I haven't already captured with the camera. So, you're finished here? Yes. I'll get these photos processed and sent to you as soon as I'm back at the station. Good, Harry said. The photographer turned to leave but hesitated. Who does something like this? I mean, what's the point? It just doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't, Harry agreed. Not to us, anyway. But for the person who did it, they've probably constructed a perfectly logical reason in their own mind. That's the terrifying part, when the irrational becomes someone's personal rationale. With a shake of his head, the photographer walked away, his place immediately taken by Margaret Shaw, who ducked under the tape and was at the body in a few brisk strides. She returned to Harry and Rebecca a few minutes later. Sorry you had to see that, Harry said. Comes with the territory, Margaret replied. Her usual brusqueness softened slightly. Poor woman, what a horrible scene. So, you're officially confirming death? My dear Chief Inspector, not even a miracle could bring her back now. She then shifted her focus to Rebecca, her tone dipping into genuine concern. Are you certain you're all right to take this one given, you know? Yes, I'll be perfectly fine, Rebecca said, her voice firm and decisive, cutting off any further doubt. I can handle it. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I have a job to do. Harry watched Rebecca signal to her team before they moved off, a procession of white-suited figures advancing toward the grim mystery they were now all charged with unraveling. What was all that about? Harry inquired. You really don't know? Know what? Margaret's expression turned solemn, and Harry could see her grappling with a difficult thought, her forehead deeply lined. She took his arm and guided him a few steps away for a semblance of privacy. She was only 18 when it happened, Margaret revealed, her tone softening. That's the entire reason she chose this field. She switched her major, transferred schools. It's why she's so tightly wound all the time. It's not about you, she's just intensely dedicated, let's say. Harry was completely lost. When what happened? She was walking home from a nightclub with a friend. Margaret explained, her voice nearly a whisper. They were ambushed. Rebecca fought back but was beaten unconscious. When she woke up, her friend had vanished. She's carried the guilt of not doing more ever since. A cold dread settled in Harry's gut as he anticipated the story's conclusion. The area was now a hive of activity, a canopy being raised over the remains, technicians gathering potential clues. Her friend was discovered 2 days later, Margaret stated flatly. She had been assaulted and then strangled. My God. Exactly, Margaret affirmed. The man was apprehended shortly after Rebecca identified him, and the forensic evidence put him away for a very long time. Harry's gaze drifted back to the scene, observing Rebecca and her colleagues at work. Cases like this one are the hardest, Margaret continued. They resurrect old ghosts. I'm just a worried mother, that's all. Thank you for telling me, Harry said. Probably best you don't mention I told you, Margaret murmured. But I felt you should understand, especially given the nature of what we're dealing with here. Right, yes, thank you, Harry managed, his words tangling. Without further discussion, Margaret turned and walked back toward the line of official vehicles. That looked intense. It was Jim. Harry turned to face him. Most conversations here tend to be. Jim crossed his arms, his attention also on the forensic team. What exactly are they searching for, he asked. I mean, I know it's evidence I'm not a total novice, but what kind? I'm not being clear, am I? You are, Harry assured him. Because you're asking, and that's how we all figure things out. Well, that's a relief, fundamentally, Harry elaborated. They're looking for 2 categories of things. The first is anything that's conspicuously absent. Like what? A cell phone, for instance, Harry offered. We'd expect to find one here, right? If it's not, then we have to ask why. Where is it? Did she leave it somewhere? Did someone take it? And if so, who and why? An absence immediately opens a line of questioning. That tracks, Jim nodded. And the second category? Essentially the inverse, Harry said. Anything that's present but doesn't belong. That could be an object with no clear connection to the victim, biological material like blood or other fluids, anything that might hold DNA, cigarette butts, drink containers. It includes latent prints or physical impressions like footprints or tire marks. Jim was silent for a beat. So we're looking for things that are here but shouldn't be, and things that should be here but aren't. Precisely, I couldn't have phrased it better myself. Ever thought about advancing from your PCSO role? Jim shook his head. I'm content where I am for now, he replied. Besides, I can't imagine I'm really needed for more than this. A faint, self-deprecating smile touched his lips as he watched a technician meticulously photograph a patch of disturbed earth. A detail Harry noted, but kept to himself. Considering everything you just mentioned, it really makes you question how anyone manages to slip through the cracks, doesn't it? Harry agreed with a nod. It certainly does. Right now, though, I need to go speak with Adam. Brighty? Jim responded, gesturing toward a man in conversation with Matt. You can't miss him hair curlier than a spring. He swears it's natural. Nobody buys that. Harry followed Jim's gaze and spotted the man. From this distance his hair was visibly curly, though not in the big teased-out style Jim's comment had suggested. It was cropped short and such a deep uniform black it reminded Harry of the synthetic hair on his old action figures. Catch you later then, Harry said. And once that group is finished up, you should get back to your dog before boredom leads to a redesign of your car's interior. I'll catch a ride with Dinsdale. Chapter 8. To Harry, Adam Bright perfectly matched the popular idea of a wilderness rescuer. He looked rugged, seasoned and capable. In almost every way, he contrasted with Matt. Adam stood tall, with the solid frame of someone who could hike for days without tiring. He wasn't wiry like a distance runner, but had a strong, lean build that spoke of practical strength. Dressed in full outdoor kit like the rest of his team, he offered a weathered smile as Harry approached, the lines on his face like fissures in stone. A black beanie covered his head with tight curls escaping around the edges. "Hello," Harry said, extending his hand. DCI grim. Adam shook it firmly. "Sorry about the circumstances," he said. "An early morning call-out is never ideal." "Hardly you're doing," Harry replied. "Do you have a few minutes?" "I'd like to hear about what you discovered, of course," Adam said, and Harry guided them a short distance from the others for some privacy. "First," Harry began, "I need to get your details for the record, name, age, address, and phone number, if that's all right." "No problem," Adam answered, providing the information. 30, Harry noted, shaking his head slightly. "I remember that age feels like a different lifetime." "You're not exactly ancient," Adam remarked. "On the outside, perhaps not," Harry conceded. "But on the inside, that's a whole other conversation, trust me." He paused, his eyes drifting momentarily back toward the cordoned area before refocusing on Adam. "How are you holding up, honestly? This isn't the sort of thing anyone expects to walk into." "I'm used to grim scenes, but this is a far cry from your usual rescue call, I imagine." "I've encountered deceased individuals before," Adam stated. "We both know this isn't a standard case," Harry countered. "Finding someone lost to the elements is a world apart from finding someone who was a victim of violence." "I'm managing," Adam insisted. "Truly, but I appreciate you asking." Accepting this, Harry moved on. "D.S. Dinsdale mentioned you were the one who reported the scene." "Indirectly," Adam clarified. "My brother Gary spotted lights on the hillside, so I went to investigate." "I see," Harry said, and that was enough to mobilize the whole team. It was enough for me to go take a look, since I live the closest out of the team members. It's a brief walk, even quicker if you're running. Harry had no doubt Adam could have sprinted up the path he himself had just trudged up with Jim. Every one of us on the team keeps a go bag ready at the door, another in the vehicle, full emergency gear. We're all a bit obsessed with being prepared, if I'm being honest. I was prepared to handle an emergency on my own until the rest of the team arrived. I certainly wasn't anticipating this, however. Harry considered how Adam had referred to the walk to the scene, a route Harry had just taken as a short run. The distance wasn't great, maybe just under 2 miles, but running it in full gear while hauling a pack of emergency supplies was a different matter entirely. It also reminded Harry that he needed to get a run in later, if only to keep Jen from pestering him about his fitness routine. "And you were at your house when your brother called?" Adam shook his head. "I was driving back from work."
Working late?
"Comes with the territory," Adam replied. "How did your brother describe the lights?" Harry asked, refocusing.
What exactly stood out to him?
He said, "It looked like signaling," Adam told him. "You mean like Morse code?" "Well, if it was, Gary wouldn't have recognized it," Adam said with a light laugh. "No, he just mentioned a flashing light on the ridge that seemed off, irregular and erratic. I thought it was worth checking out, just to be safe. So I did. I'd like to speak with your brother," Harry said. "He'll be at the house," Adam replied. "He lives with you?" "For now, yes," Adam confirmed. "He just graduated and is saving up while he applies for positions." "So he's around 21, 22? 22, Adam said. "Web design is his world. Definitely not mine." "And what do you do?" "Me, outdoor education," Adam answered. "I need to work outside, or I'll lose my mind. I'm the assistant director at Marrick Priory, just down the valley past Reeth. It's a wonderful spot." Harry wasn't surprised. The role seemed to fit Adam perfectly. He carried a natural, easy confidence, and Harry had no doubt the kids he guided over cliffs and down rivers adored him. "So you were there yesterday evening?" Adam gave a confirming shrug. "We were running a night owl drill. Send the kids out at dusk on a basic orienteering loop. Staff patrol the area to ensure no one gets lost. It's good fun, and tires them out enough that they actually sleep." "Sounds like a blast," Harry remarked. "It is. I love what I do. I'm very fortunate." I spent most of the evening out on the hills, mostly observing the other instructors, making sure everyone was engaged. It's better to hang back, you know? Give them room, watch from a distance. Otherwise they feel micromanaged, and that never helps. Harry asked, "When's the best time to reach Gary, and could I get his number?" "Of course," Adam said, pulling out his phone and scrolling through his contacts. "Any time is fine right now. Like I said, he's job hunting, but it's tough out there. He picks up freelance work when he can. Honestly, I don't understand any of it. His room looks like a set from a tech thriller, all monitors and keyboards, with little blinking lights everywhere." Harry jotted down Gary's number. "Can you walk me through what you found when you got here? What you saw?" Harry noticed Adam shift his weight, clearly uneasy with the memories the question brought up. "It was quiet," Adam began, his voice softening, as if discussing death demanded the hushed tone of a funeral. "I mean, it's always quiet up here on the moors, but this felt different still, heavy. Maybe I'm reading into it." "Not necessarily," Harry said. "I've felt that before. You enter a scene and the violence seems to drain the usual life from a place, leaves it solemn, like someone turned the volume down on the world." "Yeah, it was exactly like that." Adam nodded. "The tent was the first thing I saw. A good one, too. Quality gear. Some people head out with gear I wouldn't even trust in my own backyard on a perfect day. But this setup was decent. Looked brand new, honestly." "Did anything seem off to you?" Harry pressed. "Anything unusual? Was there anything around the tent that caught your eye? Any sign of a struggle? Something that seemed out of place? Or something that shouldn't have been there?" "Just the blood," Adam replied. "And I didn't even spot that until I was right up on it. From a distance I figured it was just a wet patch, maybe from a passing rain shower that hadn't dried yet. The weather up here can turn on a dime. I've been in my own yard watching rain pour down at one end while I'm standing completely dry just a few feet away." "What did you do once you realized it was blood?" Harry asked. "Not a lot," Adam said. "I'd already radioed it into the team, so I knew Matt was on his way. The police part was handled. Then what? I kept my distance from the area while I scanned for whoever had been flashing that light," Adam explained. "Didn't want to mess with the scene. I saw the tent was empty and shouted out, checking if anyone was nearby, maybe hurt. That's when I spotted the body." "Notice anything else? Like what? Anything at all?" Harry said. "Anything strange or just not quite right?" "Just the body and the blood," Adam stated. "To be frank, it was tough to focus on much else." "Well, if anything else comes to mind, you'll let us know." "Absolutely," Adam said. "Just say the word if I can help more." "I'll need to speak with your brother for now," Harry told him. "But if I need another word, I'll be in touch." Harry watched Adam rejoin the rest of the rescue team before he made his way over to the police tape. He settled in to wait, as patiently as he could manage, for some news from the pathologist and the rest of the forensic team. Chapter 9. Dawn broke over the hills like the embers of a giant forge, painting the sky in strokes of red and orange. The dew-soaked grass at Harry's feet sparkled under the newborn light, while a thin, ghostly mist clung to the valley floor below like stray clouds that had gotten tangled in the fields and hedgerows. The air was crisp and carried the deep, sweet scent of damp earth and fern. Harry drew a long breath, savouring it like a gulp of the finest whiskey. The serene, almost painted beauty of the landscape before him felt brutally ironic, given the grim scene just meters from where he stood. His legs stiff, his back sore, his feet like blocks of ice. He found himself wondering how many other dark secrets the Swaledale Valley kept hidden beneath its postcard-perfect blanket of grass and stone walls, river and woodland. How much forgotten history haunted this gorgeous place. "Here," Matt said, appearing beside him with another mug of steaming, sugary tea. "Get this inside you." "Where are you magically producing all this from?" Harry asked, accepting the mug and taking a sip. "Is that rescue truck just one giant mobile kettle?" "Everyone brings their own thermos," Matt explained with a shrug. "Tea, coffee, hot chocolate, we've got the full menu. It works wonders for morale when folks have been out in a tricky situation." Harry knew all too well from his time in the parachute regiment how vital a good hot drink could be. He remembered the American soldiers he'd served with always remarking on it, how British troops would somehow manage to get a brew going, even in the worst conditions. "So why is your crew still hanging about?" Harry asked. "Most have headed back," Matt said. "A few of us stayed, just in case we're needed. It's the weekend, so being up here is no hardship. Not with a vista like this, right?" Matt gestured broadly across the sweeping valley. "Yeah, it's stunning. No argument there," Harry agreed. He then added a dry, weary edge slipping into his voice. "If these hills could talk, they'd probably just complain about the tourists." Matt chuckled softly. "Well, that would certainly make our jobs easier, wouldn't it? Any updates from the team over there?" Matt asked, glancing toward the forensic investigators. Harry shook his head. "Should be soon. They've been processing the scene for hours." He looked at his watch and groaned. "It's almost 6 in the morning. Guess time flies when you're surrounded by cheerful things," Matt remarked dryly. Harry stifled a yawn. "We've got a mountain of work ahead today, no doubt about it." He pulled out his phone and found the contact for Adam's brother, Gary. "Do you mind calling him? Just a heads up that we'll need to talk later." "Right now?" "It's barely dawn." "You're right, too early," Harry conceded. "I just want to hear his version of events. Probably nothing useful, but you never know what detail might surface. I'll call now, leave a message, and try again around 8 if he doesn't pick up," Matt suggested. "Solid plan," Harry said, just as movement caught his eye. Dr. Rebecca Sowerby was approaching, her paper suit and face mask giving her the grim appearance of a messenger from some desolate, plague-ridden frontier. As Matt walked back toward the rescue personnel, Harry lifted the police tape for her. She ducked under with a curt nod. "How are you holding up?" Harry asked. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rebecca shot back sharply. "Just asking," Harry replied, taking a slight step back. "It's a particularly rough scene." Rebecca tugged her mask back up. "Yes, it is, frankly. It's a bloody nightmare." An awkward silence settled between them. After speaking with Rebecca's mother, Margaret Shaw, Harry was determined to avoid any confrontation. He simply needed information. The full autopsy would come later, but he needed something now to direct the investigation. "I have a few items you can take with you," Rebecca said, her tone still edged. "No sense running to the property storage in Richmond every time. Use the temporary facility in Hawes." "Will do," Harry replied, already considering who to assign for evidence logging. The early morning chill was biting, a stark contrast to the heated tension between them. "Right. The victim's name is Kirsty Emily Jackson," Rebecca said, her voice heavy with exhaustion from the sleepless night. Yes, but more from the horrific nature of their work. "She's 37, lived in Stapleton-on-Tees, near Darlington. I don't need a full autopsy to tell you she was killed only a few hours ago. That's obvious from the scene." This information gave Harry pause. "Kirsty? That's her name? You're certain?" He hadn't intended to question her competence, but her face immediately darkened. "No, I just invented it for fun," Rebecca snapped, her sarcasm sharp. "I've spent the last 2 hours with a deceased woman and her effects giggling to myself about giving you a fake name. How utterly hilarious. That isn't what I meant." "Well, of course it's her name," Rebecca retorted. "She had a purse. Shocking, I know. Driver's license, credit cards, photos. And, believe it or not, I am actually literate. And, look at this. Here's the purse itself." She produced an evidence bag containing the purse and thrust it toward Harry. It was bulkier than he anticipated, crafted from what looked like finely stitched, expensive upholstery fabric. Maybe that's the style now, he thought vaguely. Accepting the bag, Harry decided his best move was a simple nod and strict silence, allowing Rebecca a moment to collect herself with a few deliberate, steadying breaths. "Let's keep moving," she said, glancing around. "No cell phone, which is odd." Actually, it might not be, Harry replied, recalling Matt's earlier comment and passing it along to Rebecca. He shifted his weight, deciding to circle back to the name with a softer approach. About that name on her forehead? You seem puzzled? I am, Harry admitted. The name carved into her skin and then painted on the tent. Stacy, I just assumed that was her name. Well, it's not, Rebecca stated flatly. Don't ask me why. Maybe a nickname, Harry offered. You mentioned there were photographs. Right here, take a look. Rebecca passed him an evidence bag. Harry studied the contents, 3 pictures. One showed Kirsty with 2 friends. Another featured an older couple he guessed were her parents, and the third captured a younger Kirsty on her wedding day, beaming cheek to cheek with her new husband. We also recovered some burned photo remnants, Rebecca added, handing over a second bag. Found in a metal pan inside her tent, right beside an empty wine bottle. These are a bit more telling, I'd say. Maybe even damning. Harry examined the charred fragments, then looked back at the photos from Kirsty's purse. He remembered noticing the pan earlier. Looks like the same guy, doesn't it? Rebecca prompted. Absolutely, Harry agreed, which makes 2 things spring to mind. First, maybe Kirsty was symbolically ending her marriage. Why else burn pictures of the man she'd just married? And second, that her husband didn't take it well, tracked her here, killed her, carved Stacy into her head for some twisted reason, and then fled. Rebecca finished, practically reading his thoughts. Love and hate, they're really just 2 faces of the same coin. And that coin flips way too easily, Rebecca added, her tone shifting from clinical to quietly cynical. She handed Harry a key ring. She drove herself, by the way. 1 key is definitely for a car. The fob says Porsche, so that's a clue. The others are probably house keys. Anything else? Harry asked, pocketing the keys. His gaze drifted back toward the marked-off area, clinging to the hope that this was just a crime of passion by a furious husband, and not something darker. But he knew all too well that things could always be worse. Just that she worked for an accounting firm, which explains the nice car. Her purse had an office access pass, a gym membership card, and some receipts. The usual wallet clutter. Harry sorted through the evidence bags, his mind racing. He practically had everything he needed to zero in on a prime suspect, the husband. Yet something nagged at him, a piece that refused to fit into the puzzle. I still don't understand why the name carved into her isn't actually hers, he muttered, half to himself. A nickname doesn't feel right here. That's your mystery to solve, Rebecca said. Some couples have their private games, if you catch my drift. Role-playing, maybe. Harry considered that for a brief moment. You're pretty much up to speed on everything else, Rebecca continued. The fatal stab wound to the neck, signs of a struggle near the body, though it doesn't appear she put up much of a fight. Really? Harry said, thinking most people would instinctively resist an attacker. She probably never had the chance, Rebecca explained. An injury like that, if it was a surprise attack, would have been quickly fatal. There are no defensive wounds on her hands or arms, nothing. Whoever did this struck before she even knew what was happening. What about the... Harry gestured to his own forehead, indicating the carving. Likely done with the same weapon that killed her, Rebecca concluded. My best guess is a very sharp blade. The lines aren't jagged or rough, just clean, precise cuts. So she was killed before the carving happened? Harry asked. Rebecca gave a firm nod. She couldn't have been conscious. She'd need to be completely out, or heavily restrained. Even then, these marks are too perfect. Any movement, even if someone was holding her head still, would have left a tell in the wounds. There's none of that. Harry turned this over in his mind. They had a name Kirsty, which was progress. They also had her workplace, car keys, and likely a home address from her driver's license. The burned photographs screamed of a relationship gone terribly wrong. Any clues on how the attacker approached? Harry wondered aloud. It's a bizarre spot for something like this. Almost impossible to tell, Rebecca admitted. The area's covered in footprints from hikers. It's a popular trail. But why here? Harry pressed, his question seeming to hang in the quiet, vast expanse of the moors. That's the part I can't figure out. She was definitely alone, Rebecca stated. It's a solo tent. You couldn't squeeze another person in there. All her gear is for one. No extra supplies. No signs of another tent being pitched. It was just her, out here by herself, until someone showed up. You know what happened next? Everything looks brand new too, Harry added, recalling Adam's observation. Every single piece, Rebecca agreed. It's like she went on a shopping spree for all this gear, and just headed straight up here with zero experience. Why would anyone do that? If her marriage fell apart, maybe she just needed to run, Harry offered. A sudden, desperate escape. Oh, one more thing, Rebecca said, producing an evidence bag. Inside were dozens of tiny white spheres, each about the size of a small bead. Harry peered at them. What are those? I have no idea, Rebecca confessed. We found a bunch inside the tent and a few scattered outside. Any thoughts? Not a clue, Harry said, shaking his head. Is that everything? We're fairly certain the blood on the tent fabric is the victim's, Rebecca said. But I'll confirm that at the lab. For now, what we know is this. A woman named Kirsty drove here from near Darlington for reasons unknown and ended up dead on the moors. Harry watched the crime scene team meticulously bagging every item, the tent now collapsed and being packed away. It was all destined for the lab, a long shot for a stray fingerprint or hair, anything to point them toward a suspect. All right then, Harry said, sensing the conversation was over. I'll expect an update from you later today then. He saw the pathologist's eyes narrow instantly. Expect? Rebecca said, her tone turning dry and pointed. You'll hear from me when I have something to say, and not a moment before. Don't hold your breath. That's not what Harry started. But his words were wasted on her retreating back. Well, that went smoothly, he thought, with a touch of sarcasm. Nothing like a little professional friction to brighten a murder scene, with nothing left to do at the site, and no hope of more information from the team until much later, Harry decided a walk was in order. The path winding down toward Gunnerside was visible from the ridge, and the clear morning light made it inviting. A good long walk was exactly what he needed to clear his head. He told Matt he was heading down on foot and to pick him up in the village. After a final word and another round of thanks to the rescue team and Adam, he started his descent along the gill. As he walked away from the grim scene, the cheerful sound of the stream guiding his way, a voice called out sharply, stopping him in his tracks. Excuse me, sir? Harry spun to find a member of the rescue team approaching, a woman whose ice-white ponytail swung with a brisk, almost intimidating energy. Yes, Harry responded. Is there a problem? She extended her hand. I came across this, she stated. No clue if it means anything, but I figured you should have it. Better safe than sorry. In her palm rested another white plastic sphere, identical to those Rebecca and the SOC unit had collected. What is it? The woman pressed, her gaze shifting from the object to Harry. He took it and sealed it inside an evidence bag from his pocket. Your guess is as good as mine, he admitted. Any thoughts? She gave a quick shake of her head. It was just lying in the bracken over there away from the main area, she explained, gesturing vaguely. I picked it up almost without thinking. I hope I haven't contaminated anything. Harry studied the bag in his hand. Ever seen anything like it before? Honestly, no, she said. It's probably nothing. Looks sort of like a ball bearing, but what for? And aren't those usually metal? This is just a little hard plastic ball. Harry pocketed the bag. Appreciate it, he said. If you could give your name and number to Detective Sergeant Dinsdale, that'd be perfect. Of course, the woman replied, then turned and jogged back to her team. Harry stood for a long moment, the bleak landscape of the old lead mines pressing in on him. A fierce determination to find justice for the victim warred with a hollow sadness for the life so recently and brutally ended. With the stream chattering mindlessly ahead, He finally turned and began the walk back toward Gunnerside, each step feeling like a retreat into a darker, more complicated past. Chapter 10. Harry entered the team's makeshift office at the Hawes Community Centre, Matt a step behind him, and was immediately enveloped by a wave of sensory chaos. The first and most welcome assault was the rich, greasy scent of frying bacon, which made his stomach growl in instant agreement. Next came the robust aroma of fresh coffee, proper coffee, not the weak tea the team usually favoured. On a morning like this, after the night he'd endured, it was a small mercy. He saw the briefing board was already being populated with details from the Swaledale moors. Jim's notes outlined the scene, the victim, and listed contacts like Adam alongside names still to be tracked down, such as Gary. Harry had his own updates to add, courtesy of his conversation with Sorby and the odd bits of information gathered on his trek back. The room buzzed with activity. Jen and Jaden were listening intently as Jim filled them in. Then there was Fly. The moment the dog spotted Harry in the doorway, he launched himself across the room like a hairy torpedo, aiming for a full-body greeting, only to be cut short by Jim's sharp whistle and command. "Fly down!" The command, Harry observed, was more of a suggestion. Fly ignored it completely, bouncing with such manic joy that he eventually lost his footing and landed squarely on his back, paws in the air. Undeterred, he lay there wagging his tail so vigorously it propelled him in a slow, ridiculous clockwise circle on the linoleum floor, his devotion utterly undimmed. "Sorry, boss," Jim said, hurrying over to corral the overzealous animal. "Seems he's taken a real shine to you." "Seems he'd take a shine to a lamppost if it smelled interesting," Harry remarked dryly as Jen came over to scratch the dog's head, deftly avoiding an enthusiastic tongue. "She's an adorable little thing, isn't she?" Jen remarked. "You really ought to get one for yourself, boss." "Not a chance," Harry replied. "I've made it this far in life without kids, so why would I break that streak by taking on a dog?" "Oh, come on now," Jen said, a grin spreading not just across her lips but lighting up the corners of her eyes. "I can totally picture you with a little furry shadow trailing behind you." "I've already got you lot doing plenty of that," Harry muttered. "Speaking of which, if I'm smelling coffee and bacon, am I correct in hoping there's some left for me? Or did you all devour everything?" Jaden approached, carrying a large steaming to-go cup and a paper bag that was practically see-through in spots from the greasy treasure inside. "Here you go," he said. "I couldn't recall if you wanted ketchup, so I left it off." Harry accepted the offering from the young officer and moved to a chair, settling into it. "What about me?" Matt asked, now that Harry was no longer in his way. "What about you?" Jim responded. "You can't be serious," Matt shot back. "Where's my breakfast?" Jim passed Matt a coffee, which the detective sergeant took gratefully. "And the bacon sandwich?" "Yeah, about that," Jim said, then glanced toward Fly, who was sitting in a small dog crate in the corner. "You've got to be kidding me. That furry little thief ate my breakfast." Fly looked over at Matt, tail wagging. "Don't think your I'm so cute routine is going to get you out of this one," Matt said, staring the dog down. "That's just rude. Unbelievable." A moment later, Jaden handed another paper bag to Matt. "Here, I ran out and got you a replacement," he said. Seemed only fair. Harry watched the look of utter disappointment on Matt's face vanish, replaced by a sudden surge of delight. "You keep this up and you'll go far in the department," Matt said, clapping Jaden on the shoulder before opening the bag to retrieve the sandwich. "You mean by bribing senior officers with food?" Harry quipped. "Don't give me that look, boss," Matt retorted. "You know as well as I do that bacon is the universal currency. My philosophy is, the more you invest, the better the return." Matt took a hearty bite of his sandwich and sat down beside Harry. "So what's the plan now?" "It's straightforward," Harry said. "We catch the bastard." He hadn't intended for the words to sound so harsh, but fatigue had a way of sharpening his tone. The effect was immediate. The room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at him, waiting. He shifted his gaze to Matt. "Brief everyone on what happened," he instructed. I know Jim has already covered it, but this is our first full team gathering. No harm in going over it thoroughly. Matt stood up, swallowed his last bite, and quickly outlined everything they knew so far, from the initial report of the light on the hill to the latest updates from the scene of crime team, which he read from his personal notebook. "So her name isn't Stacy?" Jim asked once Matt finished. "No," Harry confirmed. "It's not. Let's start documenting everything, what we know and what we're going to do. I assume we have an action book ready." Jen went to a set of drawers in one of the desks, pulled out a book and waved it in the air. "Good," Harry said, then turned his attention back to Matt. "You're meticulous with details, right, Detective Sergeant?" "Absolutely," Matt replied. "I do my best to miss nothing. They call me Eagle-Eyed Matt." "No, they don't," Harry said. "But regardless, I'm putting you in charge as office manager. But wouldn't I be more useful out in the field?" "Gordy isn't here," Harry reminded him, "and until she returns, I need you and your experience to oversee operations and keep an eye on anything we need to secure in the temporary evidence storage here. You're also proficient with Holmes, so you can keep the system updated." "It's not exactly the glamorous assignment, though, is it?" Matt complained, a hint of playful sarcasm creeping into his voice. He'd secretly been hoping for a chance to chase down a lead outside the station. Maybe even grab a decent lunch somewhere that didn't smell of old coffee and paperwork. Well, if you were hoping for a glamorous career, signing up for the police force probably wasn't the wisest move. This isn't exactly a male review, you know. Harry realized that everyone except Matt was giving him a completely blank look. "Chippendales?" he said. "The famous male strip show? You know, muscular guys, all chiseled chests and confidence, parading around on stage in tiny leather briefs while underwear gets tossed at them from the crowd." Jim just shrugged and shook his head. "Nope, never heard of it, boss. Sounds like a good thing you haven't." Jaden chimed in. "Hey, I could give those guys some serious competition," Matt declared. "I've got the dance moves." "Yes, and we're all painfully familiar with them," Jen replied. "The bacon sandwich shuffle, the donut spin. The very thought of you attempting a striptease is genuinely terrifying." Matt shot a wounded look toward Harry. "They're picking on me, boss," he said. "You're not just going to let that slide, are you?" "Oh, I believe I will," Harry answered. "You're a grown man, you can handle it now. If we can return to the matter at hand, I'm not asking you to become a hermit in this office, Detective Sergeant. I simply need you to own the responsibility, and given that shiny new detective qualification you've earned, I think we ought to put it to good use. Don't you agree?" Matt accepted the action book from Jen. "All right then," Harry said. "Back to where we left off." "Which was where, precisely?" Matt asked, pen ready. "I mean, I remember, but I'm just keeping everyone sharp." It was obvious to Harry that nobody believed Detective Sergeant Dinsdale for a second. "Stacy," Jim said, "and the fact that it's not the victim's name. So what's the connection to the crime?" Jen was back at the whiteboard. "Could be a friend. Maybe Stacy is the killer's name, and this is about betrayal. Would be a spectacularly stupid move to leave your own name at a crime scene," Harry noted. "But it clearly holds significance and is central to everything, so we need to learn everything possible about Kirsty." The pathologist suggested it might relate to some kind of role play. "Could be," Jen agreed. "Lots of people like to add a little excitement to their private lives." "Do they really?" Matt asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, perhaps not everyone," Jen clarified. "But maybe Kirsty and her husband were into that sort of thing. You know, special nicknames for each other, acting out scenarios. Some couples pretend they're Han Solo and Princess Leia." "Stacy, though," Jim said. "I get the Star Wars angle, but what kind of fantasy involves being called Stacy?" Jen shrugged. "To each their own, right?" Steering the discussion forward, Harry said, "And we have a few items from the scene of crime team." He glanced at Jen to confirm she was ready. Then he produced the evidence bags from the pathologist and the set of keys. "So what do we have?" Jim asked. Harry went through the bags systematically. "A purse," he explained, "containing a driver's license, photographs, an access card for her workplace, a gym membership card, some receipts. Next, We have partially burned photographs discovered at the scene in a frying pan. It appears Kirsty tried to set them on fire. They didn't burn completely, and the person in the pictures matches one of the photos in her purse, her husband. There are the keys, of course, and also this bag of strange little plastic pellets. Jen picked up the bag containing the charred photographs. "So, a ceremonial burning of the X, then?" she said. "Precisely," Harry agreed. "Motive, right there," Jaden added. "Absolutely," Harry nodded. "Hard to ignore. But we can't just march over to wherever he is and arrest him. We don't have any evidence yet that directly ties him to the murder. And those keys are probably house keys, right?" Harry gave a confirming nod, which gives us a strong lead, the husband. And personally, I hope it is him, because if it's not, then we have no idea what kind of situation we're actually facing. "It has to be him," Matt stated. "We just need to locate him, ask for his alibi for last night, and get a confession." If only it were that straightforward, Harry sighed, the long hours starting to weigh on him as he glanced at the cold coffee on his desk. "What else?" Jen asked, making notes on the board. "The gym might be a good lead," Jedden suggested again, clearly trying to make an impression. Harry noted the effort. They'd have an emergency contact on file, could give us the husband's number, maybe even her parents. "I can make that call. These receipts are from an outdoor retailer," Harry said, reading the shop's name aloud. "There's a discount card here, too. Someone at the shop might remember her," Jim added. "It's worth checking out." "What about Gary?" Matt asked. "Still want me to go talk to him? Did he ever reply to your text?" Matt shook his head. "Then yes, head over as soon as we wrap up here." "I'll drive to Keld," Jen said. "The Old Corpse Road starts there, and there's an inn. That's likely where she left her car. A Porsche shouldn't be too hard to spot around here." "Sounds like a plan," Harry replied. "Why don't you and Matt just go together?" "Fine by me, as long as I'm behind the wheel," Jen said with a smirk, prompting a laugh from Matt. Turning to the younger officer, Harry asked, "Jadden, how are you with Holmes? Since Matt will be out, we'll need someone on it." The national database used by investigators was a tool Harry acknowledged as brilliant and essential, though he usually left the technical details to others. He still struggled with his TV remote at home. Technology just wasn't his strong suit. "He's better than any of us," Matt chimed in. "I mean, I can use it, but Jaden's a natural. Not only does he bring snacks, he actually understands this stuff. We should definitely keep him around." "As your replacement, you mean?" Jim joked. Matt wisely shifted the topic. "What about the photographs, the scene report, and the pathologist's findings? Any word on when we'll get those?" "Hopefully later today," Harry said, then tapped the bag of plastic spheres. "But while we wait, we've got plenty to work with, including figuring out what on earth these little things are." Jim picked up the bag and examined the contents closely. "Turns out there were quite a few of these at the scene," Harry explained. "Sowerby found several inside the tent and some outside too. One of the rescue team members found another one farther out, though I'm not sure of the exact location." "That was Helen," Matt said. "She mentioned she'd spoken to you about something." "I can call them if you want," Jaden offered. "Please do," Harry said. "Matt will give you the numbers. After that, I want you to head back out to Swaledale, conduct a wider search of the area. Look for anything that might indicate someone else was out there."
"Like what?"
Jaden asked. "More of these would be a start," Harry said, shaking the bag. "This wasn't random. It was planned. You don't just wander up onto the moors hoping to find someone in a tent to murder. No, whoever did this, whether it was the husband or someone else, either went up there specifically to kill Kirsty or was waiting for her. Both scenarios require preparation. There might be traces of that. Everyone else clear on their tasks." Harry saw nods around the room. "What about me?" Jim asked. "You're with me," Harry said. "Otherwise I'll get bored on the drive." "Drive to where?" "And what about Fly?" "Fly can come," Harry replied. "We're going to Kirsty's house to see what we can find, which really means we're going to see her husband." "And if he is there, do we arrest him?" Jim asked. Harry shook his head. Like I said, we have nothing here, aside from some burned photos that even hints he's responsible. Right now, we're just connecting dots that might not even exist. So all we can do is inform him about Kirsty and ask some questions. We're nowhere near having enough to justify bringing him in, Harry declared, his gaze sweeping over the team like a warning beacon. He wouldn't voice the thought that an empty house might tempt him to use the keys unofficially, but the option lingered, decidedly off book. If any of you find anything at all, you call me immediately. No debating whether it's important. We share every piece of data and find this guy. Are we clear? A round of nods followed. Jim reached for the evidence bag holding the white spheres and took it from Harry's hand. Do you recognize these? Harry pressed. No, I don't, Jim replied, studying the contents. It's just, they look familiar. He hesitated, then passed the bag back. Never mind, it's probably nothing. Harry never dismissed anything in a murder investigation. Out with it, Jim. What do you think they are? I really don't know, Jim insisted. They just remind me of the pellets from toy guns when I was a kid. You're right, they do, Jaden chimed in. I had one of those guns, but the pellets usually just dribbled out. I had a better version that shot discs those things could fly. Why would anyone be out on the moors with a toy gun? Harry wondered aloud, shaking his head. Leaving the team to their work, with Matt asserting his supervisory role, Harry headed back through the market toward his new vehicle, Jim and Fly, following close behind. He was grateful for Jim's company, and even for the exuberant puppy. The drive would be long, and its conclusion promised to be grim. As they neared the car, Jim called out, You should watch yourself, by the way. You're starting to turn. Stay here much longer and you'll go fully native. Harry was baffled. What are you talking about earlier? You said nout instead of nothing. It's a slippery slope. Boss, dangerous too if you're not careful. Good Lord, Harry sighed. What a terrifying prospect. Jim laughed. Before you know it, you'll be just like the rest of us, and you know what that means, right? Harry stopped and turned to face the PCSO. No, what does it mean, cheese and cake, boss? Jim said with a grin. Cheese and cake. Chapter 11. Matt sat in the passenger seat of the Vauxhall Astra, determined not to let Jen see how utterly terrified he was. This was proving difficult as the car bounded along Cliffgate Road and through the Buttertubs Pass, with the cheerful agility of a mountain goat, piloted by someone who seemed to be auditioning for a high-speed chase scene. You all right over there? Jen asked, downshifting smoothly for an approaching curve. Matt noticed she was even whistling, which did nothing to soothe his nerves. She wasn't driving recklessly, just with a confident precision speed that was deeply unsettling. He realized he was braced rigidly in his seat, knees pressed against the glove compartment, hands clutching any available grip. I'm perfectly fine, he managed, forcing a tone of relaxation. So, where exactly did you learn to drive like this? Special Forces training. I took that advanced response driving course a while back, Jen reminded him. Remember? Matt certainly remembered, but he hadn't been a passenger since her training, and the transformation in her driving was as impressive as it was harrowing. I take it you enjoyed it then? It was brilliant, Jen said, her eyes on the winding road. You should try it sometime. No, I'm quite all right, thanks, Matt replied as another bend in the road vanished beneath them as if it were barely an inconvenience. Matt observed the shifting weather outside the car window. Rain hadn't begun to fall yet, but the sky had turned a leaden grey, heavy with the threat of a downpour. Low clouds swallowed the peaks of the fells, and the vibrant greens of the moorland had deepened into sombre hues. Wind rippled through the tall bracken and long grass, a restless dance across the ancient landscape. He felt a profound connection to this place, a certainty that he could never truly leave it. His duty was to serve it, to protect its rugged beauty in any way possible. That beauty wasn't just in the glacial valleys and worn hills they drove past, but in the stories of the people who lived here. It was this deeper connection that fueled his determination to uncover the truth about last night's events. So, how long have you been part of the mountain rescue team? Jen asked. They had reached the end of the lane, and she turned left onto the road winding through Thwaite. The village's stone houses with their slate roofs nestled quietly beneath the looming presence of Kisden Hill. Honestly, I've lost track of the years, Matt replied with a shrug. What made you join in the first place? Let's just say I did something incredibly foolish when I was young and thought I knew everything, Matt said, a wry smile touching his lips. This was, of course, before I achieved my current state of venerable wisdom. Jen shot him a skeptical look. Foolish, how? Got myself properly lost in an old tin mine, Matt admitted, the memories surfacing with vivid clarity. It was my 19th birthday. The night before, a couple of friends and I celebrated a bit too enthusiastically with some cheap wine. The next morning, feeling invincible, we decided to go exploring. You're joking. Not even a little, Matt assured her. Being lost underground is no joke, but I suppose the real joke was our choice of beverage. Jen laughed. I can't believe anyone actually drinks that stuff. Different times, Matt said. We were all about maximum effect for minimum cost. So there we were, underground. The first rule, whether you're hiking or caving, is to always have a map. I was sure my friend Dave had it. Dave was convinced I had it. Our third companion, whose name escapes me now, also thought it was my responsibility. It took us over an hour of wandering in the dark to realize none of us had actually brought it. Oh no, Jen breathed. Oh yes, Matt confirmed. Blame the poor decisions of youth. Tin mines are notoriously damp, and we eventually stumbled into a cavern that was completely flooded. We had no idea how to retrace our steps, so our only option was to swim across this icy water to a massive boulder in the center, which had obviously fallen from the ceiling. That didn't do much for our confidence, I can tell you. Sounds like a scene from an adventure movie, Jen remarked. How did you get out? You're clearly here to tell the tale. Our headlamps started to fail, which was the final straw. Luckily, we'd been smart enough to tell another friend our plans and when to expect us back. When we didn't return, he raised the alarm. The rescue team came for you. They did. They found us a few hours later, cold and more than a little scared, to pass the time and keep our spirits up. We'd raided the emergency supplies we'd packed in an old military surplus box. Mars bars, Kendal mint cake, a thermos of hot chocolate, and marzipan. Jen's face contorted in disbelief. Marzipan? Seriously? Don't judge, Matt said, raising a finger. It's a survival secret. You take it out of the package, roll it flat, wrap it in plastic, and tuck it inside your helmet. Pure energy. And it doesn't freeze. Absolute genius. But it's marzipan, Jen insisted, her tone dripping with mock horror. It's like eating sweetened plaster. Regardless, Matt continued, steering the conversation back. The team got us out? We weren't in immediate life-threatening danger, but the cold was beginning to seep into our bones. That experience, that feeling of helplessness followed by profound gratitude, is what made me want to join. I wanted to be the one holding the light for someone else. I had never felt such overwhelming relief in my entire life as I did when the rescue team finally appeared in that collapsed mine shaft. That experience stayed with me, and I felt compelled to give back, so I eventually joined their ranks. Life has a funny way of coming full circle. I ended up marrying one of the team members a few years down the line. Up ahead, Matt spotted the road splitting in two, and just past the fork, Keld Lodge stood on the left. You can park right out front, Matt instructed, and Jen guided the car off the road, pulling up close to a low stone wall. As she unclipped her seatbelt, Jen turned to him. You don't talk about Joan often. How is she doing? It's been a while since I last saw her. She's managing, Matt replied, a familiar ache settling in his chest. She misses the trails terribly. The arthritis is a real battle, and she's barely older than I am. Not that it slows her down much. She tears around in that wheelchair like it's a race car. Calls it her personal chariot. Honestly, she's probably more of a hazard on wheels than you are behind this steering wheel. Stepping out of the car, Matt tried to push thoughts of his wife aside, though they were a constant gentle presence. He didn't mind the thoughts. He just wished he could do more for her, knowing she would move mountains for him without a second thought. "First time for me here," Jen remarked, joining him on the gravel. "Seems a bit upscale for my usual haunts. I've driven by plenty of times, though." "On your way up to the Tan Hill Inn, I'd guess?" Matt asked. "It's a favourite spot," Jen confirmed, her face brightening. "It's all raw beauty and wide-open sky up there. One of those pubs that actually gets better the fiercer the weather turns." Matt led the way across the road and through the lodge's main entrance. Inside, the air was still thick with the savoury scent of a breakfast service from hours before, fried sausages, black pudding and toast lingering in the warmth. His stomach gave an audible growl. A couple walked by, decked out in full hiking gear, their conversation lively and faces beaming. For a painful second, he pictured Kirsty from the day before, that same eager energy in her step as she headed for the hills, completely unaware of the tragedy waiting for her on the moors. The sight also brought back memories of himself and Joan from a time when they could still explore the trails side by side. Those were good days, now feeling like a lifetime ago. In the bar area, he spotted a staff member, a young woman dressed smartly whose smile was so bright it could have challenged the midday sun. Matt introduced himself and was met with an even warmer grin and a distinct, friendly New Zealand accent. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "We just need to ask a few questions about someone who might have stopped by yesterday," Matt explained. "Do you happen to know who was working?" "That was me," the woman said. "Go ahead and ask." Jen walked over to join them. "Would it be all right if we got your name and a contact number first?" Matt asked politely. "Just for our records in case we need to follow up on anything later." "Of course," she replied, offering her name as Ellie Matthews and then reciting her cell number. "Now, what did you need to know?" Jen pulled the car keys from her pocket. "First thing, is there a Porsche in your parking lot?" "I'm not certain, but you're welcome to go check," Ellie said, pointing toward a set of doors. "The lot is just out back through there." Jen thanked her and headed out, following a few quick pointers from Ellie. A couple of minutes later, Jen reappeared, leaning in through the doorway. "The car's definitely here. I'll radio it in and then take a closer look outside," with Jen gone again. Matt turned his attention back to Ellie. "The photo I'm going to show you is a few years old," he cautioned, pulling out the wedding picture of Kirsty that Harry had shared. "But if you saw the driver yesterday, I'm sure you'll recognize her." Ellie looked at the image, and her expression shifted to one of concern. "Yes, I remember her. Is she all right? Has something happened?" Matt sidestepped the question for now. "Can you tell us anything else about her visit? Did she mention why she was here, or what her plans were?" Ellie paused, thinking back. She was very talkative, and seemed really excited, almost like a kid on an adventure. She mentioned coming to Swaledale often as a child and said this trip was a sort of homecoming for her. Matt scribbled notes as she spoke. "Anything else stand out? Did she happen to say if she was meeting up with anyone?" Ellie shook her head. "No, she didn't mention meeting anyone. At least, not that I can recall. She was alone when she arrived, requesting to leave her car parked here. And that was the extent of our interaction. We typically don't permit that as the lot is reserved for overnight guests, but she had a room booked for tonight regardless, so it wasn't an issue." "So she was scheduled to stay here tonight?" Matt inquired. "Did she leave any belongings with you for safekeeping?" "Yes," Ellie confirmed. "There's a suitcase upstairs in her room. She mentioned the trip was a personal indulgence, a chance to get away for some me time, I believe she called it." "And you're certain she didn't reference anyone else joining her?" "As certain as I can be," Ellie replied. Jen reappeared through the doors and rejoined them. "Ellie, has anyone else come by asking for her?" Ellie gave a slight shake of her head. "Not that I've seen. Maybe another staff member took a query. I can check around." "No, that's all right," Jen said. Matt thanked Ellie for her assistance before following Jen back outside. "You suspect someone was tailing her?" "I don't suspect it," Jen stated flatly. I know it. Look at this. She held up an evidence bag containing a brief note scribbled on plain paper. Damn, Matt muttered. My thoughts exactly, Jen replied. Chapter 12. The post had been live for an hour and the responses were still flooding in. Those who understood, who shared his sense of grievance and rejection, they were celebrating his work. Celebrating it. The adrenaline surge had been so intense he was certain its effects lingered even now, over 12 hours later. And it felt incredible. The expression on her face served her right, served every single one of them right, because she was merely the opening act. They were all going to receive their due, and it was a gathering tempest, a righteous reckoning aimed at every privileged, ungrateful soul out there. They had this coming, every last one, and the thought sent another electrifying jolt through him. A storm. Yes, that was the perfect term. This was a storm, and he was the initial gust that set it in motion. Soon others would rally, would follow his lead, and together they would unleash such chaos that the world would be forced to take notice. This was precisely why he had chosen her first, that thankless woman. She had everything, a lovely home, a fancy car, a husband, and still she wasn't content. Oh, she had it coming, and she deserved every bit of it. She was the example. So who followed? He'd meticulously planned the first for weeks, but hadn't solidified the next phase. Yet there had to be a second act if this was to achieve the seismic impact he envisioned. One incident was merely a spark. A second confirmed the fire was spreading. And then a third, and a fourth. He refreshed the post, watching the messages multiply, his screen filling with acclaim and devotion. You're our champion. Who's next? Can't wait to see the next one get theirs. All hail. These words were for him. Strangers from across the globe reaching out just to honor him. He particularly liked being called a soldier. Wasn't that what he was? He had the equipment, had done the research, had invested countless hours on tutorials to perfect his craft. He had practiced relentlessly until he was a force unto himself. Leaning back in his chair, he laced his fingers behind his head and gazed at the ceiling, a faint, giddy laugh escaping him. This initial mission had been a triumph beyond expectation. The excitement was palpable, a vibrant, thrumming energy that made him feel more truly alive than he ever had before. A stray thought, unbidden from the original plan, crossed his mind. He remembered the crisp, almost silent sound of fallen leaves underfoot in a park weeks ago, a moment of quiet resolve that had solidified his purpose. Now that purpose was unfolding, and the world was starting to listen. But now he had to think. He needed to focus his mind on the next step of his mission, because that's truly what it had become. Then an idea hit him. Of course, why hadn't he seen it sooner? It was brilliantly simple, wasn't it? And no one would ever anticipate it. The sheer elegance of the plan made him chuckle softly, and as he pulled up a new window on his monitor, watching a small blinking dot hover over a digital map, that chuckle deepened into a laugh, a sound as icy and sharp as the steel he'd wielded just hours before. Chapter 13. Harry eased his car into the driveway of a standalone house with a spacious two-car garage off to the side and a front lawn big enough for a serious game of croquet. You ever try croquet? Harry asked, the thought popping out almost on its own. Can't say I have, Jim replied with flies settled on his lap, busily licking his chin. Why do you ask? You're not missing much, Harry said. He honestly couldn't understand why anyone would bother with such a pointless pastime. He'd never grasped the appeal. Truth be told, he felt that way about most games and sports. Winning or losing just never got his blood pumping. Sure, he enjoyed a casual card game at the pub, or tossing a few darts, but the thrill of victory, that had always left him cold. He'd made an effort to seem interested a few times, especially during his years with the paratroopers, since so many of the guys were crazy about football or whatever sport was on. Since then, though, he was fairly certain he hadn't watched a single match.
You don't ever see it on TV, do you?
Jim remarked. See what, croquet? Jim said. They show darts, right? And snooker. Croquet's in the same family.
Is it?
Jim gave a firm nod. They're not really sports, they're games. So how come croquet never makes the cut? Bowls does, Harry pointed out.
Exactly, Jim exclaimed.
I think you're onto something, Harry said. Maybe a new weekend programme. There are plenty of others you could feature, Jim added, as Fly rolled onto his back across Jim's knees, revelling in a belly rub. Quoits, for instance. Good call, Skittles. Now you're talking. Welly wanging. At that, Harry frowned. Welly wanging? Didn't you go to the Hawes Festival? Jim asked. Harry had, in fact, spent an entire afternoon there once, thanks to relentless pestering from Liz and Matt, and it was certainly an experience, not least because, from the moment he stepped past the bunting-draped entrance onto the festival field, he felt like he'd been thrown back in time. So you must have seen the welly wanging, Jim said. Harry was still clueless about that particular event, but the day at the festival was etched in his memory. Not just because of the fancy dress parade which had wound through the market square before ending up on the field, a spectacle that was a joy to behold, assuming your idea of joy involved witnessing the terrifying creativity people can muster with too much free time, crepe paper and papier-mâché. But also because of the rows of stalls lining the field offering everything from a coconut shy and wooden swing boats to the local Methodist minister locked in the stocks, a pet show, and even that wildly popular game where contestants shimmied along a horizontal pole to smack an opponent in the face with a heavy pillow, sending them tumbling into the mud below. You'll have to demonstrate sometime, Harry said, and he turned off the engine. Then he gazed up at the house, wondering what had prompted Kirsty to walk away from it and head for Swaledale. I see there's another car here, Jim observed. So I suppose someone's home. The other vehicle in the drive was a black BMW, and Harry tried hard not to immediately assume the owner, who he guessed was Kirsty's husband, was a complete jerk. But the odds weren't in the guy's favour, especially since Harry had spotted the M3 badge on the rear. Harry unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to look at Jim. Harry looked back, but it wasn't just Jim's face he saw. Fly was there too, his long tongue lolling out in what Harry was absolutely certain was a permanent canine smile. Jim, do you recall the last time we had to deliver this kind of news? Telling someone a family member has died? I do, Jim replied. George Hodgson, after we found his wife at Semmerwater. That had been Harry's very first week in the Yorkshire Dales. What an introduction it was, he reflected. And now, just over 4 months later, he was preparing to do it all again. Right, well, that's good, Harry said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. We'll just have to play it by ear. You can never predict how someone will take it. As he stepped out of the RAV4, Harry was heading toward the house when his phone buzzed in his pocket. The name on the screen did not improve his mood. He glanced at Jim, who was giving a stern look to Fly. The dog was perched on the passenger seat, staring intently out the window. Just need to get this, Harry muttered. He put the phone to his ear. Good morning, sir. What can I do for you? On the other end, Detective Superintendent Swift let out a loud, unmistakable sigh of irritation. This was never a promising start, especially before a single word of substance had been exchanged. I hear our peaceful streak has come to an end, the superintendent stated. How long did you plan to wait before letting me know? I was going to call you later today, Harry said, the lie coming easily. You know, once we had more from the scene, investigators didn't want to interrupt you prematurely, sir, knowing how swamped you are with, well, whatever it is that keeps you so occupied. It is my job to be interrupted. The superintendent shot back, his voice sharp. I am literally paid to be the person you and everyone else bothers. That is my function, to be bothered. Provided you only do so when it's actually important, and this, I assume, qualifies. Well, now that I'm clear on that, sir, I'll be sure to bother you at every possible opportunity. There was a heavy pause on the line. So, what's the situation? The superintendent asked, his tone shifting to business. And what exactly is being done? Harry provided a concise summary, where Kirsty's body had been discovered, the current status, and what the rest of the team was working on. And you're short 2 officers, the superintendent noted. Which means I'll have to clear my weekend and come down to supervise. That really isn't necessary, sir, I assure you, Harry said quickly. Everything is under control. Yes, but it's your control, Grim, isn't it? Harry drew in a slow, steady breath. The superintendent had taken an instant dislike to him from their very first meeting, and Harry hadn't made any particular effort to change that opinion. Detective Inspector Haig and PCSO Airy will be back next week, he said. In fact, I believe Liz returns Sunday evening. We'll manage perfectly well until then. Be that as it may, I'll be on my way as soon as I've handled a few matters. Where are you now, Grim? At the victim's house, Harry replied, with PCSO Metcalf. And where precisely is that? Up near Darlington, Harry said, deliberately vague. Very well. I'll see you later today at the community centre. I'll expect a thorough and complete briefing. Of course, Harry said, mentally urging the conversation to end. Was there anything else? No, that's all, Harry replied, marvelling silently at how his superior had somehow flipped the script, making it seem as though Harry had been the one to initiate this unwelcome call. Good, the superintendent said, and the line went dead. Harry shoved his phone back into his pocket. He had always believed mobile phones were responsible for a tremendous amount of wasted time in modern life, not just due to social media, but because they granted everyone far too much access to everyone else. How many calls were made that simply didn't need to happen? That one certainly qualified, and how often were people contacted about things that were neither urgent nor necessary? The whole exchange left him with a familiar grinding frustration. The impatience ushered in by the mobile phone was a whole different beast, wasn't it? It bred this absolute conviction that a call demanded an immediate answer. Silence could only mean deliberate rudeness or some desperate crisis. With Harry, it was almost always rudeness. If he didn't feel like answering, he just didn't. The choice to call was theirs. The choice to answer was his, and he usually chose not to. Approaching the front door with Jim at his side, Harry paused to lay a hand on the car's hood. Still warm, he noted. So someone's home, Jim said. Looks that way, Harry replied, and he was fairly certain that someone would be the husband, which meant this wasn't going to be a casual conversation. Far from it. Delivering news of a death to a person's closest family was a task no amount of training could ever truly soften. It gave you the procedure, but that was all. Having Jim here for support, for the recipient of the news, and frankly, for himself, was a genuine comfort. As he reached the door, Harry caught his own reflection in the glass panel. The face staring back seemed engineered for one purpose, to deliver the worst possible news, which was precisely what he was about to do. For a fleeting, cowardly moment, he considered shoving Jim forward to be the first face seen, but instead he reached out and pressed the bell. The door swung inward at the exact instant the chime sounded, and Harry was hit by a raucous, dirty laugh carried on a wave of perfume, cheap aftershave, booze, and the underlying funk of sweat and garlic. Whoa, sorry, Harry blurted, stepping back and colliding with Jim, who lost his footing and tumbled onto the lawn as a woman stumbled backward into the space they'd just occupied. Her attire was technically present, but left absolutely nothing to the imagination. Harry shot a glance at Jim, who was scrambling to his feet. You all right? My bad. Jim, however, was speechless, his gaze fixed on the woman. She turned, wobbled, and leaned into Harry, her exhale washing over him with the dense, almost tangible aroma of wine and last night's indulgences. It was a thick, nearly chewable cloud. No, my fault entirely, she slurred, pushing herself upright to reveal a man standing in the doorway behind her. She tossed him a breezy wave and a blown kiss. Thanks for a wild evening. Full of surprises, you devil. Call me, and we'll have another round. The man in the doorway fixed a hard stare on Harry and Jim before shifting it to the woman. Sure, absolutely. Harry took him in, tall, broad, with a black robe doing little to conceal a physique honed in a gym. His face was all sharp, carved angles, but his expression held the cold, superior disdain of a politician surveying an inconvenient crowd. The sound of an engine made Harry turn to see a taxi pulling into the driveway behind his car. The woman weaved and stumbled toward it, climbing in and offering a flirtatious wave out the window as the cab reversed and sped off. In his own vehicle, Harry saw Fly's little black nose pressed against the fogged passenger window. He refocused on the man in the doorway. "Mr. Jackson, I'm Detective Chief Inspector Harry Grimm," he said, holding up his ID. "This is PCSO James Metcalf. May we come in, please?" The man rubbed his eyes slowly and gave a weary shake of his head. "Look, whatever this is about, and I genuinely have no clue why that crazy woman sent you, I'm exhausted. I need a shower, and it would honestly be better if you came back later. Actually, scratch that, it wouldn't. So thanks, and goodbye." Mr. Jackson moved to shut the door, but Harry's hand shot out, stopping it cold. To ensure it wouldn't budge, Harry curled his fingers around the edge, holding it firmly. "I phrased it politely," he said, "but it wasn't a suggestion. May we come in?" Until the door opened. Harry had braced himself to meet a man grappling with a broken marriage. The reasons weren't his concern, though from the crime scene it seemed crucial to understanding why Kirsty had vanished. On top of that, he'd have to deliver the news that this man's wife had been murdered. Divorce or not, that would be devastating. Now, however, Harry realized he was facing a completely different kind of person. He didn't want to leap to judgments, that wasn't his role, and people handle failing relationships in all sorts of ways. But in that moment, he wasn't sensing any regret or remorse. Just a whole lot of mind-your-own-damn business. Mr. Jackson stood frozen. Harry applied steady, increasing pressure against the door. Mr. Jackson tried to resist, but it was useless, and Harry caught the flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Fine, come in then," Mr. Jackson said, irritation sharp in his tone. Harry stepped inside, Jim following but keeping a careful distance. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" Harry asked. "Will this take long?" "I think we should sit down," Harry replied, then gestured toward a door to their left. "Is the living room through there?" He didn't wait for an answer, crossing to push the door open. Inside, the room was a testament to the previous night's escapades. 3 empty wine bottles sat on a glass coffee table beside a small board with cheese and cracker remnants. The sofa cushions were strewn across the floor in front of a gas fireplace, surrounded by clothing clearly discarded in a rush of drunken passion. A torn-open condom packet lay nearby, its contents scattered. Harry took in the scene, less shocked than curious about how the woman he'd just seen leaving had managed to find enough clothing to wear, given how much was still lying here. "We can talk in the kitchen," Mr. Jackson insisted. Harry and Jim turned away and followed him across the hall into a kitchen that looked like something from a design magazine. "Coffee," Mr. Jackson offered. "Your car," Harry said, ignoring the question as he moved toward a stool near a central granite-topped island. "Yes, what about it?" "Just wondering if you've been out this morning," Harry asked. "I went to the store to grab a few things for breakfast," Mr. Jackson answered. "In your robe?" Harry pressed. "Of course not," Mr. Jackson retorted. "And you felt safe to drive. You're referring to the wine, I assume. I had 1 glass 12 hours ago. I hardly drink. It interferes with my training." "1 glass?" Harry repeated. "You're certain about that?" "Absolutely certain," Mr. Jackson snapped. "I'm heading to the gym later, and alcohol doesn't exactly pair well with my routine. Now, what is this about? Why did Kirsty send you? What I do now is my own business and has nothing to do with her." "Please," Harry said, his tone shifting from patient to quietly commanding, "just sit down. I do believe this is for the best." Mr. Jackson shook his head and moved to sit across from Harry. Jim remained standing. Harry offered no reply, choosing instead to simply deliver the news every officer dreads giving. "Mr. Jackson, I have some terrible news I need to share with you," he said, the words tasting as foul as rancid meat in his mouth, their fundamental wrongness so stark, their purpose so brutally clear that Harry wished desperately to be anywhere else on earth. "Your wife, Kirsty, was involved in an incident in Swaledale last night. I am very sorry to tell you she did not survive."
Chapter 14, Bull.
Mr. Jackson shouted, leaping to his feet.
I don't have to listen to this garbage. Who in the hell do you think you are? Did she put you up to this? Is that it? Trying to mess with my mind, that is just so perfectly her style. Unbelievable. And if she thinks she's getting a single dime of what this house is worth, she's got another think coming. Please, Mr.
Jackson, Harry said, keeping his tone level and controlled, which was a struggle given the powerful, visceral urge he felt to plant a solid punch right in the man's face. I need you to sit back down. I understand this is a tremendous shock, but... A shock? A shock? I'll tell you what's going to be a shock. My boot connecting with your backside as I throw you out of my home. That's what! In an instant, Mr. Jackson was around the table and right in Harry's face. Then Jim intervened, placing himself between them and, with a firm but controlled pressure, eased the furious man backward. Mr. Jackson, please, Jim began, his hands raised in a placating gesture, but Mr. Jackson was having none of it. He leaned aggressively into Jim's space, words spraying out with pure venom, forcing Jim to lean back from the tirade. He's not handling it all that well, is he? Jim remarked, glancing back at Harry. He's not handling it in the slightest, Harry replied flatly. Mr. Jackson's shouting resumed. What? She thinks she can just destroy a marriage and then hire people to back up her crazy stories to get revenge on me. Is that it? We are police officers, Harry stated, his voice deliberately devoid of emotion, though maintaining that facade was growing harder by the second. Please, Mr. Jackson, take a seat. And for what? That's what I want to know, Mr. Jackson ranted on, completely ignoring him. How much did she pay you to do this? Can't be much judging by your cheap suit. But I'll pay you triple to just get the hell out of my house. How does that sound? Harry let the insult about his clothing slide and made another attempt to de-escalate the situation. But it was futile. So you're just going to sit there, are you? Well, we'll see about that. With a furious roar, Mr. Jackson shoved past Jim, sending him stumbling to his knees, and then lunged at Harry. He grabbed Harry by the lapels of his jacket and threw all his weight into one massive heave, trying to yank Harry to his feet. It didn't work. Harry remained seated on his stool, looking up at the enraged man before him, an immovable object utterly unaffected by the swearing and straining. Jim was back on his feet. Can I arrest him, boss, Mr. Jackson? Harry said, fully aware that his complete calm in the face of the man's protests and physical assault was only fueling the rage further. I can understand the shock and distress you must be feeling, but you need to calm down. I truly do not want to arrest you, especially not at a time like this, but you must sit down, compose yourself, and listen to me. Do you understand? For a long moment, it seemed Mr. Jackson would do no such thing. Then, abruptly, he released Harry's jacket and took a step back. Do you understand, Mr. Jackson? Harry pressed. Please, sit down. When Mr. Jackson spoke again, his voice was a hollow whisper, a ghost of the shouting that had filled the room moments before. I need to take a shower, he said, and before Harry could get another word in, the man turned and walked calmly out of the kitchen. His footsteps faded as he went upstairs. Harry followed him into the hallway. Mr. Jackson, please, you need to listen to what we've just told you. Do you have any family we can call, someone who can be with you right now? Also, I need contact information for Kirsty's parents if you have it. The only reply was the sound of a shower starting. Jim came to stand beside Harry. Well, that went smoothly, Jim remarked. Was about all Harry could muster, so he added a muttered, We really botched that, just in case Jim missed his frustration. They lingered at the foot of the stairs for a minute, trying to figure out what they were dealing with, while from above the sound of the shower was drowned out by pulsing electronic dance music. The kind Harry always associated with all-night warehouse parties, not a Saturday morning after receiving life-shattering news. Has this ever happened to you before? Jim asked. Can't say it has, Harry replied. Well, that's something, Jim said. He wandered into the kitchen and then returned. Quite a place, isn't it? Must both be doing well to afford this. You saw his car, Harry said, and it looks like Kirsty was driving a Porsche. Not for me, though, Jim said. I need the open hills. Is your dog all right? Harry asked. He hasn't made a mess on my car seat, has he? I'll go let him out, Jim said. Left alone for a moment, Harry continued his odd vigil at the bottom of the stairs. Mr. Jackson was unlike anyone he'd ever encountered, and he'd only been in the man's presence for about 15 minutes. Who in the world goes and takes a shower after being told their wife is dead? And that remark about what he was wearing, completely unnecessary, wasn't it? Harry decided to make himself a coffee, so he did. When Mr. Jackson reappeared about 15 minutes later, he was dressed in jeans and a polo shirt, with a sweater draped over his shoulders. Jim had already come back inside and, to Harry's relief, reported that Fly had done nothing in the car but curl up on the driver's seat, fast asleep. We made some coffee, Harry stated, stating the obvious. Mr. Jackson said nothing in reply, poured himself a glass of water, and sat down. I'm sorry, he said. It's just that I'm not very good with bad news, and it's all rather a terrible shock, isn't it? He took a sip, his hands trembling. She's dead, you're sure about that? You're sure it's her, Kirsty, I mean? It's not someone else, bad news, Harry thought. When does the murder of your wife get downgraded to just bad news? I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may, Harry said, pulling out his small notebook and a chewed-up pen, eager to move forward now that Mr. Jackson seemed calmer. He also smelled faintly of mint, which, while pleasant, didn't exactly contribute to the gravity of the situation. And do you have someone you can call who can come over during this difficult time? Mr. Jackson shook his head, then handed over a slip of paper with a phone number written on it. You said you wanted Kirsty's parents' details, he said. They'll be home, I'm sure. They live over near Catterick. Unless you want me to tell them. You don't, though, do you? I mean, I can, but well, I'm not sure Harry took the paper. I'll have someone sent out to visit them, he said, handing the note to Jim. We could use Gordy here for this, he added. Can you give Matt a call? Jim left the kitchen and headed outside to make the call. There was no response from Mr. Jackson. Instead, he just sat there staring into the middle distance. So, Mr. Jackson, Harry began. Darryl, Mr. Jackson replied. Please call me Darryl. Okay, thank you, Darryl. I'm afraid I have to ask this, but can you tell me where you were last night? A look of stunned disbelief spread across the man's features. You can't possibly think I had anything to do with it. That's ridiculous. Why on earth would I? You're out of your mind. It's a standard question we have to ask, Harry explained, keeping his voice level and patient. It's important for the investigation. I'm sure you can appreciate that. Of course, but I shouldn't be a suspect. I'm her husband. Please, just answer the question. I was right here, obviously, Darryl said, gesturing broadly around the room. You saw who I was with. You were here. I did see, Harry thought, but that doesn't settle it. Would you be willing to provide her contact information so you don't believe me? Unbelievable. What is it with you people? It's just procedure, Harry stated. If we can verify your alibi, it helps everyone, I'm sure you understand. Well, I'd have to look for it, Darryl replied, his tone turning defensive. We weren't exactly filling out forms for each other. It was a casual thing. But you must have her number, Harry pressed. Or know where she lives. Darryl gave a non-committal shrug. Not really. We met at a bar downtown. You know how it goes. She came back here with me. Harry waited, but no further explanation was offered. Just then, Jim re-entered the kitchen. All set? Harry asked. Jim gave a nod, though Harry caught a flicker of something unspoken in his partner's expression. Everything all right over there? Yeah, fine, Jim said, a little too quickly. All good. That was all Harry needed to know that a more pointed conversation was waiting for them later. For now, his focus remained on Darryl. That taxi from before, Jim, he said, turning back. Did you get the company name? Jim thought for a moment. I believe it was Sandy's Taxis. Good. Give them a call. See if you can track down any information on the woman we saw leaving. What's her name? Harry looked expectantly at Darryl, one eyebrow raised. Claire. I think her name was. Darryl offered. You think? Harry said. the skepticism heavy in his voice. Last name? No clue. I'll see what I can dig up, Jim said, heading back outside to make the call. Harry turned his full attention back to Darryl. When was the last time you saw your wife? About 2 weeks back, Darryl explained. She said she wanted a divorce and told me to get out. I said no, so she left. No idea where she went. Probably friends, maybe a hotel. I even called her parents, but they claimed they hadn't seen her. Were you aware she was planning a hiking and camping trip? Darryl let out a harsh, humorless laugh. Camping? Kirsty, you've got to be joking. Is that what this is about? So you didn't know what? About her plans, where she was going, Harry clarified. Darryl shook his head. No, and why would I? I haven't heard a word from her since she walked out, unless you count a nasty letter from her lawyer, but camping. Seriously. Harry continued. Can you think of any reason someone might want to hurt her? Any arguments, maybe someone from her work? She's an accountant, Darryl said with a dismissive wave. Unless someone held a grudge over a misplaced decimal point, I doubt it. Harry noted the man was still speaking of his wife in the present tense. You're not certain, though? We didn't talk shop much, Darryl said. Out of the blue, a memory surfaced for Harry. A previous case, where a spouse's offhand comment about hating camping had later proven to be a crucial lie. He filed the thought away. Just out of curiosity, Harry asked, shifting gears. What is it you do for a living? Darryl seemed to inflate slightly with pride. I'm a stockbroker. I work for myself. Do quite well, as I'm sure you've gathered. Harry watched as Darryl's eyes swept around the kitchen, as if inviting admiration for the high-end finishes and custom cabinetry. Harry remained unmoved. So you had no knowledge your wife was going away? No, Darryl stated firmly. As I've told you, I haven't seen her since she left 2 weeks ago. Harry couldn't fathom someone expressing so little grief over his deceased wife, and was relieved when Jim returned. Any leads? Nothing on the name. It was a cash transaction, Jim reported. What about the drop-off location? Right in the centre of town, Jim said. That's likely where she left her vehicle, Darryl suggested. Harry reviewed his sparse notes before standing. Mr. Jackson, please accept our deepest condolences. We are committed to using every resource to find the person responsible. He was nearly finished when he recalled the peculiar white spheres discovered nearby. He produced the evidence bag. Do you recognize these? Darryl leaned in, squinting at the contents. Small white balls, he stated flatly. Any notion what they might be, or where they came from? Darryl gave a dismissive shake of his head. Absolutely no clue, he replied. Harry returned the bag to his pocket. Our family liaison officer is on leave, but someone will reach out to you later today. Darryl stood and ushered them into the hallway. Yes, it's dreadful news, truly awful, but I'll manage, I'm certain. Even so, Harry insisted, someone will contact you. We'll schedule a follow-up and offer further assistance. It's genuinely unnecessary. You might believe that now, Harry said, his tone firming. But take my word for it, all right? You'll need the support, so accept it. Darryl offered no further argument, just a hollow smile as he guided them to the front door and waited for their departure. In that moment, Harry had a torrent of words for Mr. Darryl Jackson. The man's icy demeanour and odd conduct had grated on Harry so thoroughly that his immediate impulse was to seize him by the collar and shout. But as he looked at Darryl standing there in his crisp, expensive clothes, the scent of mint clinging to him, his sculpted face as expressive as a stone slab, his overly defined chest muscles straining his shirt, Harry's irritation shifted to a cold, clear pity. Here was a man already prowling bars for comfort in strangers' beds, someone bizarrely eager for compliments on his kitchen renovations, a person who treated the loss of his life partner as merely an inconvenient headline. It takes all kinds to populate the planet, Harry mused. But why the universe felt the need to include specimens like Darryl remained a complete mystery outside. Harry remembered a final point and turned back as Darryl began shutting the door. One more thing, what? Does the name Stacy mean anything to you? Stacy? Darrell repeated, mulling the word as if it were a piece of tough meat. Not a thing. Why? Nothing to concern yourself with, Harry said. Thanks for your... The slam of the door cut him off. He drew a deep breath of the afternoon air. Well, that was an experience, he remarked, heading toward the RAV4. Do you think he processed anything we said? Jim asked. Your guess is as good as mine, Harry said, opening the car door only to be greeted by Fly's massive paws and an enthusiastic, slobbery tongue. Settling inside with Jim, Harry recalled the PCSO's odd behavior earlier. So Matt's on his way to see the parents, is he? Harry asked, as he fastened his seatbelt. Jim's slight hesitation confirmed Harry's suspicion. What is it? Harry pressed. What aren't you saying? I didn't speak to Matt, Jim admitted. No, who then? It was Haig, Jim said. He's the one who went to see the parents. It was the brightest spot in Harry's otherwise grim day. As he backed out of Mr. Jackson's driveway, he was acutely aware of the grin spreading across his face at the thought of Haig actually having to perform a task instead of just lodging complaints. Jim glanced at his watch. I left the house about 15 minutes ago. The husband was a bit strange, too. So you're not there now, came the reply. No, Jim said. Why? I think you need to turn around and get back there right now. Harry cut in. What's going on? Why do we need to go back? We found the car, Matt explained. Kirsty's Porsche. It's parked behind the lodge up in Keld. Where the corpse road begins, Jim said. Exactly, Matt confirmed. Kirsty was there yesterday. She left it overnight and had a room booked for this evening too. Harry pressed him. What's your point? Jen found a note on the car window, Matt said. It was tucked under the windshield wiper. A note? Jim asked. About what? It's not just the content, Matt replied. It's about who we think wrote it. He paused briefly. Did the husband say where he was last night? Didn't really need to, Jim said. We showed up just as his date from the previous night was leaving. Harry instinctively let off the gas, already sensing what was coming. He was there, Matt stated. Her husband. He knew where she was. Spotting a side road, Harry swung the RAV around, wishing desperately for a patrol car with lights. He made a mental note to bring that up with Detective Superintendent Haig. You're sure it was him? Harry asked, checking traffic before speeding back the way they came. I'll read you the note, Matt said, and I apologize for the language. There was a short silence, broken only by the engine as Harry accelerated hard. Matt's voice came through clearly. I'm watching you, bitch. I'll never let you leave me. Ever. Bloody hell. Jim sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. That lying, he trailed off. Bastard. Harry finished for him. It's okay to swear, you know that, Matt? Yes, boss. What time was he there? Trying to find that out now, Matt replied. Just going through some security footage. But that's not all, I'm afraid. We found something else. Harry's mind raced, already preparing for whatever excuse Darrell Jackson and his fancy kitchen would offer for lying so easily. What else? He demanded. You found something. What is it? I took a quick look around the car, Matt said. Forensics is on the way, obviously, and we've left it alone, but I spotted something underneath, near the passenger side. Sending you a photo now. A ping sounded from Jim's phone moments later. He opened the file and showed Harry the screen. It displayed a small black box about the size of a cigarette pack, stuck to the underside of Kirsty's car. Are you kidding me? Harry hissed through clenched teeth, the words sharp with anger. What is it? Jim asked, peering at the photo. I think it's a tracker, Matt said. No way, Jim gasped. That's like spy stuff, isn't it? Not really, Harry countered, his tone shifting to one of weary practicality. You can buy them online for next to nothing. People use them for security, to keep tabs on their kids. All sorts. I think some insurance companies even give you a discount if you have one. Spy more, pay less. That kind of ridiculous deal. Yeah, well, I'm guessing Kirsty had no idea it was there, Matt said. You'd have to be looking for it to find it. They were now less than a mile from Darrell's house, and the distance felt agonizingly slow. "We're almost back at the house," Harry said. "What about you and Jen?" "We were about to head over to talk to Adam's brother," Matt replied. "Just to follow up on what he saw on the moors, the lights and everything. Just wanted you to be the first to know about this." The voice on the line said. "Understood," Harry replied. "Solid work. Keep at it and see what Gary thinks also. Make sure Jaden reaches out to Haig and fills him in on our progress." "On it, boss." Harry signaled for Jim to end the call. Slowing the car as they entered a quiet neighborhood, he said, "We're almost there. No clue how he'll react when he spots us again, and we still don't know why he lied about Kirsty's whereabouts. But we're about to get some answers." "Are we taking him in?" Jim asked. Harry shook his head. "We don't have nearly enough for an arrest, but we need him to come with us for questioning. Lying to us is a serious issue. We can lean on him with the threat of charges for wasting police time. Or obstructing justice," Jim added. "Exactly," Harry agreed. "That should be enough to make him cooperate quietly. If he resists, we'll handle it then." "Got it," Jim said, pointing ahead. "The house is right there." Harry turned into the driveway and let out a sharp, colourful curse, pounding his fist on the steering wheel. "Car's gone," Jim observed. "No kidding, it's gone," Harry snapped. "My guess is he took off right after we left. But where and why?" Jim wondered. "If he's innocent, this isn't doing him any favours." "Not at all," Harry said. "Our visit spooked him. If he's clean, he's running because he thinks we've pegged him as the main suspect. Can't really blame him given the circumstances. And if he's guilty, then he probably didn't expect the police to be on his doorstep so soon. So he ran." Jim unbuckled his seatbelt. Fly, who had been curled on his lap, hopped over to Harry and eagerly licked his chin. "He likes you," Jim said with a grin, opening his door as Fly's tail wagged furiously. The dog planted his front paws on Harry's chest, trying to reach his face. Harry scooped him up, set him down in the footwell, and stepped out of the car. "Here," he called to Jim, tossing him the keys the forensics team had found on Kirsty. "See if any of these fit the front door. What if the alarm's set?" "I'll bet $5 our friend Darrell was in too much of a hurry to worry about burglars making off with his fancy candlesticks and oil paintings," Harry said. At the door, Jim tried a key and it turned on the first attempt. They pushed it open, bracing for an alarm that never sounded. "See, told you," Harry said. "The wisdom of experience right there." "You're not old," Jim replied. "Sure, feels that way sometimes," Harry muttered. "And hanging around with you isn't helping. Now get inside and see what you can find." Harry followed Jim into the house. It was quiet, too quiet, in a way he'd sensed many times before. It was as if a house could tell when its occupants had left, for better or worse. The air hung still, almost as though the walls themselves were caught off guard, unsure what to do next. "Check upstairs," Harry instructed, "and stay alert. For all we know, he's still here, and someone else drove the car away." "Really?" "Probably not," Harry admitted, "but stay sharp anyway." As Jim hurried upstairs, Harry swept through the ground floor, starting with the living room. It was just as they'd left it, a frozen scene from the previous night's rowdy, drink-soaked party. Clearly Darrell hadn't bothered to clean up, which spoke volumes. Further down the hall, Harry peeked into a combined office and home gym. French doors looked out onto a large, meticulously landscaped garden full of sharp angles, gravel paths, and oddly shaped shrubs. The exercise equipment looked pricey, as did the flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. Stepping out into the garden, Harry's eyes were drawn to a central water feature. It resembled a giant, misshapen chocolate bar, still clumsily wrapped in its metallic foil, with a feeble trickle of water running down its sides. It was without question a ludicrously expensive piece. Just another trophy in Darrell and Kirsty's curated world, he mused. A world he'd seen replicated in countless homes where wealth was mistaken for contentment. A mistake that often ended in quiet despair. After checking the office, he moved through a cozy library, its shelves packed and walls adorned with tasteful art, then a utility room that offered an exit near the garage. He eventually circled back to the kitchen, sinking onto the same stool he'd vacated not long before, listening to the faint sounds of Jim moving about upstairs. "Find anything?" Harry asked when Jim finally descended. Jim gave a non-committal shrug. "Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure what the target was, but whatever it might have been, it's not here. So the fool's definitely done a runner," Harry stated. "Might as well save us all some time and just get guilty inked on his forehead now, regardless of the facts." "I got the license plate," Jim said. "Wrote it down when we pulled up." A genuine smile spread across Harry's face. Jim was, without a doubt, exceptionally good at the job, right? "Call that in, and let's see if we can track him down. Guilty or innocent, we need him answering more questions." Jim chuckled, answering questions back at the station. "Not sure our couple of rented rooms in Hawes quite qualify for that title." "Force of habit," Harry admitted, "though I can't think of a better name for it, and I'm certainly not going to announce, right, let's get him back to the community centre annex every time we need to have a chat." Outside, Fly was already perched in the passenger seat of the RAV4, watching Harry intently, his tail drumming a steady rhythm against the seat. "You're a hopeless case, you know that," Harry said to the dog, which only made the tail thump faster and with more enthusiasm. "All right, they're on it," Jim said, joining him at the vehicle. "What's next?" Harry glanced at his watch. The afternoon was slipping away, evening eager to take its place. "Let's head back. We'll regroup with the team and assess where we stand." He noticed Jim was staring back at the house, a pensive look on his face. "You all right?" Harry asked. Jim turned back, his expression serious. "Do you think he did it?" "The husband, I mean." "Statistically, most murder victims are killed by someone they know, a partner, a family member, a close friend," Harry replied, his tone measured and detached. "So that's a yes, then?" "No, it's a factual observation. The data supports it for cases like this. But there are always outliers, always. Still," Jim pressed, "it seems pretty clear-cut right now, doesn't it? Especially with him vanishing." "What appears obvious and what is true are often galaxies apart," Harry said. Then he relented slightly. "But yes, the optics are certainly pointing in one direction." Jim frowned. "You're talking in circles. I'm saying we don't jump to conclusions. Some pieces of this fit neatly, others don't. And it's the ones that don't fit that are keeping me up at night." Chapter 16. "Doesn't exactly look welcoming, does it?" Jen remarked, standing next to Matt before a small grey stone terrace cottage. Then she spotted the car parked out front, a compact, gleaming white hatchback sitting on sleek alloy wheels. It looked like it had been buffed to absolute perfection. "Wow! Wow!" Matt echoed, staring at the vehicle, completely puzzled. "What's so impressive? That thing's got to be 30 years old." Jen raised an eyebrow at him from across the car's hood. "You do recognize what this is, right?" "It's a car," Matt said flatly. "Do I win a prize? What a stuffed animal!" Jen shot back, echoing one of their DCI's more peculiar sayings. A broad grin spread across her face as she circled the vehicle. "This is a Peugeot 205 GTI, and it's in absolutely pristine condition. It's a classic, you Philistine." She ran a hand almost reverently along its clean flank, imagining the winding country roads it was meant for, a sudden vivid daydream of open asphalt and the car's eager engine breaking the quiet tension of the day. "Take a look at that." Matt was already looking, studying the scene with a puzzled expression, unsure what warranted such enthusiasm. His gaze drifted past the cottage to the rolling hills beyond, ancient giants resting beneath a carpet of lush green. The sky was a brilliant blue dotted with soft, cotton-like clouds, and the distant, gentle bleating of sheep carried on the breeze. Dragging his attention back to Jen's infectious energy, he rapped on the door once more, pressing his ear against the wood to listen for any movement inside. "Seems we might need to return tomorrow," he remarked. As he turned to walk back to their patrol car, the distinct sound of a door swinging open made him stop and glance over his shoulder. Hello?" A young man stood in the doorway, shirtless and glistening with sweat, a small towel clutched in his hand. He had the lean, athletic build of a rock climber, with dark hair that starkly contrasted his fair skin, falling into his eyes as he tried to sweep it behind his ears. "Police," Matt stated, immediately feeling it was an unnecessary thing to say given Jen's uniform. To soften his abrupt tone, he offered an overly wide smile and added, "We were hoping we could have a quick word." "Why, has something happened?" the young man asked, stepping fully out of the cottage into the daylight. "Is it about Adam? Is he all right?" "No, it's not about Adam," Matt clarified. "I'm sure he's fine. This is about last night. The lights you reported seeing. You are Gary, correct?" Jen interjected, moving away from their vehicle, "Gary Bright." The young man nodded, wiping his face with the towel before a smile spread across his features as he looked at Jen. He pushed his hair back again. "Sorry, just finished a workout. Would you mind if we came inside?" Jen asked, nodding toward the open door behind him. "Yeah, of course," Gary replied. "Just give me 5 minutes to shower and change." Before either officer could respond, Gary turned and vanished back into the cottage. Following him in, Jen and Matt waited in the small, cozy lounge. Matt wandered idly, taking in the room with its inviting fireplace, comfortable-looking sofa and armchair, and bookshelves bowed under the weight of numerous books and DVDs. His eyes scanned the titles. His earlier assumption about Gary being a climber seemed confirmed by the presence of classics like The Games Climbers Play and various climbing guides, sharing space with thrillers by authors like Andy McNabb and Lee Child. He pulled a DVD from the shelf. "Wow, I haven't seen this in ages." "What is it?" Jen asked, walking over to join him. "Stone Monkey," Matt said. "Incredible gritstone climbing footage, Johnny Dawes." "Wait, you used to climb?" Jen's face was a picture of skepticism. "I had a physique like that once, you know," Matt said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Back in my day," Jen laughed. "You? With a six-pack?" "Well, maybe not exactly that, no," Matt sighed, sliding the DVD back onto the shelf. "But I was dedicated to my training. I think my old weights are still packed away somewhere. Maybe I should dig them out." "Or maybe you absolutely shouldn't," Jen said, her tone shifting to one of affectionate sarcasm. "What are you implying?" Matt asked, feigning offense. "I'm implying that using someone half your age as fitness inspiration is a direct path to pulling a muscle, or worse. You can't just leap back into it." "That's easy for you to say," Matt countered. "You're always running up and down trails." "You have to start gently," Jen advised, her tone becoming more supportive. "Take Harry, for instance, with his running routine." "He's still keeping at it," Jen nodded. "He's been consistent. Does 3 5-kilometer runs every week now." "How utterly and completely horrifying," Matt declared, the dramatic statement lightening the mood entirely. "Can you picture that huge, furious guy barreling down the road toward you, sweat dripping from his face, the air practically vibrating with his swearing in that odd West Country accent? He then mimicked what he thought was a spot-on impression of Harry running, arms flailing, huffing, puffing, and cursing up a storm. "You might want to avoid doing that in front of him," Jen advised. "If you value seeing tomorrow, that is—" "Ah, come on," Matt replied. "Beneath all that bluster and grumpiness, he's just a big teddy bear." "Are you certain about that?" "Not at all," Matt admitted. "Not even a little bit." Gary walked into the lounge, now fully dressed, though his face was still flushed from the hot shower. His eyes went directly to Jen. "Can I offer you something to drink?" "We're fine, thanks," Jen said. Gary settled into a chair and Matt and Jen followed suit. So Matt started. "Can you walk us through what happened last night?" "Not much to tell," Gary said, leaning back. "I spotted some lights up on the fells. That was really it." "What made you think something was off?" Jen inquired. "Hard to say," Gary responded. "It just seemed odd, I suppose. It was a clear, dark night. I noticed the lights mentioned them to Adam, and he figured it was worth going up to take a look. He did report it, though," Jen noted. "He must have believed it was serious enough for that." "I guess so, yeah," Gary agreed. "And where were you when you saw this?" Matt asked. On my walk back from the King's Head, Gary said, then glanced at Jen. It's the pub in Gunnerside. He pushed his hair back from his forehead. Have you ever been? Can't say I have, Jen replied. You should, Gary said with a smile. It's a really welcoming spot. If you ever fancy going, for a drink or anything, just give me a shout. A brief silence fell as Jen looked over at Matt, who was now watching her with a raised eyebrow and the slightest trace of a grin. So, you were at the pub for the evening then? Jen said, steering the conversation back. Just popped in for last call like I usually do on Fridays, Gary explained. I was walking home after closing time, and that's when I saw it. The lights, I mean. What were you up to for the rest of the night? Gary's smile returned. I was next door with Mr. Harker. He's in his 80s and lives alone, so I drop by now and then to keep him company. He's a sharp drafts player and never skimps on the whiskey pours. Matt jotted down the details, making a mental note to follow up with Mr. Harker, and took down his phone number as well. He doesn't have a mobile and hasn't a clue what the internet is, Gary added. What is it you do for work? Jen asked. Web design, Gary answered. Trying to land a full-time job after university, you know how it is, so I'm filling the gaps with odd jobs here and there when I can get them. Where did you go to university? Matt asked. Lancaster, Gary said. Lovely place. Good times. Was there anything else you noticed last night? Jen pressed. Like what? Anything out of the ordinary? Jen suggested. Gary thought for a moment. There was this guy who showed up at the pub, he said. He kind of just walked in, scanned the room and left. Can you recall what he looked like? Fairly tall, on the thin side, Gary described. Matt reached into his pocket and pulled out the photo he'd shown Ellie back at the lodge in Keld. He held it up for Gary. Yeah, that was him, Gary confirmed. Looked older, though. What time was this? No clue. Sometime late in the evening. Matt tucked the photo back into his pocket. I think that covers it for now, he said, standing up. Thanks for your time, Gary. We really appreciate it. And good job noticing those lights on the fell. Most people wouldn't have thought twice about it. No problem, Gary replied. Sure, there's nothing else I can help with. Matt noticed Gary's eyes drift toward Jen again. No, we'll be on our way now. Let you get back to your day. Outside the cottage, Jen spotted the Peugeot and turned back to Gary. Is this yours? Yep, Gary said. Had it for years. I did the renovation work myself. What do you think? Gary asked. I think it's fantastic, Jen replied. Maybe I could take you for a drive sometime. Let you get a feel for it. Maybe, Jen said, smiling. As Gary shut his front door, Matt moved to get into the patrol car but paused. Hang on a second. He hurried over to the house next door and knocked. Getting no response, he knocked again, more firmly. They're not home, Jen called from the driver's seat. We have his contact information. We'll call him later. Matt walked back, slid into the passenger side and watched as Jen fastened her seatbelt and started the engine. Seems like you made an impression back there. Not my style, Jen laughed. The car, on the other hand, that's exactly my style. Heading back to Hawes. As fast as you can, Matt urged. This is time-sensitive. Jen turned the key, bringing the engine to life. I'm aware. He identified Kirsty's husband. Yes, that of course, Matt acknowledged. But there's another pressing matter. What? Jen asked, quickly turning her head to look at him. Pastries, Jen, Matt stated, his expression completely serious. There are pastries, and they certainly aren't going to disappear on their own, are they? Harry leaned his head back, his eyes fixed on the ceiling tiles. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyelids until coloured spots danced behind them, then brought his head forward, hoping the scene before him had shifted. It hadn't. He'd returned to the community centre with Jim and Fly about 30 minutes prior, and the exhaustion he felt was mirrored on every face in the room. It was past 5 in the evening. The day had been relentlessly long, seeming to claw its way into the night before, and now everyone didn't merely want to go home, they desperately needed to. The problem was, that wasn't in the cards, not because he was forcing them to stay. In fact, it was the opposite. After everyone had briefed him on their findings or lack thereof, he'd told them all to head home and get some proper rest. They needed it. He was satisfied with what Jen and Matt had uncovered, both at the lodge in Keld and from their conversation with Gary, Adam's brother. He and Jim had relayed the events with the husband, his clear late-night activities, his defensive behavior and his subsequent flight. Then Detective Superintendent Swift had shown up and, well, that had effectively put a stop to everything, hadn't it? Grim? Harry shifted his weary gaze to the ashen face of his superior. His hands were wrapped around the oversized ceramic mug Matt had gifted him months ago. It was still half full of lukewarm tea, and Harry noticed a few stray crumbs from the slice of coffee cake he'd finished moments ago. He had once again successfully avoided the local custom of pairing the cake with crumbly Wensleydale cheese, having looked away in mild horror as Matt sawed off a chunk of the white cheese, placed it on a slice of cake from Cockett's, and consumed it with pure delight. Swift's complexion, Harry thought, resembled that of someone who'd spent too long in a morgue, rendered even more pallid by the harsh glow of the single bulb hanging directly over his head. He had the unsettling aura of a man who clung to life not for joy, but because he still had a lengthy list of petty, miserable tasks to complete, and one of those tasks was currently to interrogate Harry about the last 24 hours. "I asked you a question." Harry realized his focus had wandered from whatever Swift had been droning on about. "I was considering my response," he said, while also scrambling to recall what the question had been. "Considering?" Swift snapped. "You mean you don't have an answer prepared?" "Oh, I have an answer," Harry muttered under his breath, the memory of the question returning. He spoke up. "But I sincerely doubt it's the one you're hoping to hear." "I'll be the judge of what I want to hear." Harry straightened in his chair, drained the last of his tea, and placed the empty mug on the floor beneath his seat. "I think we should let him come to us," Harry said, catching himself just in time. The deputy superintendent had been pressing for more action to locate the husband. "He hasn't gone far. He's likely tucked away in some motel or vacation rental, praying this all blows over." "You can't be serious. That's your strategy. I did warn you wouldn't like it, so your proposal is to sit back and wait for our prime suspect to just wander in." Harry gave a slow nod. "And in the meantime, we twiddle our thumbs, is that it?" "Not at all. We have a mountain of work," Harry countered. "The forensics team arrives tomorrow. We have photographs to review, evidence to process. I plan to revisit the crime scene in the morning." "Right about that," Jaden cut in, his gaze shifting uneasily between Harry and Swift. He started to say more, but Harry stopped him with a slight shake of his head. The young officer clearly felt bad about being redirected by Swift earlier. "It's fine. You had your orders." "You don't consider this a pressing matter?" Swift pressed. "A killer on the loose." Harry paused, tilting his head slightly and looking past Swift as he gathered his thoughts. If it was the husband, and that's a big if, then this begins and ends with Kirsty on the moors. Planned or a crime of passion, it's over. He'll surface eventually, probably looking rough, sleep-deprived, trying to buy energy drinks and a stale sandwich at some corner store. "I just don't believe it's a wise use of our resources, sir, to have everyone out chasing shadows." "But his car was recovered," Swift argued. "He's on foot. He can't be that far from it, can he? If you want to mobilize every officer we have, plus any extras to comb the streets and knock on doors, that's your call," Harry said. "But doing that risks him catching wind of it. It might just scare him deeper into hiding and delay him from coming forward." Swift's lips pressed into a pale, tight line. He drew in a sharp breath, held it a beat too long, and exhaled slowly through his nose. Harry waited for a response, the silence stretching until he finally broke it. "My broader point, sir, is there's a very real possibility it wasn't the husband. If that's true, wouldn't our time be better spent figuring out who the real killer is?" Swift unfolded his arms with the labored, graceless motion of someone shedding a heavy weight. It was only then Harry noticed the man had kept them crossed the entire time, as if physically holding himself together. How then would you advise we progress the case, DCI Grimm? Swift asked. Harry nearly winced. Progress the case? What did that even mean here in this cramped community centre that smelled of old coffee and damp wool? I'd send the team home now, sir. Let everyone get some proper rest. We reconvene tomorrow fresh and dive back in? Yes, it's the weekend, and yes, long hours come with the job. But people need a break to think clearly. Swift shook his head, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips. A break? We're not some delicate southerners here, you know. The room, already quiet, turned tomb-silent. Swift's words seemed to leach all the air and warmth from the space in an instant. Since his transfer to the Dales, it had been abundantly clear to Harry that Swift not only disliked him, but resented his very presence. Despite the man's constant, thinly veiled contempt, Harry fought to maintain his professionalism, though a part of him wondered if a good night's sleep was the one thing everyone, including Swift, desperately needed but was too stubborn to admit. Disliking your boss was one thing, openly challenging them in front of the team was another. Swift's words lingered in the room like a bad odour, and Harry was using every ounce of his willpower to keep his own response in check. When he finally spoke, his voice was so carefully controlled it sounded detached, almost robotic. All I'm suggesting is that a fresh start in the morning will help us think more clearly. Is that your professional assessment? Swift shot back, either missing the point or deliberately ignoring it. We just pack it in and hope the pieces magically fit together tomorrow. Harry chose silence, offering only a curt nod. Fine, Swift said with a dismissive sniff, as if he'd just walked past the dumpster. But I expect everyone here ready to go at the crack of dawn. Understood? I believe that's the general idea, Harry replied. An uncomfortable silence followed, broken only by the sound of Swift collecting his odd assortment of belongings. A drab jacket, a hat that looked like a relic from a Dickens novel, and a scarf so brightly patterned it was practically offensive. He left without another word. Well, that was a productive use of our time, Matt remarked, rising from his chair with a stretch. Anyone fancy a pint? Harry glanced at his watch. It's almost 6. Everyone, go home. Get some rest. We have an early start tomorrow and I need you all sharp. A cold, wet nose nudged his hand. Fly was sitting at his feet, gazing up expectantly. I reckon he'd be quite happy to adopt you, Jim said, attaching a lead to the dog's collar. Harry bent down and scratched the soft fur under Fly's chin. He'd be bored stiff with me, Harry said, straightening up. I'll be asleep on the sofa 5 minutes after turning on the telly. Later that evening, slumped in front of his TV, Harry picked at what might have been the most depressing meal he'd ever assembled. Cold mackerel from a tin on stale toast, chased with a glass of tepid water he'd poured from the wrong faucet and couldn't be bothered to replace. His mind, however, was elsewhere. He pulled out the evidence bag containing the small white plastic spheres from the crime scene. Staring at them, he took a reluctant sip of the awful water and winced. The facts lined up with a grim inevitability. Kirsty had left her husband. The charred photographs were proof enough that the split hadn't been amicable. Their discovery on the fells suggested she'd gone off alone, perhaps to savour her newfound independence, a solitary celebration that turned tragic. Then there was Darryl. They knew he'd tracked her car, followed her to the lodge, left a threatening note, and gone searching for her in the local pubs. Kirsty's night had ended in horror. Darryl had fled. Even without the full reports from the scene investigators or the pathologist, the ex-husband was undeniably their top suspect. But those little white balls, they were the nagging inconsistency. Everything else at the scene, the tent, the burned photos, the blood, fit a terrible logic. These plastic spheres did not. What were they? Why were they there? Could they possibly be connected? Or were they just meaningless debris, a red herring in the grim puzzle of Kirsty's final hours? The question gnawed at him, a tiny, persistent anomaly in a case that otherwise seemed to point in one very clear, very dark direction. They were mistaken, and their mere proximity to the crime scene was irritating Harry like dirt ground into a fresh scrape. He considered finishing his water, then thought better of it, sinking back into the sofa and shutting his eyes. When he opened them, the world beyond his window was pitch black, and the TV had shifted from tame family shows to a late-night horror film. The evening had vanished. Harry rose, moved to his bedroom, and got into bed. Sleep claimed him, pulling him into a night of bleak, blood-soaked dreams set on desolate moors outside his apartment. A car arrived and parked. The driver kept the engine idling as a passenger exited, approached Harry's door, and slid an item through the mail slot. Then the figure returned to the vehicle, and they drove away into the night. Harry was the first to reach the community centre, though not by the margin he'd intended. A fitful night and a dismal breakfast, a mirror of his equally cheerless dinner, had driven him out into the quiet morning long before most of the town was awake. He'd noticed an envelope on the floor by the front door as he left, but, in no state to deal with it, had dismissed it as likely junk mail, shutting the door firmly behind him. A walk up the hill toward Gale and back along the old weathered flagstone path, crossing dew-drenched fields and tracing the stream, did little to settle his mind. He tried to absorb the stark beauty of the dales, his gaze drifting up the fells washed in morning colour. The air was rich and vibrant, crisp with potential, filling his lungs, yet it wasn't enough. He'd hoped for some solitary time in the office before the others arrived, fortified by a large mug of strong tea, but that plan ended with the slam of a car door and a curt call of his title and name. DCI Grimm, sir. Harry nodded as Detective Superintendent Swift stared at him from his parked car, then advanced with the cold, predatory focus of a creature hunting one last meal before dawn. Harry checked his watch. It's not even 8. I didn't expect to see you so early. And what exactly are you implying by that? Nothing, Harry replied, fishing in his pocket for the office keys. You've a longer commute than most, that's all. I certainly do, Swift said, but I wanted to arrive nice and early to really get the ball rolling. Harry was fairly certain those words carried more weight than they let on, but he set his suspicions aside, opened the door to the community centre, and led the way to the team's offices. The soft, persistent footsteps of his temporary superior followed him all the way to the kettle. Tea, please, Grimm, Swift directed. Milk? Harry asked, barely masking his annoyance at being treated like an errand boy. Yes, but no sugar. I bring my own sweetener. Seems to be doing a world of good, Harry thought sardonically. How did it go yesterday? Harry ventured. With the parents, I didn't get a chance to ask. As awful as you'd imagine, Swift stated. With Haig unavailable, I've arranged the necessary support for them, so that's handled and we needn't dwell on it. But Harry was dwelling on it, because at this point he was dwelling on every single aspect of this investigation. As the tea steeped, he moved to stand before the board Jen had diligently updated with the previous day's developments. Swift joined him. Swift murmured, rubbing his chin. Is this truly all we have? Well, it hasn't changed since you and I looked at it yesterday, Harry replied. So, yes, we can leave a note confirming the parents were informed, and I assume nothing seemed off about that interaction. Harry caught the sharp look from Swift at the implication. Off, Swift snapped. They were her parents, Grimm, her own family. Harry took a steadying breath before continuing calmly. Understood, sir, but we have to verify everything. I'm sure we've both seen cases where family members were involved, and what possible motive would they have? Swift challenged. Give me one good reason. You can't, can you? I wasn't assigning a motive, Harry replied. I was confirming you were satisfied with their statements. Since you are, we can proceed. Satisfied? Swift echoed. No, I am not satisfied, as you're well aware. But moving forward is precisely the plan. What's the status on forensics? First thing this morning, most likely. Harry said, confident that pathologist Rebecca Sowerby was never late. We'll also have the evidence from the scene delivered, so we can review it and see if it opens up any fresh angles. Harry was pleased with that phrasing. Using terms like fresh angles was a tactic he'd often employed to politely redirect an officer who was asking too many persistent questions, something Swift excelled at, though he rarely offered actual help in finding solutions. Hopefully none of that will be needed, Swift said, turning from the board as if he'd already mentally closed the case. If the husband surfaces or does the smart thing and turns himself in, we can wrap this up cleanly and quickly. Unless he isn't the one, Harry pointed out. Swift spun to face him, and Harry took a subtle step back to maintain his space. Swift advanced another step, clearly intent on crowding him. "You're still clinging to that idea, are you?" Swift asked. "I'm just avoiding premature conclusions," Harry stated. "Something feels wrong here. Yes, he's vanished, and yes, the evidence so far, the burned pictures, the tracker points his way. But I don't think we should just chalk this up to a romance turned violent." "The only thing wrong here is your perspective, Grim," Swift said. "You act like the crime rate and the people up here are just like down in the big city." He made mocking air quotes around big city. Harry had no idea why, and fought the urge to swat his hands away. "All I'm saying," Harry explained, impressed by his own composure, "is that we should wait for the scene of crime reports and the pathologist's findings before we decide anything." Swift drew in a loud, grating breath through his narrow nose. "So when are you planning to head back home?" he asked, shifting topics so abruptly it was jarring. "Not sure," Harry shrugged. "I'm in no hurry. There's plenty of work here, and the team is solid." "Why do you ask? Has Fairbank been in contact?" Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank was Harry's superior back in Bristol. She had assigned him here months ago, somewhat indefinitely after an operation hadn't gone as planned. Their last conversation was nearly 3 months prior, with no mention of an end date for this northern assignment. That call had centered on his brother Ben, who, despite being incarcerated, had received threats from their estranged criminal father, a man neither of them had seen in years, not since Harry returned from a tour with the paratroopers to find Ben assaulted and their mother deceased. The memory, sharp and unresolved, lingered in the back of his mind as he held Swift's gaze. The sudden memory of his father brought Harry back to that bizarre phone call from 2 nights prior. It felt like a physical wound, sharp and deep, twisting inside him. How could those gentle words have come from the man he'd spent years resenting? "It must be tough for you, being so far from home," Swift's voice cut in, pulling Harry from the painful recollection. "And your brother, how is he doing?" "He's fine," Harry answered absently. "As far as I know, locked up for drug dealing, right?" Swift pressed his tone needling. "He's up for parole next month," Harry said, brushing off the detective's prying. He could hear the smug satisfaction in Swift's next words, as if Harry's departure would be a personal victory. "You'll want to be there for him, I imagine." "Actually, sir, I think staying up here would be the best thing for him," Harry countered, feeling a surge of conviction. "It's done me good." Swift looked taken aback. "What? You know why people reoffend?" Harry continued, warming to his argument. "We just send them back to the same streets, the same crowd that got them into trouble. It's a recipe for disaster. Ben has nothing waiting for him at home but more of the same here. He'd have a real chance." He could see Swift growing agitated, which only spurred Harry on. "Good, let the nosy bastard squirm. Home is the last place he should go," Harry pressed. "Here, he could actually start over." "I'm not sure I follow your logic," Swift blustered, turning to walk away, clearly wanting the conversation to end. "Remember my first week here?" Harry called after him. "How could I forget?" Swift replied, his smile thin and razor-sharp. "I met some wild swimmers down at Semmerwater," Harry said, a genuine grin touching his lips at the memory. "Gave it a try myself. Freezing. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure my internal organs relocated for a week, but it was incredible." He shivered just talking about it. Swift took another step back, but Harry pressed forward, floating in that lake, feeling that brutal cold shock every inch of my skin, it made me think. That's exactly what Ben needs. A clean break. a place totally unlike anywhere he's ever been, far from all the nonsense that landed him in prison. Swift had retreated to the far wall and had no choice but to turn and face him. "You can't be serious," he said, discomfort plain on his face. "It wouldn't be suitable. He wouldn't fit in here. We're not accustomed to his sort." "His sort?" Harry asked, letting the question hang in the suddenly tense air. He took a slow step forward, his voice dropping, the scars on his face seeming more pronounced. "Yes, I know exactly what you mean." He paused, letting the silence become heavy. "But Ben's no different from you or me. He was given a lousy set of circumstances and made some bad choices. That's the whole story. This is all pointless," Swift deflected, sidestepping Harry to regain the center of the room. "You won't be here much longer anyway. You'll solve this murder and be on your way. It's for the best." In that moment, watching Swift's flustered retreat, Harry felt a sudden, solid certainty. For the first time since arriving in the Dales, he knew he desperately wanted to stay. The door swung open, and Matt's arrival sent a wave of relief so strong through Swift that the man actually trembled. "Morning, boss," Matt announced, then tacked on a lackluster "Sir," upon noticing Swift. Harry returned the greeting with a nod. "I can come back later," Matt offered, his gaze shifting uneasily between his two superiors. "No, it's fine," Swift said, setting his mug down decisively. "I was just heading out for a bit of air, clear the head before the day really kicks in." And just like that, he vanished. Matt stared at the empty doorway. "Charming fellow, isn't he?" You two looked pretty intense. "Everything okay?" "Nothing major," Harry deflected. "How was your night?" "Oh, the usual thrilling fare. Bad TV, a glass of wine. Heard anything from Gordy?" "I expect a postcard eventually," Matt said. "Probably one of those vintage recipe cards, because the world has been clamoring for a guide to haggis from a faded 1920s photograph." The conversation lulled after that, both men drifting into their own thoughts, pacing or studying the caseboard. Harry was grateful when the rest of the team began to filter in, his mood lifting entirely when the unit's newest, furriest member came barreling into the room. Harry crouched down, and Fly sprinted over, leaping up to enthusiastically lick his chin. "You're going to spoil my working dog," Jim observed, though he was smiling. "He's supposed to have a job, you realize." Grinning, Harry stood, tucking the wriggling pup under his arm and ruffling his fur, which only invited more slobbery kisses. "He'll be fine. Good thing nobody here is allergic, right?" "I wouldn't be so sure about that," came a voice from the doorway, a voice Harry hadn't expected to hear, at least not in person and not this early. Peering around Jim, he saw Rebecca Sowerby standing there, briefcase in hand. Before he could think better of it, he found himself waving one of Fly's oversized paws at her in a silly greeting. "Is he yours?" Rebecca asked, moving past Jim to approach. She scratched Fly's head and the puppy squirmed from Harry's grasp, desperate to reach her, his tongue a whirlwind of affectionate drool. Harry gestured, offering her the dog, and to his astonishment, she not only took him, but expertly flipped him onto his back in her arms, tickling his belly while he wriggled in delight. It was a disarmingly gentle side he hadn't seen before. "No, he's not mine," Harry said, genuinely bemused. Their interactions usually involved far more verbal sparring by this point. "He's actually mine," Jim interjected, gently reclaiming his pup. "I'll take him out to the truck for a bit, let him settle." "Please don't on my account," Rebecca said, and Harry was almost certain he detected real disappointment in her tone. "It's not just you," Jim replied. "Everyone's fussing over him. He could use a quiet nap. I'll bring him back in a little while." As Jim left, Jen arrived, her face flushed a deep crimson. "You look like you sprinted the whole way here," Harry remarked. "I was planning a run myself," Jen said, slightly breathless. "I just wanted to be here early, so I'm saving it for later." Jen shook her head, both in response and in mild exasperation at his flimsy excuse. "Is my face that red?" she asked, fanning herself. "It is, isn't it?" "A little," Harry admitted. "To put it on a scale where 1 is a glass of milk and 10 is a full-blown beetroot." You're currently marinating at a solid 9.5. Jen collapsed into a chair with a sigh. It takes me forever to cool down sometimes. Have you really never noticed? Anyone put the kettle on yet? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. He gave a slight nod. I've got it going, but I tend not to announce it, Jim. Jim had just walked back into the office after seeing Fly out to his truck. Kettle's on? Harry responded with a wink. Rebecca's voice cut through the growing hiss of the boiling kettle. You? Polite? I'm not sure I buy that. I can be polite, Harry protested, his attempt at sounding offended falling completely flat. He also wondered if this more relaxed version of the pathologist was permanent, or if the sharper, more guarded woman would return now that Fly had departed. Jen, Rebecca, and Jim simply looked at him. Matt was by the whiteboard staring intently and rubbing his chin, showing no sign he was listening. It's not that you're impolite, Jim offered. It's more that you're direct. You get straight to it. No dancing around, no nonsense. Exactly, Jen agreed. Maybe a little blunt, but never rude blunt, that's the word, Jim said, nodding. Matt finally turned from the board and drifted over. What they're trying to say, boss, is you don't talk rubbish, and we appreciate that. See? I told you I could be polite, Harry said, as if that settled it. Polite, Matt laughed. Oh, you're not polite. Not even a little, good grief. No, you might be one of the most abrupt people I've ever worked with. But you don't talk rubbish, and that's what matters. It's why you fit in here from day one, honestly. I'll consider that a victory, Harry decided. Now where's Jaden and Swift? Matt added. He went for a walk, Harry said. Let's hope it's a long one, Matt muttered under his breath, which was fortunate, because at that exact moment Swift strode into the room. He walked directly up to the pathologist, ignoring everyone else. Good morning, Miss Sowerby. His voice was thick with unctuous admiration. Were we expecting you? I certainly wasn't informed. The detective superintendent shot a brief, sharp glare in Harry's direction. Harry kept his expression neutral, which was a challenge for a face like his, one that seemed perpetually set in a scowl and not just because of the scars. His eyes alone could deliver a stare that would make a predator think twice. No, you weren't, Rebecca stated calmly. Another matter came up yesterday that delayed me. I thought I'd come by today to review my findings and see if I could assist further. Is there a specific reason, Swift pressed? For this additional offer of help, I mean. I'm just doing my job, Rebecca replied. And there it was again. Harry noted that subtle, hardened edge in her tone. He recalled in confidence what her mother had shared about a traumatic incident at university that had altered Rebecca's entire career path. He had little doubt that history was connected to her presence here now. Thank you, Harry said quickly, before Swift could. We appreciate it. Don't expect it to become a regular thing, Rebecca said. I'm sure it won't, Harry replied, then realized his tone had slipped back into its usual brusqueness. He softened it, adding, I do have something I need to ask you, though, regarding an item from the crime scene. Later, Grim, Swift interrupted, his manner as subtle as a dull axe. Shall we proceed? That's what I was doing, Harry said, but Swift paid him no mind. Now that we're all here, Swift continued, positioning himself at the front of the team, I believe the best way to begin is to hear from the pathologist, Miss Sowerby. He stepped aside with a grandiose gesture, as if bestowing a great favour upon her by vacating the spot. Rebecca Sowerby stood. First, we've found no identifiable fingerprints or foreign DNA on the evidence from the scene, aside from what belongs to the victim. I know that's probably not the news you were hoping for. Can't say I'm shocked, Harry replied. The entire setup felt methodical. Whoever did this isn't the type to leave a convenient, traceable clue lying around. Rebecca nodded, continuing her report. The blood on the tent fabric is confirmed as the victim's. We also recovered a hat at the scene, presumably Kirsty's, which was saturated with her blood. It's possible it was the tool used to write her name. The fatal injury was a single deep thrust from a bladed weapon. Based on the wound's characteristics, the blade was likely double-edged, a dagger style. Aren't those illegal to carry? Jaden interjected. To carry in public, yes, but not necessarily to own, Harry clarified. Statistically, most knife-related crimes involve common kitchen knives, not specialized daggers. Any particular reason? Accessibility and cost. It's that straightforward. Jen shifted the focus. What about the camping gear? Any leads there? None, Rebecca stated. Everything was brand new, seemingly used for the very first time. Any trace materials, like soil or grass, matched the immediate campsite. It confirms she was alone when she set up. Matt chimed in next. And the car? Beyond the tracking device you're already aware of, the forensics are thin. The predominant fingerprints belong to Kirsty. Others we lifted are being processed, though most are expected to be her husband's, which is logical. We did recover a mobile phone. The tech team has gained access, but we're currently awaiting a data request from her social media accounts. Jaden let out a frustrated sigh. But that'll take forever. Not as long as it used to, Rebecca countered. The old process, a formal international legal request, was a bureaucratic nightmare that could stall us for months or even years. Now, thanks to a data-sharing agreement with the United States, we should have a response within a matter of days. You really think they'll just hand it over? Jaden asked, skepticism evident in his tone. I thought these companies put up huge fights about user privacy. Times have changed, Rebecca explained. Last year, over 90% of formal requests resulted in the release of data. I'm confident we'll get what we need. Harry listened, absorbing every detail. The information was precise, yet a familiar, nagging anxiety crept in. Even a few days' delay felt like an eternity. They needed breaks now, not next week. His mind was racing with the clock's silent, relentless countdown. Jen steered the conversation back to the physical scene. What about the area surrounding the body? Any indication of how the killer approached without alerting her? The Corpse Road is a popular hiking trail, Rebecca explained. We catalogued numerous footprints from that day, but nothing distinctive or obviously out of place. This isn't exactly painting a hopeful picture, Superintendent Swift remarked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Was there anything at all to concretely tie the husband to the murder site? Only the photographs, Rebecca answered. The ones that were burned. But they don't implicate him directly, he's simply present in them. Which still gives us a compelling angle for motive, Swift insisted. Harry reached into his jacket pocket. What about these? He asked, producing the small evidence bag. He met Rebecca's gaze and passed it to her. She held it up to the light, studying the tiny plastic spheres for a long moment before speaking. Finding these at the scene was puzzling. We had no initial context for them. She paused, her expression turning more deliberate. However, the post-mortem examination revealed a connection. The room's attention fixed on her as she stood, opened her briefcase and retrieved a file. Asking for something to display its contents, she accepted a roll of tape from Jen. These, she said, securing several photographs to the board, are contusions found on the victim's body? Harry's eyes were drawn to the stark images, the pallid skin interrupted by a series of small, circular marks, each one a perfect match for the size of the plastic balls. A heavy silence filled the room. That doesn't seem possible, Jim finally uttered, voicing the collective confusion. I recall mentioning yesterday that those bruises reminded me of toy guns from my childhood, but no toy could ever leave marks like that. Rebecca nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. No toy could. And these weren't caused by plastic pellets from some child's plaything. Not in any way, shape, or form. Matt's face was etched with confusion. Then how exactly did those pellets create such injuries? Harry was beginning to piece together where Rebecca was heading, but he stayed silent. If her conclusion matched his suspicion, it was better coming from her, especially with Swift present to lend it more weight. Rebecca tapped the edge of a bruise in one of the photographs. To inflict this kind of damage, a plastic pellet like the ones recovered would need to be traveling at well over 500 feet per second. Good grief. Matt muttered under his breath. Definitely not a toy, Jim added. Rebecca shook her head and held up the evidence bag containing the pellets Harry had provided. To launch one of these at that velocity, you'd need an airsoft gun. The legal limit for muzzle velocity is just over 500 feet per second. Jaden looked puzzled. A what gun? Airsoft, Rebecca explained. It's a competitive team sport where participants simulate military scenarios. Players are eliminated by being struck with these pellets fired from replica firearms. Jen let out a short laugh. So adults running around playing soldier. Exactly, Rebecca said, adding several more images to the board. These are the types of replicas we're dealing with. Jim whistled softly. They look incredibly realistic. Harry studied the photos alongside the team. He recognized several of the models. Some were eerily similar to actual firearms he'd handled overseas. Memories he quickly pushed aside to focus on the discussion. They're designed to, Rebecca continued. While they can't be converted to fire real ammunition and ownership often requires a license, unless they're brightly colored, their appearance is intentionally authentic. Harry leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, hands clasped. So what you're telling us is that we're looking for someone who imagines themselves a soldier, is that it? Rebecca's expression remained steady. Those pellets were fired from an airsoft gun. Afterward, the victim was killed with a single deep knife wound to the throat. Whatever this person believes they are a murderer. After a moment of silence, Harry asked, What's the effective range on one of these guns? They can reach over 100 yards, Rebecca replied, but with significantly reduced speed and accuracy to cause these bruises. The shooter would have needed to be much closer. How close? Jim inquired. Maybe 30 or 40 yards, she estimated. Harry stood and approached the board, his eyes fixed on the images. The legal limit is 500 feet per second, correct? Rebecca confirmed with a nod. What if the gun used exceeded that limit? Harry pressed. What I mean is, if there's a legal threshold, then obviously these can be modified to be more powerful. Otherwise, why impose a restriction? The intent is to ban anything deemed excessively dangerous. It's similar with air rifles, Jim noted. The legal limit is 12 foot-pounds of energy. Beyond that, they're classified as firearms and require a proper license. Jaden seemed surprised. Wait, aren't air rifles just for target practice in the backyard? Jim shook his head. Not always. The ones I've used on my family's farm certainly aren't meant for just knocking over cans. Harry turned back to Rebecca. How extensive was the search conducted by the forensic team around the scene? We covered the entire cordoned-off area, she assured him. We expanded the search perimeter, Rebecca reported. Harry leaned forward. How far out did you go? Give me the exact distance. Roughly 60 to 100 feet, she answered. Nothing turned up. Harry stood addressing the room. Meeting's adjourned. We're moving out now. Swift shot up from his chair, his expression a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Hold on, Grim. What's the rush? We're not done here. Our killer was waiting for Kirsty out there, Harry stated, his voice low. I believe he was positioned at a distance, taking clear shots without any risk of being spotted. That makes no tactical sense for our soldier fantasy, Swift countered. What could you possibly hope to find? This wasn't a fantasy, sir, Harry replied, his tone turning sharp. Let's be perfectly clear, there was no game being played here. This was a calculated lethal operation. Explain. I mean, Harry said, locking eyes with Swift. Our killer doesn't just believe he's a soldier, he believes he's a sniper. The moorland retained a stark beauty, seemingly untouched by the violence of 2 nights prior, yet to Harry, the spot where Kirsty was discovered felt heavy, as if the very earth had absorbed a trace of the tragedy. He imagined a faint echo lingering, a final desperate breath caught in the wind, swirling through the heather and against the old stone walls, finding no peace. There would be no peace, he knew, until this was over. Shame Detective Superintendent Swift couldn't join the field trip, Matt remarked, walking up beside him. The afternoon was wearing on, the lunch hour long past. The rest of the team was trudging up the slope from Gunnerside, Fly the dog leading the pack, utterly in his element. "You don't mean that," Harry said. "Got me," Matt grinned. "What tipped you off?" "He's still the ranking officer," Harry said quietly. "A bit of advice? No matter how much he gets under your skin, don't let it show, and for God's sake, don't let the team see it. That kind of discontent is contagious and a nightmare to contain." "Point taken, boss." "My bad. So, what's the plan?" They waited for the others to gather. Jim drove a metal stake into the turf and clipped Fly's leash to it. "That should keep him from helping with the evidence," Jim said. Harry gave a curt nod toward the crime scene, then pulled a folder from his jacket. It held printed scene photos Rebecca had provided. He held up one showing the tent flap open, a camp stove visible just inside. "To answer the detective sergeant," Harry began, "we're here to track a hunter, because that's exactly what we're dealing with." "Run that by me again," Jim asked. "Literally what I just said," Harry replied. "The killer operated like a hunter stalking prey. So we need to understand that mindset. We need to see this place not only through his eyes, but through hers, through the victim's." Jen shook her head. "I'm still not following. Join the club," she muttered. "All right," Harry said, clapping his hands once. "Look at the photos. The tent was here, facing this direction." He pointed out across the sea of dense bracken. "The only angle that makes sense for shots to enter the tent is from out there. So that's where we're looking. And what specifically are we looking for?" Jen pressed. "A hide," Harry said, then caught himself. "Sorry, force of habit. You're looking for a shallow scrape in the earth, a depression someone could lie in, probably no more than a foot deep." His gaze fixed on the expanse of green ahead, a sudden grim certainty settling over him. The killer hadn't just been watching. He'd been waiting with the patience of a predator confident in its terrain. "Check those denser patches of brush as well," Harry advised, his tone carrying the weight of experience. "A fugitive might use a plug to seal his entry point. You'd cut your path into the thicket, secure the foliage, likely with some green paracord, and then pull the whole bundle closed behind you." "You certainly know your craft," Jaden observed. Harry offered a tight, knowing smile. "Once a para, always a para. All right, fan out. Let's see what this ground has to tell us." Meanwhile, at the community centre, PCSO Liz Coates brought her motorcycle to a halt, the kickstand clicking down on the asphalt. Finding the main doors locked, she used her own set of keys to let herself in, the familiar scent of stale tea lingering in the air from the team's earlier briefing. She put the kettle on, her eyes scanning the evidence board as she waited. Jim had been thorough in his updates during her absence, treating it as a point of professional pride to keep her fully informed. Mug in hand, she returned to the board's collection of photos and notes. Harry had directed her to hold the fort here in Hawes upon her early return, ensuring a police presence remained for any incoming calls, be it a lead from Swift, a routine disturbance, or the all-too-common report of a cat in a predicament. She had also securely stored the physical evidence from the crime scene in the designated temporary locker, a room whose last memorable use, she mused, was probably storing holiday party drinks. A knock at the door drew her attention. She turned to see a familiar, well-dressed figure waving through the glass. "Dave, good to see you," Liz said, opening the door. "What brings you by?" Dave Calvert stood on the threshold, looking sharp in his tweed waistcoat and trousers. He'd been Harry's first local welcome. "I just got back into town," Dave said. "Thought I'd see if Harry fancied a quick pint." "Afraid you've missed him," Liz replied. "The whole team's out on the ground. I'll let him know you stopped by." Dave nodded but didn't move to leave, an uncharacteristic hesitation about him. "Is everything all right, Dave?" Liz pressed, sensing his unease. "I'm probably just being foolish," Dave began, shifting his weight. "But I swung by Harry's cottage before coming here. There was a car parked down the lane. 2 men inside." Liz raised an eyebrow. And they were just sitting there," Dave insisted, his voice dropping. "Watching me. They tracked me all the way to Harry's door and watched me leave. It didn't feel right. Could be lost hikers or just curious visitors, Liz offered, though a thread of caution was now weaving through her thoughts. Dave shook his head firmly. They weren't dressed for the fells. They had the look of men waiting for something. Or someone. Don't even start with what do tourists look like. You know exactly what I mean, don't you? Dave said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Liz wasn't entirely sure she did, but she offered a reassuring smile anyway. How about I go take a look myself? Does that work for you? Dave shook his head slowly, his expression doubtful. I don't know if that's a good idea. Seeing the genuine worry in his eyes, Liz tried to sound confident. I'll be perfectly fine. It's broad daylight. What could possibly happen? Just promise you'll be careful, Dave relented, and you'll pass my message along to Harry, right? Absolutely, Liz assured him, following Dave out of the community centre and locking the door behind them. The marketplace was quieter than usual for a Sunday afternoon, the usual bustle softened into a lazy hum. As she walked, her thoughts drifted to the investigation team. The details she'd heard about the murder were grim, and while she'd never say she was excited to get involved, that would sound downright morbid. She felt a determined pull to contribute, to be part of uncovering the truth. Approaching Harry's apartment building, Liz scanned the street for the car Dave had described. At first, everything seemed normal, just parked cars and empty sidewalks. Then she spotted it, a plain, forgettable sedan, its tinted windows concealing the shadowy figures inside. Her pulse quickened. What was she supposed to do? Marching over to confront them made no sense. And if they were trouble, Harry was the one who needed to know, but Harry wasn't answering his phone. With few options, Liz settled on a plan. She would walk calmly past the car, continue to Harry's front door, then turn and walk back. If something was off, maybe she'd spot a clue. It was probably nothing, but as a community support officer, her job was to be a visible, steady presence. If her stroll made a few residents feel safer, all the better. But as she neared the vehicle, her imagination sprinted ahead into wild, terrifying scenarios, being grabbed and shoved into the trunk, or the doors flying open as men with guns leaped out. Passing the sedan, she forced herself not to hurry, keeping her pace even. Reaching Harry's door, she decided a little performance might sell her cover. She knocked briskly twice, waited, knocked again, then turned away with a convincingly disappointed sigh, heading back. She mentally recorded the license plate, at least she had that. Just as she began to relax, she glanced toward the car and found both men staring directly at her. She froze, her gaze locked with theirs through the glass. Then the engine growled to life. The driver pulled out, steering the car in a slow, deliberate arc around her, his eyes never leaving her face. When the vehicle finally pointed away, it pulled off with agonizing slowness, as if to make sure she felt watched until it vanished from sight, back in the quiet of the community centre office. Liz opened her notebook. Her hand was steady as she wrote down the plate number, car model, and description of the two occupants. She tried calling Harry again, got no answer, and left a detailed message. Only then did she release a long, shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. When a sudden knock rattled the office door, she jumped, a short scream escaping her lips. So what exactly are we supposed to be seeing here? Matt asked, frustration edging his voice. Because honestly, I'm looking at a whole lot of nothing. And by nothing, I mean absolutely zip. The afternoon had bled into early evening, and Harry had kept the team out far longer than he should have. They had pushed through the frustration, a bit of grumpiness was understandable, and their persistence had finally yielded results. Harry's task now was to guide them through the process and shift their thinking toward teamwork. A notification from Liz glowed on his phone, but he'd get to it later. If it were urgent, she would have called back or reached someone else. Crouching low, Harry gestured toward the ground before him. This, he explained, is what we call a scrape. You said that before, Jim remarked. But what exactly is it? Doesn't look like much from where I'm standing. The team gathered around, peering at the shallow depression in the earth, roughly 8 feet long. As you can see, Harry continued, It's just long enough to conceal a person along with their gear. Anyone passing nearby would miss it completely unless they practically stumbled right in. He leaned closer, examining the trench. This one's seen plenty of use. You can tell by the crushed bracken inside and how the edges are worn smooth. What does that tell us? Jen asked. It means whoever dug this wasn't just here Friday night, Harry said. They've been visiting this spot repeatedly over a significant period, scouting the area, learning its rhythms. Surrounded by heather that glowed purple in the fading sunlight, the scrape was nearly invisible, as if the landscape itself was hiding secrets. So you believe our killer was right here? Jen pressed. Waiting for Kirsty?
Exactly, Harry replied, lowering himself into the hollow. See? Plenty of room from a position like this. You stay hidden while keeping your target in sight. It's not comfortable, but then again, fieldwork isn't meant to be.
Fieldwork, Jaden cut in. Are you saying we're dealing with a professional? Harry tilted his head up. I can't say for certain, but the evidence suggests whoever did this operates with that level of discipline. Hold on, Jim interjected, his expression concerned. What about preserving the scene? Isn't this part of the crime scene? Aren't you contaminating it? Rolling onto his side, Harry looked up at Jim. It is part of the scene, and so far our killer has left us virtually nothing to work with. They're thorough, skilled, and they've made sure not to leave a trace behind. Then what are you doing? Matt asked, staring down at his superior. Trying to see things from his perspective, Harry said. He climbed out and turned to Matt. Your turn. What? Get in. You mean lie down in the dirt? Yes. I want everyone to experience this from both sides, the hunter and the hunted. We need to understand what was going through their minds, the preparation involved, and what Kirsty might have felt. I can imagine that just fine from up here, Matt protested. It wasn't a suggestion, Harry stated, his gaze firm. He pointed toward the scrape. You'll do it from ground level now. Muttering under his breath, Matt lowered himself to his knees and slid into the depression. Making some lovely elderly noises there, Jim teased. You'll be making some lovely youthful ones when I get out and return the favour, Matt shot back, stretching out as Harry had done. Now what? Now, Harry directed. Look toward where Kirsty's tent was pitched. The rest of you with me. Leaving Matt in the hollow, Harry led the team away, the sound of Matt's disgruntled murmurs fading behind them. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. A reminder of how isolated this place truly was, and how easily a person could vanish within it. Upon reaching the campsite, Harry motioned for the team to gather in front of him. All right, here's the drill, he instructed. Turn around and try to pick out Matt straightforward enough. Ready? A unified nod rippled through the group. Good, Harry confirmed. Now turn, he observed as his team peered out across the expansive moors, their eyes searching for Matt's substantial frame. Initially, a confident, almost smug air hung about them, but it wasn't long before those assured expressions dissolved into looks of puzzled concentration. As they scanned the landscape, Harry's own gaze drifted along the path of the ancient corpse road. His mind circled back to Matt's earlier question about whether the location's grim name had drawn the killer here. His attention snagged on a large, solitary rock off to their left, near the edge of the footpath. That's the old coffin stone, Jim remarked, noticing Harry's focus. Coffin stone? Harry echoed. Good grief. Is everything in this place designed to send a chill down your spine? It's historically significant, if you get a chance, Jim explained. In the old days, bearers would rest coffins on it during funeral processions along this road. If you look closely, you can still make out crosses and the initials of the deceased carved into the surface. Perhaps we'll save that particular bit of sightseeing for another day, Harry replied, his tone dry. He turned back to the team. Anyone have eyes on him yet? The only answer was a series of shaking heads. You're certain? More silent negation. Right then, Harry called out, raising his voice. Matt, boss, a voice replied from somewhere in the wilderness. Would you mind standing up, please? But stay put for a moment. Will do. From a thicket of undergrowth, Matt rose slowly, unfolding his large form with a slight stiffness that reminded Harry of a bear emerging from hibernation. He gave a casual wave. "Holy smokes," Jaden breathed, his voice barely audible. "What is it?" Harry pressed. "What's on your mind?" "It's just, I was sure he'd be easy to spot," Jaden admitted, a note of disbelief in his voice. "He's not even wearing camouflage, and none of us saw a thing." "Precisely," Harry said, a pointed edge to his voice. "So, what does that tell us?" A moment of quiet hung in the air before Jen spoke up. "The person who killed Kirsty knew exactly where she was going to set up her tent." "Which implies what? That he'd been here before," Jim suggested. "I believe it goes deeper than a simple reconnaissance," Harry countered. "Our killer came out here, did his homework, and dug that hide with a specific purpose. It gave him a clear line of sight to Kirsty's tent while ensuring he remained invisible, and I'd wager he was camouflaged too. Probably in a ghillie suit." "A what?" Jaden asked, puzzled. "Sniper suit, essentially," Jim clarified, earning an approving glance from Harry. "The name comes from a Gaelic word for a gamekeeper. You wear one of those and you might as well be a ghost."
Okay.
"But how did he know where she would be?" Jaden persisted, frustration creeping in. "It doesn't add up." Matt had by now ambled over to rejoin the circle.
"It adds up perfectly,"
he interjected, leaning into the discussion. "If you consider that the killer orchestrated the entire scenario from the very beginning." Harry gave Matt a nod of agreement. The killer knew Kirsty's planned route. He knew her intended campsite and the precise spot to dig that hide. He knew every detail of what would happen that Friday night. And when you factor in that all of Kirsty's camping gear was brand new, suggesting this was her first major trip, then the picture becomes... Good Lord. Jen interjected, cutting Matt off. "Well, since our divine intervention seems to be running late today," Harry said, his tone shifting from serious to a wry, almost sarcastic edge. "I take it a realization has just dawned." "They knew each other," Jen stated, her words tentative but gaining conviction. "Or at least, the killer knew Kirsty. How else could he have predicted where a complete novice was going to be on a specific night? He would have needed to know her entire itinerary, her timing, everything." "Isn't that a bit of a leap, though?" Jaden questioned. "I don't believe in coincidences here," Harry stated firmly. "Sure, there's a remote chance our killer camped out here night after night, hoping someone would pitch a tent in that exact spot. But let's be honest, that's not exactly a masterstroke of criminal planning, is it? It's sloppy, desperate, and frankly, stupid." "Here's another angle to consider," Matt offered, ready to build on the theory. "What if the only reason Kirsty chose this campsite was because the killer planted the idea? They could have subtly guided her, ensuring the location was scouted, her position predictable, everything perfectly arranged." The team focused on Detective Sergeant Matt. "Consider this," Matt went on. "Nothing about this is accidental. We have a woman camping alone for the first time, and she picks Swaledale of all places, right on the Corpse Road. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Simultaneously, we have a killer who knew exactly where Kirsty would pitch her tent, her planned route, the perfect vantage points, and where to fire those plastic pellets from." "The real puzzle is the method," Harry interjected. "That's the core of it. Hunting a murderer isn't just about compiling facts about their identity or motives. You have to invert the perspective. Don't just reconstruct the victim's experience. Immerse yourself in it." "Elaborate," Matt urged. "We've established the hunter was out there," Harry continued. "Whether they were lying in wait or followed her, the crucial point is the entire scene was premeditated. Now, view it from the victim's standpoint, from the prey's eyes." "You're asking how Kirsty was convinced to come here in the first place," Jim said. "Precisely." Harry gave a thin smile. "She showed no prior interest in camping, yet suddenly she's here with brand new gear, on a very specific trail, murdered by someone who clearly knew her whereabouts. So, someone led her here. They directed her straight to this spot to be killed. This wasn't random, not a single element of it." "But how on earth did the killer orchestrate this?" Matt asked, his voice edged with frustration. And more importantly, why? Think like the prey, Harry suggested. Where would Kirsty have gotten the inspiration that ultimately brought her here? We begin with her inner circle, friends, family, co-workers, social circles, Jaden offered. Social media, Jen added. If Kirsty was on Facebook or Instagram, and let's be honest, who isn't? There might be a trail there. As the pathologist mentioned, we already have a request in with Facebook, Harry said. But that could take days, Jen countered, a concern Harry couldn't dismiss. And those pellet things, Jim said. We need to look into this airsoft activity, right? It might provide some context. You said it's often a group activity, so maybe there's a local venue or club. We can't assume the killer is local, though, Jaden cautioned. Could there be similar prior incidents? Matt proposed. Other people getting hit by those pellets. It's a long shot, but stranger things have happened. There are annual reports of kids taking shots at people with air rifles from apartment buildings. That's a bit of a stretch, Harry said, but yes, it's absolutely worth investigating. He took a step back from the group. Looks like we have a full day tomorrow. What do you say we all head home? Matt glanced at his watch. Just in time for Antiques Roadshow, too. By the time Harry reached his apartment, the afternoon had faded into a deep indigo sky peppered with sharp, bright stars. He shouldered his front door open, phone pressed to his ear as he returned Liz's earlier call while waiting for her to answer. His eyes fell again on the envelope he'd noticed on the doormat that morning. He picked it up and slid out the contents. Liz, Harry said, just returning your call. It's probably nothing, Liz replied. Dave Calvert stopped by and mentioned he'd seen them. You see, so I thought I'd go and take a look myself, just to be safe. Besides, it's good for people to see us out and about, isn't it? Community policing and all that. What are you talking about, Liz? Harry asked, unfolding the paper from the envelope. A look at what? 2 men, Liz explained. Dave spotted them when he came by your place to see if you fancied a pint, since he's back from work for a week or 2. I spotted them too. They almost hit me, those idiots. But Harry wasn't paying attention. His focus was locked on the stack of pictures he'd just shaken from the envelope. Images that sent a cold shock straight through him. Boss. Liz's voice came through the phone, picking up on his sudden silence. You still with me? What were they doing out there? What could they possibly want? This isn't connected to something from back home, is it? Something from Bristol. Did you catch the license plate? Harry cut in, his voice tight, bypassing her questions entirely. Liz recited the number. So you recognize it? You know who they are? No, Harry replied, the word rough. No, I don't, but it's clear they know exactly who I am. Liz was quiet for a beat. Are you all right? What can I do? I'm fine, really, Harry said, the strain in his voice betraying him completely. See you in the morning, and thanks for the heads up. I'll call Dave later this week. Ending the call, Harry carried the photographs into the living room and spread them across the coffee table before sinking onto the couch. His brother's face looked back at him from behind bars, captured in a moment of complete unawareness. Chapter 22. With all due respect, boss, and I mean this as my expert assessment, you look absolutely terrible. Harry knew Matt wasn't wrong, but having it announced wasn't exactly helpful. Still, he heard the genuine worry behind the joking tone, which kept his retort in check. Noted, Detective Sergeant. Very thoughtful of you. Harry had reached the community centre after a night spent more on worry than sleep. As the office manager, Matt had handled the morning briefing, and now the team was dispersing to their tasks. Here, Matt said, passing over the large ceramic mug he'd gifted Harry a while back. Harry accepted the hot tea and sat, rubbing his eyes in a futile effort to scrub away the fatigue. And this? The second item in Matt's hand was a white paper bag already translucent with grease. That doesn't look like a bacon sandwich, Harry observed. It's better, Matt declared. It's a breakfast pie. A what? Picture it, Matt said, sitting down beside Harry, as if unveiling a cosmic secret. I mean, really picture it, an entire breakfast, encased in pastry. Harry leaned back from the proffered bag. That sounds utterly revolting. It's a masterpiece, Matt insisted, pushing the wrapped pie toward him. But breakfast? In a pie? What's next? A cereal crust? Matt actually looked pensive for a second, as if filing the idea away for future consideration. It's got sausage, black pudding, baked beans, and scrambled egg inside, he explained. Trust me, one taste and you'll be a changed man. That's precisely what concerns me, Harry said. Yet despite his deep skepticism, he accepted the offering and took a cautious bite. Well, Matt watched him eagerly. What's the verdict? Incredible, right? Cockett's Bakery has truly outdone itself. Marvellous. The most astonishing part, Harry managed after swallowing, is I'm fairly certain I can hear each bite actively hardening my arteries. Oh, don't be dramatic, Matt scoffed. That, my friend, is pure culinary brilliance. Harry leaned back and continued working his way through the pie, chasing it with gulps of hot tea. Rough night, then, Matt ventured. Yeah, Harry nodded, brushing pastry flakes from his lips. You could say that. Anything I can do? Harry shook his head. No, it's nothing for the job, just personal things. The pie was definitely a hit, so thanks for that. Matt leaned back with a satisfied grin. I'm convinced there's a perfect pie for every situation out there, and I plan on tracking them all down. Harry had no doubt he meant it. So, family stuff, I'm guessing, Matt continued, his tone shifting. Can't live with him, can't legally dispose of him. Standard issue. Harry found himself smiling at Matt's unique brand of earnestness disguised as humour. He glanced around the room at the team. All things considered, they looked alert and ready. Liz was back with them, which was a plus, and the evidence room was stocked, demanding his attention soon. Listen, Matt said, his voice dropping into a more serious register. If you need to duck out, get some real sleep or whatever, we've got this handled. Anything pop on that license plate Liz passed you? Harry gave a slight shake of his head. He'd hoped to connect with Liz privately about the men in the car before it became common knowledge, but that ship had sailed. The silver lining was that Swift remained in the dark for now, and the team had agreed to keep it quiet. Not that there was much to tell, Harry mused, taking a final long swallow from his mug. He preferred to keep his personal life from bleeding into the job. It never looked professional. Yet here he was navigating exactly that. He motioned Liz over. You mentioned another call at the office after Dave. Who was it? Oh, that, Liz said with a dismissive wave. Nobody really? Some tourist who'd had a few too many, completely lost. He was convinced this was his hostel. I set him straight. He couldn't have been more off base. Harry's smile was genuine. This, to him, encapsulated police work. One moment you're deep in a murder investigation. The next, you're playing navigator for a drunken tourist. The job was never boring. A voice called from the doorway. It was Jim, giving a wave with Fly squirming enthusiastically in his arms, the dog stretching to lick his chin. Guess I should go see what this whole airsoft scene is about, right? Just don't come back thinking you're John Rambo, Matt cautioned. After Jim departed, Jaden was next, heading out to dig deeper into Kirsty's life beyond the basic facts they had. He had a list of friends from her parents, plus her workplace and gym to visit. He'd be out for the rest of the day, and Harry could see the eager energy in the young detective, happy to be in motion, doing the legwork. You off too? Harry asked Matt, setting his empty mug down. Got a whole list of doors to knock on, Matt confirmed. But I've got a couple of uniformed officers meeting me over in Keld to help cover ground. We'll hit Keld, Gunnerside, Reeth, Fremington, Grinton. I'll also swing by to see Mr. Harker. Who's that? Harry asked. Gary and Adam's next-door neighbour, just tying up loose ends, you know, dotting the I's. I know it's tedious, Harry said, but it's always worth the effort. Our guy left those hills before the rescue team arrived. Someone might have seen a car, heard an argument. You just never know. Matt stood to leave just as a knock echoed from the door. Liz answered it to reveal a young man with messy dark hair looking profoundly uncomfortable, like a student summoned to the principal's office. Can I help you? Liz asked, as Matt brushed past and headed out into the morning. Hi, the young man stammered. I'm looking for. Actually, I've blanked on her name, and Jen peeked around the doorframe. Gary? Hey, the young man said, his face lighting up with a sheepish, embarrassed smile upon seeing Jen. Sorry. Are you guys in the middle of something? Yes, Jen replied bluntly. We all are. What do you need? Did something come back to you? Harry could sense Gary's growing discomfort, but he trusted Jen to handle it and kept his distance. No, it was just a flashlight beam, Gary clarified. That's all there was. Oh, I see, Jen replied, a note of puzzlement threading into her words. So is there another reason you stopped by? Did something occur? Gary shifted his weight. Not really. I was just passing through, actually. I had to grab something from Mike at the auto shop, and I figured I'd swing by to see if you fancied a quick ride in the car. That's the whole story. That's thoughtful of you, Jen said, casting a wide-eyed glance toward Liz and Harry. You mentioned you liked it, Gary added. Right? Since I was nearby, I thought. Well, I don't run into many people who appreciate the car, but it's fine if you're tied up. Even from his seat, Harry noticed the flush creeping into Gary's face. I'm a bit busy, honestly, Jen admitted. But thank you. It was a nice offer. Sorry, Gary mumbled, stepping backward toward the door. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll head out. Maybe another time, Jen suggested as he turned to leave. Mondays are always chaotic. Playing catch-up from the weekend and all. Sure, of course, Gary said. I'll try calling later in the week, maybe. Yes, please do, Jen said. That would be better. And thanks again. It really is a fantastic car. Gary offered a quick nod and was gone. Well, that was painfully awkward, Jen remarked, wiping her brow in exaggerated relief. He's clearly got a bit of a crush, Liz observed. You have to give him credit for showing up. That takes guts. Harry stood and stretched, his back emitting a series of audible cracks. Jen waved a hurried goodbye and darted out the door, evidently eager to look more occupied than she had when Gary arrived. You should try yoga, Liz suggested, looking at Harry. And you should quit giving directives to senior officers, Harry shot back with a smile. I don't need you on my case too. Jen nagging me about jogging is bad enough. He set his mug by the sink and tossed his breakfast pastry wrapper into the trash. Do you have the keys for the evidence locker? Liz handed them over, then swiveled toward the team's shared laptop. All right then, she said, cracking her knuckles. Time for some digital detective work. Did Facebook finally send the data over? Harry asked, wondering if he'd missed a crucial update, something Swift had probably neglected to tell him. Liz shook her head. We can't just sit around waiting, can we? But if I can identify what online groups she was part of, I might piece together how she wound up in Swaledale. Harry was more than happy to steer clear of it all. Social media had horrified him from its earliest days, with platforms like Friends Reunited and MySpace, and every trend that followed. Now with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, and whatever new app was currently buzzing, his horror had deepened into genuine dread. To Harry, broadcasting one's life for public consumption seemed not only deeply nihilistic, but outright perilous. Perhaps Liz would uncover something that validated his fears. Leaving her to the search, he slipped out of the office and walked through the community centre to the temporary evidence storage room. He wasn't sure what, if anything, he would find, but sometimes you never knew until you began looking. Meanwhile, Jayden was having a thoroughly frustrating day. After striking out at both Kirsty's gym and her workplace, he felt the afternoon slipping away with little to show for it. There was no chance he'd make it back to Hawes before nightfall, and the mounting dead ends were starting to weigh on him. At the fitness centre, the staff confirmed that Kirsty held a membership, a shared plan with her husband, and that she was a frequent participant in classes like body pump and Pilates. Beyond that, they had no further information to offer. The contact details on file were only for her and her spouse, which led nowhere. The receptionist, a man whose tight clothing seemed deliberately chosen to showcase his physique, made a persistent effort to convince Jayden to sign up for a complimentary fitness assessment, but Jayden made a quick exit. Gyms weren't his scene, though he valued staying fit and maintained a well-equipped home setup for that purpose. Over at Kirsty's workplace, everyone appeared too preoccupied to spare him a moment, and the looks he received ranged from indifference to outright contempt. Her manager, Mr. Wilkinson, a man in his late 50s, who struck Jayden as peculiarly narrow, as if he'd been squeezed through some industrial press, was not only disinterested, but veered into uncomfortably racist territory. "And where are you from?" he'd inquired, peering through thick-lensed glasses. "North Yorkshire Police, Richmondshire area," Jayden replied. "No, I mean originally," Mr. Wilkinson pressed on, utterly missing the inappropriate turn. "Your name, you see, Ockery? It's an unusual one, isn't it?" "Bradford," Jayden stated flatly. "Plenty of ochres there, you know." Mr. Wilkinson merely furrowed his brow, offered a perfunctory show of shock upon hearing of Kirsty's death, and then left Jayden standing in the reception area where they'd met. Now, Jayden found himself outside a weathered stone terrace house in Richmond, hoping the person behind the door he was about to knock on would be both present and more helpful. He verified the name and address one last time, raised his hand, and knocked. The door swung inward abruptly, as if pulled by a strong draught, revealing a figure clad in a leather apron and a welder's mask. "Yes, Jane Peacock?" Jayden asked, a note of uncertainty in his voice. "I'm Police Constable Ockery. I called ahead." The figure remained motionless for a second, then a hand rose to lift the welder's mask. Beneath it was a woman's face, flushed and glistening with sweat, her eyes tired, dark hair secured in a ponytail. "You're black," the woman observed. "Yes, I am," Jayden responded, unsure how to proceed. "No, I mean, this is Richmond in Yorkshire. It's not exactly a melting pot. Please, come in." She stepped back, allowing Jayden to enter. "Thank you for your time," he said, removing his hat and tucking it under his arm. "I'll try not to take up too much of it." The woman led him down a short hallway into a combined kitchen and dining area. "Tea?" "No, I'm all right, thank you," Jayden said. "Well, I'm having one, definitely," the woman declared. "I'm parched. Please sit." She motioned toward the dining table, which offered a view through French doors of a lengthy garden, culminating in a neatly constructed wooden studio. Jayden pulled out a chair and sat. "You'll have to pardon the get-up," she said, gesturing at her attire. "I'm an artist. I work with metal, sculptures, custom pieces, garden ornaments, that sort of thing, but I won't bore you with the details. And after hearing about Kirsty, well, diving into a new project was the only way I could think to handle it. Trying to capture something of her in the work, but it's tough when the grief is so fresh." Her words poured out in a relentless stream, giving Jayden little room to interject. Then, with a fresh mug of tea in hand, she settled into the chair opposite him. "So, how can I help, Jayden? Right? Good." Jayden opened his notebook. "Oh, you're still using a little notepad. I figured you'd be all high-tech with a tablet or something." Jayden smiled. "Nope, just good old notebooks, no charging required." After that brief exchange, Jayden offered his sympathies. "I know words don't help much," he said gently, "but I am truly sorry about Kirsty." Jane finally removed her welding mask entirely, running a hand through her hair. "I'll manage," she replied, her voice steadying. "It's her parents I'm heartbroken for, an absolute nightmare." "How long had you known Kirsty?" Jayden asked, deliberately using the present tense, as it felt more respectful of her memory. "Since our freshman year at Durham," Jane said, a faint smile touching her lips. "She just barged into my dorm room on move-in day and introduced herself. We were inseparable after that." Jane's laugh was sudden and full of warmth, but it faded quickly, swallowed by a visible grief. "She was my rock until that jerk came along." Jayden waited, letting the silence prompt her to continue. When she didn't, he gently prodded. "A boyfriend from college?" Jane shook her head. "Oh, there were a few of those. It was university. Why settle down when the buffet is so full, right?" She paused, her expression turning wistful. "No, it wasn't a college fling, honestly. That would have been simpler. There was one guy, Paul. I forget his last name. He was wonderful. And easy on the eyes, you know." but he took off to backpack across Asia, and that was that. She picked up her mug of tea, cradling it for comfort, despite the workshop's warmth. Did she keep in touch with Paul at all? Jaden inquired, though he privately doubted some long-lost romance was the key here. Jane's laugh was a sharp, bitter sound. Keep in touch with Darryl running the show, not a chance. Her husband. Jaden noted. More like her owner, Jane spat, her disdain palpable. A total creep. I hated him from the second she brought him around. It was at a Christmas party, maybe 2 years after we graduated. She'd met him at her new job. Jaden was starting to form a picture, and Darryl was fitting it all too well. But Kirsty loved him, he stated. Oh, she was dazzled, not in love, Jane corrected, her tone turning sarcastically bright. All she saw were the perfectly whitened teeth, the fancy car, the wealthy family. It was a whole different world from our student digs. She was mesmerized, wouldn't hear a word against him. What changed? Jaden pressed. What do you mean? Jane asked. He glanced at his notes. You mentioned Darryl calling the shots. What happened with your friendship? Jane set her empty mug down. It started when they moved in together, she explained. Suddenly, she was never free, always busy. You'd call her phone and he'd answer. We all tried, inviting her out, checking in, but he built this fortress around her. You just couldn't reach her anymore, but you stayed in contact. Actually, we didn't, Jane admitted. We drifted apart for years because of that man. I swear, I loathe him then. Out of nowhere, she reached out. How Facebook? Jane said. It had been over 5 years since I'd heard a word then, about 3 months ago. I get this message. It was Kirsty, and it was like no time had passed at all. It was incredible to reconnect. So, why did she contact you then? Jaden asked. Can't you guess? Jane leaned forward, her elbows on the table, hands clasped tightly. Because she'd finally had enough of Darryl the dirtbag, that's why. She told you she was leaving him. Not in so many words, no, Jane said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But she was planning her escape. She even talked about coming to stay with me for a while to clear her head. She said she'd started hiding cash, little amounts he wouldn't notice. Jaden considered the implications of Jane's words. She hadn't explicitly stated that Kirsty was planning to leave her husband, but the message was clear. Kirsty had finally recognized his controlling nature and was determined to reclaim her own life. What about her plans for this weekend? Jaden pressed. Did she give you any details? A look of pure confusion settled on Jane's face. You mean the camping trip? Jaden nodded briefly. I didn't know she was going this specific weekend, if that's what you're asking. But yes, I was aware she wanted to go, and honestly, it was completely out of character for her. Explain that, Jaden urged. Jane leaned forward. Kirsty had become accustomed to a certain lifestyle. Good salary, married to a man who made even more, fancy dinners, luxury vacations most people only see in magazines. So her getting genuinely excited about sleeping in a tent, it made no sense. Then what was the motivation? Jaden asked. Where did the idea even come from? I believe she saw something online, Jane said, her tone shifting to one of dark amusement. She'd go on about the gear she was buying, acting like a teenager secretly planning a rebellion. It was almost sad, this grown woman finding thrill in a hidden sleeping bag. Are you telling me Darryl was completely in the dark? Absolutely clueless. Jane's voice rose sharply, causing Darryl to flinch. She was stashing everything in the attic, updating me with each new purchase. And of course, it was all top of the line, that was Kirsty. She was getting advice from some online community, a group for wilderness camping, or something equally rustic. You didn't mention a group before, Jaden noted, didn't I? Well, she was in one. My own social media is reserved for adorable animal videos and insufferable art that makes you want to scream, but she was deep in this outdoorsy world. The mention of the Facebook group stuck with Jaden. He made a mental note, underlining its significance. Jane stood abruptly, reaching for her welding helmet. I should get back to work. Jaden stood as well after she left Darryl. Did she say anything about his reaction? Anything at all? Jane paused, thoughtful. You know, when she told me she'd left him 2 weeks ago, that was the last time she brought him up. Not a word since. Did he know her camping location? No idea, Jane said, a hard edge returning to her voice. But I wouldn't put it past him. He was a sneaky piece of work, always watching. At the door, Jayden thanked her and walked to his car. Jane's account filled in the why behind Kirsty's departure, corroborating what Harry had relayed after his visit with Jim. It added useful context to Kirsty's life, but it didn't directly point to her killer. The Facebook group, however, was a different story. That detail felt significant, especially after what the team had discovered on the moors yesterday. If Matt's theory held that the killer might have suggested the campsite, could they have connected through that same online group? Was that the origin point? A cold realization washed over Jayden. The idea of someone hunting for victims through social media, with Kirsty stumbling into the trap. He pulled out his phone and dialed Harry. Harry closed the door to the temporary evidence room and switched on the light. The energy-efficient bulbs flickered reluctantly before emitting a weak, dismal glow. Given the room's grim contents, Harry mused, perhaps even the lights were hesitant to shine here. Harry wasn't a superstitious or religious man, and ghosts were a fantasy he didn't entertain. Yet he'd long held a conviction that the aftermath of a violent act could seep into a place, leaving a kind of residue. It was like a faint, grey film settling over your vision, accompanied by a persistent chill that wasn't just about the temperature. He found another light switch and flooded the room with a harsh, clinical brightness that did nothing to lift the oppressive atmosphere. 2 tables had been shoved together in the middle of the space, with a few chairs tucked underneath. 3 walls were lined with heavy-duty metal shelving, now holding the collected evidence, while the 4th featured a window that had been sealed shut with bricks. Methodically, Harry began transferring the items from the shelves to the tabletop. Each piece was sealed in a clear plastic bag, tagged with dates, locations, and a brief content description. He added Kirsty's purse and the bag containing the peculiar plastic balls to the growing pile. For several minutes he simply stood there in the silence, absorbing the weight of it all. This was a brutal, premeditated murder, the deliberate extinguishing of a life. His thoughts, almost against his will, turned to Kirsty. He made himself focus on her, because this entire grim exercise was for her sake. She deserved that much. She had gone out onto the moors that night full of spirit, likely seeing it as an adventure, a bold step toward a new chapter. She couldn't have known it was her last. His hand went to the bag holding the charred photographs. He took them out, sifting through the damaged prints. Most were just blackened fragments, but one from her wedding day was still partially legible. Daryl's face staring blankly from the past. What had she seen in him then? And what had turned it so bitterly sour? Having met the man, Harry could easily imagine Kirsty finally realizing he was a total jerk. But was that really a motive for murder? Sure, Daryl had fled, but unlike Superintendent Swift, Harry found that far from conclusive. The whole crime felt too meticulously planned, too specific in its horrific details, to neatly point to a panicked husband. So if not him, then who? Replacing the photos, his attention was drawn to the largest item on the table. The label read simply tent, but that felt like a gross understatement. To Harry, this was Kirsty's final sanctuary, a fragile shell she'd retreated to, maybe hoping to rediscover some part of herself that her marriage had eroded. This was where she'd eaten, slept, and shared a bottle of wine, a temporary home just feet from where her life was violently taken. He turned the bagged tent over in his hands, and the darker stains on the fabric became visible. "Stacy!" He muttered the name aloud, the same way he had when he first saw it scrawled in blood on the nylon that awful night. It was a detail that refused to fit, a persistent itch in his mind. It wasn't her name, yet there it was, large, grotesque, almost defiant, the letters blurred and streaked as their owner lay nearby under the vast, indifferent sky. Why put it there at all? And why carve it into her forehead? What in God's name did Stacy have to do with any of this? The question hung in the sterile air, heavy and unanswered. Was it a clever distraction left by a killer with a twisted sense of humor? Or was it genuinely significant? Did it hold a meaning he simply couldn't grasp yet? Harry placed the tent back on the shelf and walked slowly back to the remaining items. He saw Kirsty's backpack, her clothes, and the personal belongings she had packed, which included a paperback novel and a worn teddy bear that looked like it had seen more years than he had. He noticed a bookmark wedged between the novel's pages, and it struck him how these small, ordinary details made death's finality so brutally clear. The book she would never finish, the phone call she expected that never rang, the plans left unmade. These were the fragments of a life abruptly halted, and the silence they left behind felt immense. Also laid out were the practical items, the compact stove she used for her final supper, an empty wine bottle he imagined she'd savoured, a travel toothbrush, a small medical kit, and a little blue flashlight small enough to slip into a jeans pocket. Harry fixed his gaze on the flashlight, as if staring hard enough could force it to reveal its secrets. He picked it up and clicked it on. A feeble beam cut through the dim room, its pale circle drifting over the shelves, touching the remnants of Kirsty's last hours like a ghostly echo. He wondered when she had last used it, whether in that moment she truly believed rescue was on its way. It was such a simple object, utterly harmless, yet it felt unbearably heavy, burdened by all the hope it had been asked to hold for her and by its ultimate, terrible failure. The last two pieces of evidence were familiar, yet they nagged at him relentlessly. Those plastic spheres, for instance, had led the team to the disturbed ground near her campsite and had dragged his mind back into a tactical soldier's way of thinking. Then there was the wallet. Harry lifted it from its bag and sifted through its contents. There wasn't much to see: credit cards, a driver's license, a bit of cash, and some crumpled receipts, several for the very gear now spread before him. He smoothed out the receipts, reading each one, picturing Kirsty in an outdoor store, feeling that buzz of anticipation for the solo adventure she was about to begin. It read like a checklist for freedom: tent, stove, supplies, all pointing toward an experience that ended in unthinkable loss. With a weary sigh, he returned the wallet and the plastic balls to the shelf. He had lost all track of time in that room, had no clue what the rest of the team was doing, and was fairly certain this review had taught him nothing new. And yet, as he looked once more at the assembled items, he felt a sudden, sharp intuition that something there was practically shouting at him, screaming for his attention. But what in the world could it be? He'd been over every single item. It was just a heartbreaking assemblage of a woman's interrupted life, her aspirations and her practical preparations, all sealed away in plastic and shadow. What was he not seeing? What detail was slipping past him? Never one to quit, Harry reached to pull the boxes down again when his phone vibrated in his pocket. "Grim," he answered. "Boss, it's Jaden," came the voice on the line. "You got a second?" Darrell's eyes fluttered open, then immediately squeezed shut as the room tilted violently. A wave of nausea surged, and he lurched forward to be sick, only to be jerked back painfully. His body meeting a solid, unyielding resistance he couldn't yet see. The convulsion tore through him, a violent eruption that seared his throat and flooded his mouth with a bitter, acidic taste. His eyes streamed, his nose filled with the foul stench, and he coughed and spat, roaring into the darkness. His body, however, was not done. A second powerful heave followed the first, muscles straining, sweat breaking out on his skin as another wave of bile was violently expelled. For a moment he was utterly blind, not just from the tears blurring his vision, but from the profound wool-thick darkness that surrounded him. Finally, the brutal storm of nausea began to subside, leaving him sagging and spent, his head cleared just enough for a terrible awareness to dawn. He was in his car. He could feel the familiar seat beneath him, but his torso was bound tightly to it with layers of heavy black tape, pinning his arms to his sides. The seatbelt was fastened over it all, and the constriction was so severe he struggled to draw a full breath. A fresh spike of panic threatened to overwhelm him, and he squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to breathe slowly. This had to be a twisted joke, he reasoned, a sick prank by one of Kirsty's friends seeking revenge. Who else would they blame for what happened to her? You have no idea how much trouble you're in. Darrell spat, his words slurred as his vision adjusted to the dim dashboard lights. If you think this is some kind of payback because you believe I hurt Kirsty, you are monumentally mistaken. And when I get free, I will dedicate every waking moment to destroying you. Do you hear me? The only reply was a thick, listening silence that seemed to press in on him from all sides. I mean it, he snarled, the bravado cracking into a plea. Whoever you are, you've made your point. Just let me go, please. Nothing, not a sound. Yet someone had to be responsible. Did you drug me? Darrell demanded, his voice trembling. How did you even find me? The police don't even know where I am. But I do, Chad. The voice was a soft, thin whisper, right beside his right ear. Darrell let out a sharp, involuntary squeal, a pathetic animal sound that horrified him. Who's there? Show yourself, you coward. Come out where I can see you. A brief, quiet laugh answered him, so sinister it seemed to hook into his spine and yank away the last vestiges of his warmth and courage. Then the name registered. Wait, Darrell said, his mind scrambling. Chad? I'm not Chad. You have the wrong person. My name is Darrell. The laughter came again, a soft, mocking sound. I'm not Chad, Darrell insisted, sniffling, fighting to keep his voice steady. I can prove it. Just let me go, and I swear I won't tell a soul, I promise. A cold, rubber-clad finger pressed against his lips, silencing him. I know everything about you, the voice murmured, chillingly intimate. I know about your charmed life, how everything was just handed to you. You have no concept of your own luck. You're all the same. You and your kind, the Chads, the Stacys. You take and you take. Never a thought for those you crush underfoot. You act like the world is yours by birthright. The voice hardened. Well, it's not, and you, Chad, are going to help me demonstrate that to everyone. Darrell's thoughts raced in frantic, useless circles, unable to latch onto anything that made sense of this nightmare. I don't understand any of this, he muttered, utterly bewildered. Chad, Stacy, you're not making any sense. Who are these people you're even talking about? Who? From the deepest, darkest recesses of Darrell's memory, a shadow stirred. A police visit. 2 officers, one young and crisp, the other older with a face that looked like it had been badly rearranged. Rude men, Darrell recalled. They'd come to deliver the awful news about Kirsty's death. But as they were leaving, the older, disfigured one had asked another question, hadn't he? Something about knowing a Stacy. Darrell's mind connected the fragments and arrived at a horrifying conclusion. Oh, dear God. What is it, Chad? It's you, Darrell whispered, the realization dawning like ice in his veins. You killed Kirsty. It was you all along. I was going to tell you, the voice replied, calm and measured. But yes, it was me. You both deserved it. A perfect Chad and Stacy, living in your perfect little bubble, a world I popped. Darrell began to sob, tears streaming down his face as if fleeing the terror. None of this makes sense. Why, Kirsty, what do you want from me? Just let me go, I'm begging you. I'm a nice guy, you know, the voice said, and Darrell felt a cold, wet splash soak through his clothes. The acrid smell of vomit was suddenly overpowered by something richer, sweeter. Sure, I don't have your gym-toned chest, your symmetrical jawline, and I'm not 6 feet tall, but why should that mean I don't get to have what you have? What are you even saying? My jawline? What does that matter? Darrell choked out. The sweet, pungent odor filled his nostrils. You're all the same, the voice hissed, a spark of fury igniting within it. You're blind to your own privilege, blind to how everything you are steals what should be ours. Darrell's head was jerked back and secured with tape against the headrest. Try to hold still, the voice advised, almost politely. This will sting a bit, I'm afraid. Agony exploded across Darrell's forehead as a blade bit deep. He could hear the gruesome scrape against bone, a methodical carving and slicing. He tried to scream, but the pain was so absolute, so consuming, it became his entire universe. When the cutting ceased, Darrell became aware of the warm, wet flow of his own blood. A raw, guttural cry of horror tore from him. "What did you do to me?" he whimpered. Then the smell returned, stronger now, cutting through the coppery scent of blood, the unmistakable reek of gasoline. "You poured gas on me! Oh God, no! Why? Why are you doing this? Please, let me out! Let me out! Shh!" The voice soothed. A bright flash momentarily blinded him.
Why are you taking pictures?
Darrell wept.
What do you want?
Another flash. "Please, just let me go." When the voice spoke again, it was venomous, every word barbed. "People like you deny people like me the intimacy and connection that is our birthright, too." The voice became a snarl, vicious and unhinged. "Do you have any idea what it's like for us? To see you and your wife every day, flaunting it, rubbing our noses in your happiness, do you?" "I don't understand," Darrell cried. "I don't know what you mean. Please don't do this. Let's be clear, I didn't choose this life of solitude. Who would? But I have no choice because of you, Chad, because of all the Chads and Stacys. You forced this existence on us. It ends here, it ends now, and I'm the one who's going to end it, because I am the last true romantic. You hear me?" The last gentleman standing, Darrell saw a light then, but it wasn't the steady beam of a flashlight. It was a flickering, dancing light of orange and yellow, radiating a terrible growing heat. Please, no. And you had the sheer arrogance to waste it, both of you, so consumed by your flawless Chad and Stacy fantasy that you watched it fall apart. How could you? Darrell recognized the madness in that voice, understood there was no escape, yet he still begged for mercy. "I'm begging you, just let me leave. Please." "Farewell, Chad," the voice replied. "Give my regards to Stacy, will you?" Darrell saw the warm glow waver, rise, and descend. It settled innocently in his lap, small and unassuming. Then his universe erupted into searing agony. As the flames enveloped him, the final sound he perceived was his own scream tearing from his throat while the fire devoured him. Chapter 26. The conversation with Jaden had created more confusion than clarity, and Harry, now back in his apartment for the night, felt a tension headache building. This friend of Kirsty's had told Jaden it was impossible for Darrell to have known about his wife's camping plans. Therefore, Harry reasoned, the only explanation for the man appearing in Keld and leaving that note on her car was the tracking device. Darrell hadn't known she was going camping. He only knew she had gone somewhere. He was clearly a controlling, unstable person who couldn't stand the thought of her acting independently. That he had fled was still an issue, but Harry didn't believe it elevated him to top suspect. He was just a frightened fool who needed to be located, nothing more. Not that Detective Swift would be convinced of that yet, Harry thought. Then there was Jaden's point about Kirsty originally getting the camping idea from Facebook. This supported Liz's investigative direction, and Harry was relieved they weren't just sitting around waiting for divine social media intervention. Which was precisely why Harry was now glaring at his phone, equally bewildered and apprehensive, faced with something he'd never used in his life. Facebook. After the call with Jaden, Harry had relayed the officer's information to Liz. She had reviewed her Facebook findings and, much to Harry's satisfaction, it had been relatively straightforward for her to pinpoint where Kirsty caught the wild camping enthusiasm. Then, Jen had driven down the valley to handle another emerging matter. "You're really committing to this whole become-the-prey strategy," Liz remarked. "This is a Facebook group. As we've talked about, we believe this is how Kirsty initially got the idea not just to go camping, but to specifically head to Swaledale." "Right. Yes," Harry nodded, not entirely following. "Essentially, you can have groups for absolutely anything, understand?" Liz continued. "You share a common interest, and that's it. And this group is specifically for wilderness camping." "Exactly," Liz confirmed. "How is that different from regular camping?" "It's wild," Liz stated. "You don't stay on a designated campground with restrooms, showers, and a snack bar. You just go out into the untamed landscape, plain and simple. Who creates something like that? The group administrators, Liz explained. Basically, if you have a hobby or a passion, you can start a Facebook group. Then you get to connect with people who share that interest, discuss it, exchange ideas, photos, experiences, that sort of thing. But why? Harry asked, struggling to grasp the entire social media concept. Why not just meet people in person? It's not always that simple, Liz said. This lets you connect with far more people than you would if, say, you only had a monthly meetup at the local community centre. It's also cheaper and more convenient. I see, Harry said, unable to contribute much else. So, what did you discover? Liz replied, Well, I created an account under a different name, using an email that isn't mine, and borrowed some generic photos to seem authentic. After that, finding Kirsty was honestly easy because her profile is still active. From there, I located the groups she had interacted with, and, well, here we are. Take a look. Liz then showed Harry the Wild Camping Facebook group on her screen. How did you figure out she was looking at this? Harry asked. Liz let out a small sigh. It took some time. I scrolled through her social media history until I found a post where she mentioned camping. A little more digging after that, and I was in. I had to join the group, but that was simple enough. All right, so what's the next step? Harry had pressed her. At that point, the initial thrill seemed to drain from Liz's expression. The group has more than 10,000 members, she said, her posture slumping slightly. We can't just call every single one of them. What's your idea then? For a long moment, Liz stayed quiet, her expression turning grave, her lips pressed into a thin line. Liz? She finally looked at him, the seriousness not fading. This is where we circle back to your whole become the prey concept. Once Liz laid out her plan, Harry insisted that if anyone was going to attempt it, it would be him. It wasn't overtly dangerous, but he refused to let Liz take the lead in trying to lure a potential killer. After she helped him install the app on his phone and gave him a crash course in online behavior, along with the login credentials she'd created, Liz headed home. Harry was left feeling uncertain but curious, convinced that any lead was worth pursuing. Later, back in his apartment after dinner, he began sifting through the wild camping group Kirsty had followed. He quickly grew frustrated, bewildered by how people could spend so much time commenting on strangers' photos and updates, or were they called posts? He shook his head, focusing on the goal, to find anyone who might have suggested Swaledale to Kirsty. The odds were long, but it beat inaction. Liz had offered some tips on what to ask, but so far his efforts had led nowhere. Well, not exactly nowhere. He'd become oddly informed about portable stoves, watched several heated debates between people who'd likely never shaken hands, and even contributed to a thread about the perfect campfire chili. Yet, he was no closer to an answer. Harry turned his phone off and tossed it onto the coffee table. It landed beside the envelope of photos that had been slipped through his mail slot the previous day, presumably by the men Liz had warned him about. He picked up the envelope and slid the pictures out again, flipping through them. Each one showed his brother Ben inside the prison walls, completely unaware his privacy had been violated. Harry guessed the shots were taken with a smuggled phone. Not difficult, with corrupt guards and the increasing use of drones to drop contraband over the walls. He snatched his phone back up and dialed a number he hadn't used in weeks. It went to voicemail, unsurprising given the late hour. He left a message for Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank, the one who'd originally sent him north from Bristol, hoping she'd call back soon. Tired but too restless for sleep, Harry decided to stay up a while longer. His mind needed to unwind, and sometimes the best way to do that was with mindless TV and a hot cup of tea, so he made himself a mug, settled into the couch, and for reasons he couldn't quite explain, found himself watching a darts championship. Harry wasn't certain when sleep had finally taken him. only that the darts tournament on the television had eventually given way to a commercial featuring two deeply bronzed, overly energetic men attempting to sell a piece of exercise gear that seemed to consist of elastic bands meant to hook onto an office chair. He was jolted awake by the persistent ringing of his phone. Still foggy from his abrupt departure from sleep, he fumbled for the device, gathering his wits enough to answer, assuming it was his superior officer calling back at this late hour. The voice on the other end, however, belonged to Matt. "Boss? Yes, what is it?" Harry managed, correcting himself. "I mean, what's the situation, Detective Constable? You are aware of the time, I presume?" "I believe we've located Darrell," Matt stated. Instantly, Harry was fully alert, as if he'd been doused with ice water. "Where? Is he in custody for questioning?" A brief, heavy silence stretched over the line, and Harry felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. "Matt? What's wrong?" "We won't be able to confirm it's him until the fire is completely out," Matt explained, his tone grim. "Fire? What fire? What are you talking about?" "His vehicle was discovered about 30 minutes ago," Matt continued. "Someone torched it, and it appears Darrell is still inside." Chapter 27. By the time Harry reached the location, the flames had been extinguished for some time. So too had the life of the individual in the driver's seat. Harry assumed it was Darrell, though identification was currently impossible. The body had taken on the dark, crisp appearance of meat left too long in a roaring oven. He had driven himself this time in the modest second-hand 4x4 he'd recently bought from Mike, the local mechanic. It wasn't fancy, but it was reliable, and that suited him just fine. Flashy cars always made him feel like an imposter. The scene before him was one of grim efficiency. The fire engine stood idle, its work done, while the crew methodically secured the area and ensured the road was safe. The car itself was now a blackened husk, a skeletal frame revealing twisted metal and the scorched remnants of its interior, parked in a roadside pull-off. Traffic officers had coned off half the lane and were directing the sparse late-night, or rather very early morning, traffic. Further up the same pull-off, the scene of crime officers waited patiently by their vans. The vehicle was still too hot to approach safely. Harry could hear the faint pops and creaks of contracting metal as it cooled. He climbed out of his truck and walked over to join Matt, who offered an awkward wave from behind the yellow police tape encircling the site. The air hung thick, not just with smoke, but with a nauseating cocktail of scents: burned rubber, seared earth and grass, and the sharp odor of gasoline. Underlying it all, however, was the unmistakable stomach-turning smell of a rain-doused barbecue, the scent of charred meat, steam, and water mingling into something profoundly awful. And it was exactly that. "So, where exactly are we?" Harry asked, fighting the urge to breathe through his mouth. "Hergill Road," Matt replied. "It runs over from Richmond and down into Swaledale." "Swaledale?" Harry echoed, a flicker of dark irony touching his thoughts. "You're kidding." "Thinking the same thing, then," Matt said. "Seems a bit convenient," Harry remarked, though a stubborn, pragmatic part of him insisted it was likely just a morbid coincidence. "And we're sure it's Darrell." Matt gestured toward the wreck with his chin. "The plates match. It's his car. And since he vanished in it last Friday, I can't imagine who else it would be." "So it's definitely him?" Harry pressed. "We're certain?" Matt didn't answer with words. Instead, he lifted the cordon tape and led Harry closer to the smouldering vehicle. Up close, the heat still radiated from the wreck, and the stench of what had happened hung thick in the air. Matt aimed the intense beam of a surprisingly powerful flashlight through the driver's door. "Looks like he was secured to the seat," he noted. On the ground lay the shattered remains of the window, glittering like a field of fallen stars against the dark pavement. Harry leaned in, squinting. At first he saw only shadows, then a metallic glint caught his eye around the figure in the driver's seat. Was he chained in? "Seems that way," Matt replied quietly. "Which suggests he was alive when, well, you get it." Harry did get it, and he forcefully pushed away the graphic images trying to form in his mind. Some of the scene techs took a closer look. Matt continued. They don't think it was just chains. What do you mean? Matt directed the light toward the horrifying remains. The body contorted, teeth exposed in a final rictus of terror. See how the torso is yanked back against the seat. And the head is pulled back too, like it was fastened to the headrest. But there's no chain there. So what are you saying? Matt let out a long, weary sigh, heavy with disgust. One of them mentioned it was probably heavy-duty tape, like gorilla tape. The chains would have pinned him to the seat, sure, but they think tape was wrapped around his body and his head, to keep him from moving around. Moving around? Harry echoed, the phrase sounding absurdly casual. Why would that matter? The man was chained in his own car, probably smelling the gasoline he knew was about to be lit. It's not like he was going anywhere. Matt slowly moved the flashlight beam up to the corpse's head. His voice dropped to a near whisper. So whoever did this could do that. Look at his forehead, boss. It took Harry's eyes a moment to adjust, but when they did, his breath caught. Good God. Carved into the charred flesh of the forehead, presumably belonging to the man he'd spoken with just days prior, were a series of deep, deliberate scratches. He couldn't decipher the marks clearly, but they were gouged with brutal precision. The sheer agony of the act was almost a tangible force in the air. Yeah, Matt said softly. It's monstrous. Who does something like this? And why? Any clue what it says? Harry asked, forcing his voice steady. I think I see what might be a C on the left side. Can't make it out. If it's even a word, Matt answered. Might be a name. Honestly, I'm still stuck on the fact that someone actually did it. Harry took a step back, needing space to process the scene. So if this is Darryl, Kirsty's husband, and we're operating on that assumption, then the person who did this is almost certainly the same one who killed Kirsty. Agreed, Matt said. But why? That's what's eating at me. Why kill Kirsty, then turn around and do this to her husband? What are we actually dealing with here? What kind of enemies did they have to end up like this? This is Wensleydale, for crying out loud. This level of brutality belongs in some cartel nightmare south of the border, not here in our quiet corner. Harry had no words of comfort or clarity. They were standing before another victim, murdered in a profoundly cruel manner, and they were no closer to solving Kirsty's case. The frustration was a cold weight in his chest. Turning away from the grim spectacle, Harry ducked back under the police tape and walked to his car. He leaned against the door, staring out at the peaceful, sleeping landscape before him. The serene view a stark and almost mocking contrast to the horror behind the cordon. To his right, the lights of Richmond shimmered in the dark, scattered like the lanterns of distant ships on a pitch-black ocean. To his left, the valley fell into a deeper shadow, rolling out toward the heavy, silent forms of the Swaledale Hills, standing as eternal sentinels over the fleeting lives below. What's the time? Harry asked, as Matt stepped up beside him. Pushing 4, Matt replied. And it's dark, too dark if you ask me. The sun better get a move on. You all right, staying here? Sure, Matt said. You taking off? Not exactly, Harry answered. I thought I'd drive down into Swaledale, clear my head. Maybe wander around Gunnerside for a bit. Well, if you go tramping up on those fells again, make sure you've got a proper torch and a phone that's charged. I don't want to find you with a broken ankle, freezing to death out there. The flashlight on my phone will have to do, Harry said. No, it won't, Matt insisted, holding out his hand. Here, take this. Harry saw Matt was offering his own small torch. You sure you don't need it? Matt shook his head. 2 is 1 and 1 is none. You know how it goes. Harry did a lesson from his old paratrooper days. So you've got a spare. 3 is even better, Matt said with a nod. I've got 1 in my jacket and another in the car. Harry accepted the torch. How did it go yesterday anyway? We knocked on doors and learned absolutely nothing, Matt told him. Nobody saw a thing, and nobody's been hit with those plastic pellets either. What about that, Mr. Harker, you mentioned? Harry asked. Did Gary's story hold up? Matt nodded. Yeah, it checked out. He's a sweet old guy too, insisted on making us a pot of tea and some sandwiches. Before we left, he'd talked us into taking out his trash, getting his TV tuned right, and even trying to fix the clock in his living room. Harry offered a faint smile, but his gaze seemed fixed elsewhere, on the horrific image of Darrell, fused to his car by the killing heat, and the smile quickly vanished. "And you can fix clocks, can you?" "I say fix, but it just needed winding," Matt explained. "Turns out it's the only clock the old fellow has in the house, and he gets a bit forgetful. It was running a few hours fast, simple to put right." Harry opened his car door. "Give my best to the surgeon and the pathologist, will you?" Then he was gone, driving away from the nightmare of Darrell's final moments and heading back toward the place where the dead man's wife had lived out her own. The ultimate gentleman, freshly scrubbed of the deeds he had carried out little more than an hour before, was once again basking in the glow of his achievement. "You rock that, Chad had it coming. Ha! Stacy and Chad roasting together in hell, burn you fools." The admiration was a potent drug, and he was gulping it down as fast as he could, like chugging a cold beer on a hot day. "You carved him up good, man. Smell that Chad cook." I love the smell of Chad in the morning. As the praise kept pouring in, and the views on his video and posted photos continued to climb, he felt certain that his work was not just good, it was essential. No, it was more than essential. It was legendary, critical. He stood and stretched, his robe clinging slightly to his still damp skin. He could still catch a faint whiff of gasoline beneath the masculine scent of his shower gel, but he didn't mind. In fact, he liked it. It was a souvenir of his triumph, a proof of his greatness. He sat back down and glanced again at his screen. "We're gonna get what we deserve because of you, man. Wish I could have heard that Chad scream. The incel rebellion starts now." They were right, he realized. They were all going to claim what was owed to them. And yes, the rebellion had truly begun. It wasn't only about him. It was about the ones who came before, the brothers who had lit the path. They had risen, they had blazed, and they had made it clear to everyone that the way things were simply wasn't right. It had to be different. It would be different. And from this moment forward, he was the one who would explain it all. He would be the guide. Settling back into his chair, the ultimate gentleman opened the document and began to review. The last time he checked, it was nearing 10,000 words, yet he had so much more to express, every bit of it essential. This was his entire being, his purpose for breathing, captured in text. His declaration, his moment of revelation, the time had finally arrived. He understood that now. Time to unveil his vision to the world, because his mission was only starting, and he was right at that instant gathering his forces. As he prepared the file to distribute to his followers, a profound, soaring happiness filled him, a feeling he had never known before. All he required now was one final perfect Stacy to truly set everything in motion, and oh, did he have the most exquisite prize waiting to be claimed. Chapter 29. After leaving the scene behind and driving deeper into Swaledale, with the world outside a tapestry of shadows and silence, Harry discovered a deep fatigue he hadn't acknowledged. Believing he could power through, he pressed on, only for his sight to begin swimming. As the road ahead dissolved into a dangerous smear, he guided the car to the nearest pull-off, reclined his seat to stretch out, and then lowered the backrest completely to get some real rest. He reached for the ignition, but at the final second left the engine running, letting the heater wrap him in a cozy warmth. There in the dark, Harry's eyelids grew heavy without a fight, and he drifted into a deep, blank sleep. He awoke to find the enormous face of a cow peering at him over the stone wall beside his parking spot. The animal's large brown eyes held him in a steady, appraising gaze. Harry offered a little wave. "Morning," he said, pushing himself upright. "Any chance you're hiding a good cup of coffee around here?" The cow continued its unblinking stare. "I'll interpret that as a no," Harry muttered. He pushed the car door open, releasing the stale, trapped air and drawing in deep breaths of the far sweeter atmosphere outside. Stepping out, he looked down the valley, and was struck by the sheer beauty of it. He'd slept much longer than intended. It was now almost 8 in the morning. The day was unveiling itself as brilliantly and sweetly as any he could recall. The fells were a vibrant spectrum of countless greens. He realized he'd never truly grasped how many variations of the colour existed until he'd moved up north. Over the fields and farmhouses nestled below, as if seeking shelter under those great earthen thrones, a delicate, ghostly fog lingered, a pale and spectral shroud at peace. Along the wall-lined roads, cars moved like tiny beads of colour against the green and grey. The air, rich with the smells of peat, hillside and heather, was vibrant with the sounds of birds hunting their breakfast and sheep calling to one another, sharing the night's gossip. After a long groaning stretch, Harry climbed back into the driver's seat. He scrubbed at his face and eyes, then rummaged in a pocket for some chewing gum, a sorry substitute for a toothbrush. As he did, his fingers brushed against another object and he pulled out a small blue flashlight along with the gum. For a moment he was completely disoriented, unsure of the small object's origin or how it had ended up in his coat. He clicked the switch and a weak beam of light sputtered to life. Then it hit him. This was Kirsty's flashlight. He must have slipped it into his pocket by mistake while reviewing the evidence back at the community centre. A quiet thought crossed his mind. Better keep this to myself. The last thing I need is for Swift to find out I walked off with potential evidence without properly logging it. Feeling as rested as the circumstances allowed, he tucked the torch away, started the car, rolled down the window and continued driving. The road ahead seemed to stitch the patchwork of surrounding fields together with a single endless thread. Before long, a sign for the village of Marrick appeared. The name rang a faint bell, but the connection eluded him. Then it came back. A conversation with Adam on that first grim Friday after Kirsty was discovered. Adam hadn't worked in the village itself, though, had he? No, Harry remembered. It was a priory by the same name. A quick check on his phone confirmed its location. A sharp turn left, then down what looked like a narrow single-track lane. Well, I'm already in the neighbourhood, Harry reasoned. Might as well swing by for a word. He wasn't entirely certain what he hoped to gain, but Adam had been first on the scene. In cases like this, people often recalled small, overlooked details days later. Following the route on his screen, Harry took the left turn where the signpost indicated. The lane narrowed, sloping gently down to his right. At the edge of the fields, the river Swale mirrored his direction, its waters flowing steadily alongside him. About a mile from the main road, the priory came into view, a structure nestled in a shallow dip just off to his right. A wooden gate barred the entrance drive, but a small parking area sat nearby. He pulled in beside an older Land Rover, its dark green paint and canvas top in surprisingly pristine condition. It looked more like a showpiece than a vehicle ever taken off-road, quite different from the rugged models commonly seen around the Dales. Harry made his way through the gate and down the drive. To his right stood a modest bungalow. Directly ahead rose the tower of what he assumed was the ancient priory. To be honest, it looked more like a humble country church than some grand medieval complex. Gravestones were scattered across the grounds, and Harry could easily picture the staff spinning ghost stories for visiting school groups, tales of spectral figures wandering after dark and mysterious whispers in the night. Approaching the main entrance, he noticed stonework peeking through the thick grass, likely the remnants of the original, larger building. There was a quiet grandeur to the place, even if it was smaller than its name implied. History seemed to seep from the very stones and tumble down from the tower overhead. Large windows formed the entrance to the priory's main building. Beyond the glass, Harry could see a flurry of activity, children and adults bustling about, preparing for the day ahead. On his walk down, he had passed what looked like a storage area between the bungalow and the priory, hung with an assortment of gear, life jackets, helmets, bows, and targets. He could almost feel the buzz of excitement inside, that eager anticipation of the adventures to come. He was heading toward the door, hoping to locate Adam, when a voice called his name from across the grounds. Harry turned to see Adam approaching, and once again noted how robust the man appeared, as if he radiated the vitality of someone who spent every day under the open sky. Detective Chief Inspector Grimm, Adam greeted, extending a hand a moment later. Good to see you, you as well, Harry replied, shaking it. Apologies for dropping in unannounced. I was nearby and thought I'd swing by. Hope it's not an inconvenience. Not at all, Adam assured him. Did you manage to park up top? Had I known you were coming, I'd have opened the gate. I wedged in next to a Land Rover, Harry said. I don't think I've ever seen one in such pristine shape. Adam's face lit up. That's my Series 1. Restored it myself. Couldn't possibly afford to buy it on the market today. You and Gary both have a thing for vehicles, then? Absolutely, Adam confirmed, though he's more about speed. That old beast doesn't so much accelerate as it gradually builds up steam. Harry gestured toward the children moving about inside the building. Looks like you're in the middle of things. I can come back later. All sorted, Adam explained. They're making their lunches. Unless you fancy getting coated in margarine and Marmite, you're probably better off out here. Here I'll stay then, Harry said. So, what can I do for you? Adam asked, leading Harry away from the entrance to a low wall overlooking the fields that sloped down toward the Swale River. Harry was silent for a beat, collecting his thoughts. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, he finally admitted. It's just after last night. Did something happen? Adam inquired. You could say that. Yes, Harry replied. Kirsty's husband was found on the road between here and Richmond. Found? Was it a car wreck? These roads are treacherous, too many accidents. People drive them like a racetrack. Nothing that's straightforward, Harry said. I'll spare you the details, but let's just say the circumstances look highly suspicious. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Adam said. Can't say I envy your line of work. Harry remained quiet. Do you know what happened? Adam pressed. Harry shook his head. I wish I did. All I know is we now have 2 deaths and exactly 0 answers about what actually went down. Sounds like you could use a coffee, Adam suggested. Interested? Do I even need to answer that? Following Adam into the Priory, Harry was shown to a small office crowded with 2 desks, an excessive number of filing cabinets, and walls plastered with maps, notice boards, certificates, and photographs. The certificates declared the staff's qualifications to lead people in various and potentially risky outdoor activities, while the photos captured dozens of individuals clearly having the time of their lives doing exactly those things. A climbing harness dangled from a hook on the back of the door. Well-worn hiking boots were tucked under a desk, and rucksacks leaned in a corner beside a comprehensive first aid kit. Seems like a fun place to work, Harry remarked, as Adam entered and handed him a large mug of steaming coffee. As he drank, willing the caffeine to hit his system, his eyes kept scanning the room, absorbing more details. It's brilliant, Adam agreed. Best job in the world. The pay is terrible, of course, but you can't have everything, right? Harry took a sip, the coffee scalding his lips. He noted the maps covered all of Swaledale. On closer look, one detailed the area around Crackpot, and another the mines above Gunnerside. Then his attention was caught by something else entirely, an unusual schematic that appeared to chart a network of caverns. That's the map of Crackpot, Adam explained. The cave system we take the kids into. It's a fun little adventure, Adam remarked. I'll trust you on that, Harry replied, his gaze drifting across the room, over the walls and down to the desks. Not really your scene, I take it? Harry shook his head. The closest I'll ever come to caving is fishing around under the bed for a missing sock. Adam chuckled, and Harry took a sip of his drink. Then something snagged in his thoughts, a fleeting detail he'd seen, but hadn't fully registered. What was it, and where? Adam was still talking, and Harry forced himself to listen. It's nearly impossible. I mean, it's the easiest cave we use for school trips, but try extracting someone on a stretcher. A total nightmare. So, how do you manage it? Harry asked, his mind still circling that elusive detail. Getting someone out, I mean. There's this section called Knee-Wrecker Passage. Some of us call it Fat Man's Agony. You have to crawl over scalloped rock. It'll ruin your knees if you're not careful. To evacuate someone through there, we all had to lie on our backs, head to toe, and pass them overhead. and the person we were rescuing wasn't exactly a lightweight. Sounds delightful, Harry said dryly, his eyes now scanning the windowsill behind one of the desks. Absolutely worth a visit, Adam insisted. Matt said the same thing, Harry murmured, almost to himself. He was about to speak again when his eyes finally landed on the object that had hooked his attention like a lure in the weeds. He moved across the floor, reached over to the windowsill, and picked it up for a closer look. Something I can help with? Adam asked. But Harry wasn't listening. He couldn't. In his hands was a clear plastic container, filled to the top with tiny plastic spheres. Harry turned to face Adam, holding the tub up between them. "Can you tell me what this is?" he asked, working hard to keep his expression neutral, to give nothing away just yet. His eyes drifted back to the office walls, settling on the map of the mines above Gunnerside. "Of course," Adam said. "They're plastic BBs." "Why do you ask? And what are they for?" Harry pressed. "You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me," Harry said, flipping open the lid and pouring a few of the BBs into his palm. The small white balls sat there, looking utterly harmless, yet all Harry could see in his mind were the pathologist's photographs, the vivid bruises on Kirsty's body. "Well, remember playing army as a kid?" Adam asked. Harry nodded, rolling the balls in his palm with a finger. "We used to do this thing called Join On for Army," Adam said with a laugh. "We'd link up in a line, arms over each other's shoulders, and march around the playground shouting, 'Join on for Army! Join on for Army!' If anyone wanted in, they'd just attach themselves. Usually, we'd end up with this huge chain of kids right until the bell rang." "And what does that have to do with these?" Harry asked, extending his hand with the BBs. "Imagine those childhood army games with cap guns, only for adults, with life-size replicas where you actually get to shoot your opponents." "I was in the paras," Harry stated flatly. "I've done the real thing. Can't say I feel the need to pretend." "You should try it, though," Adam urged. "Lots of ex-military guys do. It's a blast. It's called airsoft, or skirmishing." "So you do this then, skirmishing?" Harry asked, pouring the BBs back into the tub and snapping the lid shut. "I've got all the gear," Adam admitted. "It's pretty pricey, but I don't mind. It gets you outdoors for one thing, and it can be exhausting, running around trying to take out the other team. You should give it a shot." "And where do you do it?" Harry asked. "Is this about the airsoft match?" Harry asked. "Over in Richmond," Adam replied. "There's a great facility there, plenty of different game setups." Harry recalled Jim mentioning a trip to a Richmond skirmish site just yesterday. He'd planned to follow up with him. Maybe that wasn't necessary now. "How long has it been since you last played?" Harry pressed. Adam gave a non-committal shrug. "Maybe 2 weeks. Work's been intense and we've had someone out sick." "What about this past Friday?" Harry asked. "Friday?" Adam echoed. "No, I was here at the office like I already mentioned." "Yes, you did," Harry said, his tone level. "You were observing your team, correct? Making sure they had their space." "That's right. And would they have been able to confirm your presence the entire time? If you'd decided to slip out early, would they have known?" "I suppose it's possible," Adam admitted, and Harry caught a brief, uneasy shift in his eyes. "What are you getting at?" Harry took a moment, assembling the pieces. Adam had been first to find the scene. He was clearly involved in airsoft, evidenced by the BB pellets in his desk. The detailed map of the Gunnerside moors on his wall suggested a deep familiarity with that remote area, and now his alibi for Friday evening seemed far from solid. Given the man's obvious fitness and the relatively short distance from the Priory to the moors, the travel time was negligible. What he lacked was a direct connection from Adam to Kirsty or Darrell, but the circumstantial evidence was stacking up, enough to warrant serious attention. "I need you to accompany me to the station in Hawes," Harry stated. "Just for some routine follow-up questions. It's important." "I'm rather tied up at the moment," Adam protested. "Can it wait until this afternoon?" Harry shook his head. "I'm afraid it needs to be now. Your staff can manage." "Really, Adam started. "I need you to come with me now, Mr. Bright," Harry interrupted, his voice dropping to a quiet, implacable calm. "Please." "Mr. Bright?" Adam repeated, a hollow laugh escaping him. That sounds terribly official. Then his expression transformed, the veil of confusion shredding away to expose something raw beneath. In that instant, Harry saw it, a flash of pure, undiluted fear. Harry stood at the head of the Priory driveway, phone pressed to his ear. Matt's voice was incredulous on the other end. "Adam Bright? You can't be serious." "I'm just bringing him in for questioning," Harry clarified. "It's not an arrest. We don't have enough for that, and we both know it." "True," Matt conceded. "But you really think it could be him?" Harry wasn't sure what he thought. He only knew that a constellation of odd details had suddenly aligned, and they all pointed toward Adam. His duty was to chase down every lead, no matter how uncomfortable. If Adam was involved, letting him walk away now was unthinkable. The plan was simple: get him to the station, keep him calm, and see what a conversation might shake loose. "I'm just telling you he's with me," Harry said. "If it leads nowhere, I'll drive him back myself. Anything new on your end?" "Well, Gordy sent a postcard," Matt offered. "Want me to read it?" "Please do," Harry said, playing along dear team. Matt began. "I was joking, Matt." Harry cut in, a weary smile touching his lips. "Oh, right, of course," Matt stammered. "You can see it when you get here. See you soon, boss." Harry pocketed his phone and watched as Adam trudged up the gravel drive toward him, the man's earlier confidence now replaced by a stiff, wary posture. Harry observed the man's purposeful stride, though the exact nature of that purpose eluded him. Was it the walk of someone eager to clear their name, or of a guilty man steeling himself to reveal nothing? Only the coming minutes would tell. "So, where are we headed?" Adam inquired. "Just back to Hawes," Harry answered. "Did you get everything settled with your team?" "They're worried," Adam admitted. "I wasn't sure what to say." Harry offered no reassurance. "We've got a room at the community centre where we can talk." Adam opened the passenger door, hesitation in his movement. "You're certain that's all this is? Just a conversation?" Harry gave a definitive nod. "Yes, a conversation. We need to clarify a few points, review some details. Standard procedure, nothing to be concerned about." That final statement might be a colossal lie, Harry reflected, because if this interview unravelled, there would be plenty to worry about. Adam offered no reply, simply sinking into the passenger's seat. Harry slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and grasped for casual chatter. "Just got this car," he said, forcing a relaxed tone. "No CDs or anything yet, just the radio. Hope that's all right." Silence was his answer. Adam was staring fixedly out the window, appearing somehow diminished, as if the air had been let out of him. Whether that was promising or ominous, Harry couldn't decipher. He shifted into reverse, turned the car around, and left the Priory behind at the community centre. Harry instructed Matt to escort Adam to a side room. Matt complied with quiet efficiency, and Harry asked Jim to follow with tea and biscuits. Fly, the dog, was a curled-up presence under Liz's desk. Harry entered the main room. "Morning, everyone." 3 solemn faces turned his way. Liz approached and handed him a postcard. "It's from Gordy. Sounds like she's loving Scotland with her family." "Wish she were here, though," Harry murmured, taking the card. He skimmed Gordy's enthusiastic descriptions of the Highlands' beauty, and her cheeky declaration that Yorkshire's hills were unworthy of the name compared to the hauntingly beautiful Glencoe. Tucking the thought away, he drifted toward the kettle. Jen came to stand beside him. "How are you holding up? Matt mentioned you brought Adam in. You don't really think he's—" "Honestly, I don't know what to think right now," Harry said, grabbing his oversized mug. He dropped in 2 tea bags and poured boiling water, his mind a tangled web of the murders, the envelope's contents from the flat, Liz's account of the 2 men, and the still missing callback from his former superior. Hopefully a chat with him will straighten some things out. His attempt at a smile felt stiff and unconvincing, not reaching his eyes. "Boss?" Harry looked over. Jaden was seated beside Liz, the laptop open before them. Leaving his tea to steep, he walked over. "What is it?" "Remember that profile we set up yesterday?" Liz said. "On Facebook." Harry gave an involuntary shudder. "Unfortunately, yes. I still don't understand the appeal of letting that thing into your life. But you were on it last night anyway, weren't you? Jadden pointed out. For a little while, Harry conceded. As long as I could stomach it. Why? Jadden gestured to the screen. You'd better see this for yourself. Harry focused on the laptop where the familiar blue interface awaited. What exactly am I supposed to be looking at? First this, Liz said, clicking a small bell icon on the screen. Remember I explained this. Notifications. Well, you've got several. Harry leaned in to get a better look at the screen, but the information still didn't click. Okay, and Jadden explained, these are all alerts showing that people have liked or replied to your posts. Liz selected one of the notifications, and the display shifted to show a post Harry had shared the previous evening. Below it were rows of little icons, hearts and thumbs-up signs, along with several written comments. So, a bunch of strangers liked or commented on my Facebook update, Harry said flatly. Big deal. Why does that matter? We've reviewed every single comment, Liz told him. Honestly, there are more responses than I anticipated, which tells me this is a pretty active online circle. But here's what stands out. One username is commenting far more frequently than anyone else. Look, she scrolled down, and sure enough, one particular account had left multiple replies. It's like this on all your posts and on the ones I published too, Liz continued. And there's a direct message, Jadden added. Take a look. Liz clicked the icon beside the notification bell, the one shaped like a speech bubble with a lightning bolt inside. Harry had always wondered what that button was for. What's it say? He asked. Not much, really, Jadden replied. Just an offer to help you out. Then why are we even looking at it? Harry said, his tone skeptical. Because, Liz emphasized, this is someone making a direct approach. No one else has done that. This is a personal contact from within the same online group Kirsty was part of. And they aren't just saying hello, they're specifically offering to help you find a great spot for your first solo camping trip. But I don't want to go, Harry said, genuinely taken aback. I have zero interest in camping alone. I had my fill of sleeping under the stars back in the parachute regiment. Why on earth would I want to go back to all that? Of course you don't. Liz shot back, and Harry caught the clear note of frustration in her voice. This isn't really you, remember? It's a profile we created to see if we'd get a bite. And we did. So I'm not actually expected to go traipsing off into the wilderness. No, you're not. Well, that's a relief, Harry sighed. What's next, then? Liz was already back at her keyboard, making a few quick clicks. This is the profile of the person who messaged you. Harry peered over the PCSO's shoulder. All I see are some pictures of mountains and tents. Exactly, Jadden agreed. Exactly what? Whoever this is, Jadden went on, isn't exactly being transparent about their identity, are they? That profile picture isn't of them. It's just a generic landscape shot of some hills. We thought it was random at first too, Liz said. But now we're not so sure. Can we please get to the point? Harry interjected, before I fall asleep standing up. Liz pointed a finger at the profile image on the monitor. That right there is Swaledale. The other photos are a mix. Some are pulled from the internet. Others might be the account holder's own pictures. But there's nothing here that openly identifies who this person is or what they're about. Essentially, it's designed to feel authentic, but to me it feels like someone is hiding behind it. You think it could be Kirsty's killer? It's a possibility, isn't it? Liz replied. Harry straightened up, his back letting out a series of audible pops. Maybe sleeping in his car hadn't been the brilliant idea he'd thought it was. So, is there anything useful here yet? He asked. Keeping in mind I'm about to go question a suspect. Not yet, Liz admitted. But if we reply, we might draw something out. It's worth a shot, right? And you think this is how Kirsty was lured in? Could be, Jadden said. If we play along and convince this person we're legitimate, they might let something slip. You're setting yourselves up as bait, Harry observed. We're doing exactly what you suggested, Liz stated firmly. To act like the hunter's prey, remember? And this isn't about us taking a real risk, it's a controlled move. Besides, I took a solo hike up Catbells last weekend just to clear my head, and it reminded me how easy it is to trust a friendly stranger when you're out there alone. It's a social media profile, it's worth a shot. And we've already gotten a nibble, right? Could Adam have posted all this? Harry inquired. Jaden shook his head. Anyone could have posted it. There's nothing here to definitively link it to someone local, other than our hunch that the profile picture is Swaledale, and honestly, even that connection is pretty weak. Well, I'll leave you two to it then, Harry said, abandoning his now oversteeped tea for Liz and Jaden to deal with. As he moved to exit, Jen was also heading out, clearly in a hurry. Something urgent? Harry asked. Just an elderly gentleman who's gone wandering, she replied. Gary's neighbour. Gary just called to see if one of us could help track him down. Better get going then, Harry said. But don't mention we've got his brother in custody, all right? Watching Jen hurry off into the morning, Harry took a large swallow of lukewarm tea and steeled himself to go speak with Adam Bright. Chapter 31. Harry was just about to enter the interview room when his phone buzzed. Grim, he answered. It's Rebecca Sowerby. Good news or bad? Harry asked. Rebecca's tone was dry. I'm not sure my job deals in good or bad. Facts, however. I can manage those. Harry leaned against the cool wall and took another gulp of tea. All right, hit me. We're still piecing everything together, Rebecca began. But I wanted to get some preliminary findings to you quickly. Such as? First, there's the matter of what was carved into the victim's head, and I mean carved. Whoever did this wanted the word to be legible after the fire burned out, which meant cutting all the way down to the bone. They had to have used significant force to gouge that deep. So, it's still not confirmed if it's Darryl. Harry fought the visceral image of someone chiseling into another person's skull, but his mind, with its usual cruel efficiency, supplied the details anyway, the imagined sounds, the sheer, unthinkable pain. It was the kind of thing that made you question humanity. You saw the remains, Rebecca continued. It'll be DNA confirmation only, but we should have a definitive answer by end of day. So what was the word? Harry pressed. It's another name, Rebecca stated flatly. What do you mean, another name? Well, Rebecca said, a weary sigh in her voice. Kirsty had Stacy. This time she paused, gathering herself. This time we've got Chad. Chad. Yes, Chad. Who in God's name is Chad? Don't yell at me. I have absolutely no idea. I'm not yelling at you, Harry retorted, his voice nevertheless elevated. I'm yelling at this entire ridiculous case. Stacy, Chad. What in the actual hell is happening here? The tone shifted from frustrated to one of grim, almost sarcastic bewilderment. Of course. Why have one mysterious carved name when you can have two? It really tied the whole deranged tableau together. It was carved in the same location as Stacy was on Kirsty, Rebecca explained, her voice returning to clinical detachment. Only deeper. Like I said, they were determined. It's unpleasant to contemplate. And it makes no sense whatsoever. On that point, we are in complete agreement. Harry rubbed his forehead with the warm base of his mug, a pathetic search for comfort that the phone call was decidedly not providing. Stacy and Chad, he muttered. Who the holy hell are Stacy and Chad? What in the name of all that's messed up does any of it mean, other than absolutely nothing? The names have to signify something. I haven't the faintest clue, Rebecca repeated. Anything else? Harry could feel the beginnings of a tension headache pressing behind his eyes. Yes, Rebecca said. Forensics suggests his head was taped to the car's headrest, presumably to stabilize it for the carving. And that's no simple task, cutting through layers of tissue and then etching into bone. Good Lord, Harry sighed, the weight of it settling on him. And the poor guy was conscious through all of it. That's the prevailing theory. Why else chain and tape him into the seat? To immobilize him. If he'd been dead or out cold, it would have been unnecessary. A preliminary exam shows signs of a struggle, not just from the cutting, but from... Rebecca's voice cut off abruptly. He was burned alive. Yes, she confirmed. They found traces of an accelerant, gasoline most likely. The fire originated in the driver's seat and spread outward from him. There was also a tracking device planted beneath the vehicle. For a split second, Harry's thoughts flashed back to the scene he'd witnessed, his imagination now painting it in brutal, vivid detail. He pictured the car engulfed, a roaring inferno of warped metal, melting plastic, and acrid smoke. Above the crackle of flames, he could almost hear the tortured screams of a man trapped inside, fighting helplessly against the restraints that held him fast, binding him to an agonizing end. Well, thanks for the update, Harry said flatly. I think... No trouble, Rebecca answered. It's a grim case. You'll take any lead you can get. You're not wrong about that, Harry muttered. He ended the call, turned toward the door ahead of him, and stepped through inside the room. Adam, Matt, and Jim were waiting in stiff silence, seated on opposite sides of a small table. Empty mugs and a plate cleared of biscuits sat between them. Jim rose to leave, and Harry followed him out into the hallway. Got plans? Harry asked. Nothing pressing, Jim replied. Why need something? Yeah, Harry said, relaying the pathologist's findings. Chad? Jim echoed. Who on earth is Chad? That's the question, Harry said, but those names have to mean something. Stacy and Chad. Can you see what you can turn up? Just from the names Stacy and Chad. I know it sounds thin, but for all we know, it's the linchpin. Just dig around, all right? Sure thing, boss. Harry gave Jim's shoulder a grateful pat before turning back into the room and shutting the door. He took a seat, setting his mug down to his right, between himself and Matt. Adam sat across from them. Thanks for coming in, Harry began. We appreciate it. Not sure I had much of a choice, Adam replied tersely. Harry opened his notebook. Matt did the same after noting the time and date Harry looked up. I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding here, Adam started. We just need to go over a few details, Harry said calmly. Some of this will feel repetitive, but sometimes new things surface. Is that all right? Am I under arrest? Adam's tone was sharp, challenging. No, you're not, Harry said truthfully. There weren't grounds to hold him. So I can leave any time. That's your call, Harry replied, but I hope you'll see it's better to get everything cleared up now. Adam drew a long breath and gave a reluctant nod. Maybe start from last Friday for us, Harry suggested. But you already know all that, Adam countered. We do, Harry agreed, but hearing it again helps. Adam leaned forward, his work-roughened hands clasped tightly, hands that spoke of years spent outdoors. I was driving back from work about what time? Harry interrupted. Not sure, past 11, I'd guess. Late shift, Matt noted. Comes with the job, Adam said. Same as yours. So you were headed home when Gary called? Yes, Adam confirmed. To say he'd spotted lights on the hills above Gunnerside. Right, Adam went on. He'd been at the pub and was on his way back. Goes most Fridays. Did Gary say anything about the lights that made him suspicious? Harry asked. Could have been anyone, a hiker, a farmer checking fences. He didn't, Adam said, but I wasn't going to ignore it. Better safe than sorry. Harry exchanged a glance with Matt. The story was straightforward, almost too clean, and it left a quiet unease hanging in the air between them. How far is it from Marrick Priory to Gunnerside, Detective Sergeant? Matt adopted a convincingly thoughtful expression. I'd estimate around 8 miles and the driving time. Roughly 20 minutes, give or take, Matt answered. Why is that relevant? Adam pressed. To any of this, I was at my office, and then I drove straight home. Did anyone actually witness you leaving? Harry inquired. No, well, I can't be certain, Adam replied, a deep frown etching itself onto his face. I didn't make a formal exit announcement, if that's what you're asking. So you could have departed at any point, Harry suggested. Even during that night owl session you mentioned. But I didn't, Adam countered, his voice firm. What possible reason would I have? Monitoring my team is literally my responsibility. Do the names Stacy and Chad ring any bells? Harry asked. Stacy and Chad, no. Why should they? You're telling me you have no acquaintance by those names. They mean absolutely nothing to you. Not a single thing, Adam stated. Harry then produced a small evidence bag from his pocket, placing it on the table between them. Can you identify these items? Adam picked up the bag for a closer look. They're plastic BBs, he said, similar to the ones you saw in my office. You mean like these? Harry asked, retrieving the container he'd found at the Priory from another pocket. Both Adam and Matt fixed their eyes on the pellets. I didn't find those in your office, however, Harry clarified, gesturing toward the bag Adam held. So where are they from? Adam asked, his confusion now overtaking his frown. The crime scene, Matt stated. The majority were inside the victim's tent, with the rest scattered in the surrounding grass. And what does that have to do with me? Adam demanded, straightening in his chair. Just what exactly are you trying to imply here? Ignoring Adam's growing agitation, Harry shifted focus. You mentioned it was a short run from Gunnerside up to the crime scene. How short exactly? What? How long would it take you to run up the gill to where Kirsty was camped? 20 minutes, I suppose? Good grief, Matt muttered, just loud enough to hear. That's seriously fast. Not really, Adam shrugged, a hint of defensiveness creeping in. I run frequently, that's all it is. He then locked eyes with Harry, his gaze intense. You think I'm responsible, don't you? We're simply gathering information, that's all, Harry said calmly. Just clarifying details, as I explained. Details like the fact I have no verifiable alibi for the entire Friday evening, right? Because nobody saw me leave. You can appreciate the difficulty with your position, can't you? Harry said. You were the first to arrive at the scene, responding to what you described as an emergency call. An emergency call of sorts? What is that supposed to mean? We only have your account of that call, Harry pointed out. And Gary's. Adam shot back. He's the one who phoned me, remember? Yes, I remember, Harry said, producing another item from his pocket. The small blue flashlight landed on the table, its presence momentarily captivating all three men, as if it might suddenly animate and skitter away. Do you recognize this, should I? This is the flashlight Kirsty used to signal for help. That flashlight. Harry detected a subtle shift in Adam's tone. The anger remained, but it was now laced with a thread of derision. Yes, Harry confirmed, tapping a finger on the object. This exact flashlight, the one Kirsty used, the one your brother noticed on his drive home. Adam let out a short, contemptuous laugh. You're actually serious? He's not known for his jokes, Matt interjected dryly. You stated earlier that you knew your brother would be at the pub, Harry continued, because he goes there every Friday without fail, correct? Yes, but... Adam started, but Harry's question was rhetorical, and he pressed on. You knew his location, and as we've established, you had ample time to leave work, run up the gill, assault Kirsty, and then use this very flashlight to deliberately attract Gary's attention. Adam was on his feet in an instant. You're not hearing a word I'm saying. Harry pressed on with his reasoning, staying seated but tracking Adam's gaze. And you knew he'd reach out to you. With his older brother on the mountain rescue team, who else would he call? No. Adam's roar filled the space, a raw, furious sound. No, Harry shot back. Are you claiming you didn't do it? A brief fear flickered that Adam might bolt, but the man sank back into his chair. Yes, Adam said, his voice dropping as he wrestled for composure. But that's not what I meant. I was talking about the flashlight. That specific flashlight? I don't follow, Harry said. You genuinely don't, do you? Adam leaned over, snatching up the flashlight. So, this is the one Gary saw, correct? The one Kirsty supposedly used? Harry gave a nod, then asked, What's your angle? This is my angle, Adam declared, clicking the light on. Harry and Matt watched the feeble glow fighting its way through the lens. I'm not quite catching your drift, Harry admitted. Me neither, Matt echoed. There is no possible way this is the light recovered from the scene, Adam stated flatly. It simply cannot be. And why is that? Harry pressed. Adam directed the pathetic beam straight into Harry's eyes. Because, he said, his volume rising again, I wouldn't use this sorry thing to find my own hand in the dark, let alone to signal for help. It's completely bloody worthless. Harry and Matt stared at the dim light so weak it hardly warranted looking away. So how did your brother see it then? Harry demanded. Answer me that. I can't, Adam whispered, and Harry felt a sudden icy chill settle over the room. Chapter 32. Harry burst from the room, leaving a bewildered Matt and Adam in his wake, and charged into the main office. 3 puzzled faces looked up. Fly, the office dog, offered a half-hearted woof before flopping back down. What's going on? Jim asked, rising to meet him. You all right? Where's Jen? Harry's mind was racing, desperate images of worst-case scenarios flooding his thoughts. Where is she? Where's Jen? She stepped out, Jim said. Oh, and about those names, Stacy and Chad. Harry cut him off, his voice sharp with urgency. Has anyone heard from her? Did she say exactly where she was headed? Do we have a location? He knew his words were tumbling out in a frantic jumble, but it didn't matter. They had to locate Jen. They had to ensure her safety. She just ran over to Swaledale, that's all, Liz offered, helping that Gary kid track down his old neighbour. She's not back yet? She's only been gone an hour? Jadon pointed out. Damn it, Matt scurried in behind Harry. What's happening, boss? What's wrong? You took off out of there like a shot. Gary, Harry exclaimed. That's what I'm thinking, Gary. We need to find him now. Matt looked lost. You mean Adam's brother, that Gary? Why? Harry ignored the question. Liz, call her right now. Call Jen. Get her on the line. I need to know she's safe. Jim tried to get Harry's attention, but Harry was zeroed in on Liz. And after that, I need you to keep Adam here, understood? Just watch him. Give him coffee if you have to, but do not let him leave. Arrest him if it comes to that. Right now, I don't want him involved in any part of this. Harry had no clue how Adam would react to this new suspicion, but he knew the last thing they needed was a protective older brother charging into the situation. If his hunch was right, they were dealing with someone who had already killed 2 people in cold blood and was now escalating. The motive was still a nagging puzzle he'd have to solve later, but first things first. No problem, Liz replied, phone already at her ear. What's going on? Where is everyone headed? Harry asked, turning to face the team. I think we should take 2 vehicles, he proposed. Better to be safe. Safe from what? Matt questioned. Honestly, I don't have a clue right now, Harry admitted. But you know the saying, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Matt gave a firm nod, recalling their late-night talk. All right, let's move, Harry urged. We have to get to Swaledale immediately. Liz? Yes, sir. Keep trying Jen's phone, all right? There's still no answer. Then you keep dialing until she picks up, Harry snapped, his voice tight. The second you reach her, I need to know.
Absolutely.
Liz started, but Harry interrupted again.
I'm serious, Liz. Don't stop calling. She's in trouble. When you get her, tell her we're coming and she needs to get away from Gary now. Got it?
Understood. I don't want any reckless bravery from her, or from any of you. Harry's fiery gaze swept over Matt, Jim, and Jadon. They met his look, their expressions grim. If my suspicions are correct, and right now, even with pieces missing, I believe they are, then Gary is far more dangerous than he appears or wants us to believe. Let's go. Outside, Harry sprinted toward the parked patrol cars, the others close on his heels, their haste obvious to any onlooker. Jim, you're with me, Matt. You remember the way? Adam and Gary's place, right? Jen and I were there Monday, and I went back yesterday to speak with Mr. Harker. We'll follow you then, Harry said. And don't drive like a maniac. We need to get there in one piece. Jim opened the passenger door of the second car, and Harry slid in, fastening his seatbelt. You sure you're all right driving this? Harry asked, a hint of dry humour in his voice. It's not your usual Land Rover. Weren't you practically born behind the wheel of one of those? You might want to hold on, Jim replied, starting the engine. Lights and siren, absolutely, Harry said. If I could commandeer a police helicopter right now, we'd be in it. Jim flipped the switch, and the siren wailed as the roof lights began their urgent flash. Pedestrians turned to stare, their faces caught in the strobing light like confused, wide-eyed birds. Harry saw Matt's car do the same, and then both vehicles were on the main road, speeding through town toward the Buttertubs Pass. Once clear of Hawes, both drivers pushed harder. Harry was immediately struck by Jim's skill behind the wheel. He was young and still a PCSO, but his driving was undeniably sharp. Harry hadn't reviewed the lad's extra training records, but it was clear he took his driving seriously. Corners approached and vanished, taken smoothly and with a speed that left Harry little time to process them. The deep, rolling greens of the fells blurred past the windows, fields merging into one another through breaks in the stone walls. High above, the peaks remained motionless, watching in silent judgment. Harry wasn't certain if the long shadows held sorrow, but it felt that way, as if the hills themselves were trailing behind them, solemn witnesses to a tragedy he was determined to avert. He would not lose an officer. Not today. Jen had no clear idea of her location or what had transpired. She recalled pulling up to Gary's small cottage and knocking on the door. She remembered him answering, thanking her for coming. He'd seemed different from their last brief encounter at the community centre when he'd offered her a lift. More assured, almost smug. Then she remembered stepping inside to wait while he fetched his coat. After that, nothing. So what had happened in between? And where was she now? Jen tried to stand, but her body refused to obey. A desperate attempt to move her arms proved useless. Her vision remained a total blackout, and a chilling dread settled in as she realized she was not only restrained and horizontal, but blindfolded too. A deep, penetrating cold seeped into her from the unforgiving surface beneath her, sharper than the wind biting at her exposed skin. Pure, unadulterated panic slammed into her chest, forcing a ragged, strangled cry from her throat. "You're awake. Good. That's important. We have a great deal to discuss, Gary. Don't bother trying to move. You can't. I made certain of that. Made it simpler for me to transport you here. Just like in the old days when families had to carry their loved ones all this way for burial. Can you picture it? Hauling your own mother or father, a sibling, even your child, to their final rest." Jen wasn't processing his words. A cold, electric terror was wiring its way through her entire being, coiling in her gut. "Gary, whatever this is, you have to stop. You need to untie me right now." His laugh was high-pitched, giddy, but laced with a cruel undercurrent. "But I don't want to. Want to know why. You're special. I didn't explain it to the others, but you matter more. If I matter, then help me understand," Jen pleaded, marshalling every ounce of will to stay coherent, to find some angle, any leverage. "Just talk to me. Sorry about the accommodations," Gary murmured, his voice suddenly much closer, his warm breath ghosting across her face. Then again, it wasn't designed for comfort, was it? The dead don't need padding. The cold doesn't bother them. It's already inside. A sob threatened to break loose. Jen clung to the last fraying thread of her composure. "I don't get it. What is this? What do you want from me?" For a moment, there was only the sound of him shifting nearby. "We're on a bit of a clock," he said, his tone almost conversational. "Someone could drive by, see what's up, but I think we're okay. I think we have time. And if someone does come, I can handle it. Don't you worry about that. Worry." Jen's voice cracked. "I'm past worried, Gary. I'm terrified. What is this? What do you want?" "It didn't have to go this way," he said, a hint of genuine regret in his voice that was somehow more frightening than his anger. "You know that. All you had to do was say yes. Remember when I stopped by, asked if you wanted to go for a drive in my Mustang? I thought you were different then. I thought we had a real moment. But you're just like all the rest, looking right through guys like me, never seeing what's actually there. confusion now tangled with her fear. The rest? What others? Gary, you're not making any sense. Just let me go, please. I'm a nice guy, you know, he whispered, his lips so close to her ear she jerked violently. The nicest guy, actually. Not that anyone cares. The world only has eyes for you, doesn't it? For all you perfect princesses with your perfect little lives and your perfect jock boyfriends. The tears came then, hot and uncontrollable. Her mind was a storm of fear. Her body vibrating with adrenaline, she threw her weight against the ropes with a raw, primal fury, a scream tearing from her throat. "Let me go!" "You had your shot," Gary said, his voice drifting away, disembodied above her. "But I see you clearly now. You're a Stacy, Jen, and that means you have to die." Then the world exploded into white-hot agony as something smashed into the side of her face. The pain like a spike of fire, and her scream shattered the night air. "Which house belongs to Gary?" Harry yelled as Matt, Jim, and Jaden spilled from the vehicles. "Point it out, that one." Matt indicated the modest cottage at the row's end. "Mr. Harker lives next door. Gary's car isn't here, though?" "Could be at the repair shop," Harry suggested. "He mentioned being there on Monday." "Now that you mention it, that was odd," Matt reflected. "I didn't question it then, but there's a perfectly good garage in Reeth. So why would he claim he was at Mike's place?" "Maybe there's something inside that tells us his whereabouts," Harry said. "Matt, Jaden, check Gary's house. Jim, you're with me on this one." Harry was already at the neighbour's door, pounding with his fist. "Police, open up! Open the door!" Just yards away, Matt's voice echoed the urgency. "Jaden, Jim, circle to the back. See if you can find a way in." Jaden and Jim hurried left, vanishing around the corner of Gary and Adam's cottage. "Open the door. Open the door." Harry's knuckles ached, but he ignored the pain. "Open th." The door swung inward to reveal a bewildered elderly gentleman, Mr. Harker. "Yes? I was just resting. I believe I overdid it at breakfast. What can I do for you?" Harry moved past him into the snug living room. "We're trying to locate Gary. Have you seen him recently?" "Gary, oh yes. He was here last Friday. Such a nice young man. He visits sometimes for a game of checkers. Is everything all right?" Harry rushed from the lounge to the kitchen, considered the stairs, but knew it was futile. Gary wasn't there. Jen wasn't either. He suddenly recalled Matt's visit the previous day to verify Gary's alibi for that critical Friday evening. He hurried back to the lounge. "About last Friday," Harry pressed, with Mr. Harker still lingering by the doorway. "You informed my detective sergeant that Gary was here the entire evening." "Oh, yes, I remember his visit. How is he?" "He fixed my clock again. Very thoughtful of him. It tends to stop quite often. You understand that one right there? My only one. I do enjoy the sound of its ticking, you know." "Are you absolutely certain Gary stayed with you all night?" "Why wouldn't he have?" Jim appeared at the door, joined by Jaden and Matt. "We got in through the back, but the place is empty." "Mr. Harker," Harry asked once more, "you're sure Gary was with you the whole time?" "He came by in the late afternoon, I believe. He's such a pleasant fellow. And he remained with you all evening?" "Well, I nodded off for a bit. But he was here when I woke. I checked the time. He left then to catch last call at the pub," he said. "I would have joined him, but I was quite tired. I do enjoy a pint now and then." Harry whirled to face Matt. "Didn't you mention that this clock was running fast?" "Yes," Matt confirmed. "By about 3 hours, I'd say." 3 hours, Harry repeated softly, a moment of calculation passing over his face. "Jim? Boss, how long to get from here to that disturbed ground up on the hill?" 45 minutes tops, Jim answered. "Even quicker if you take that moorland track partway up, the one the rescue team used." "The sneaky," Harry muttered under his breath. He tampered with the clock. The implication of Harry's words settled heavily in the room. "Is there a problem?" Mr. Harker asked, his tone shifting to one of concerned gossip. "Is Gary in a spot of trouble? What that boy really needs, if you want my opinion, is to settle down with a nice girl." Harry thanked Mr. Harker and stepped outside. So where the hell is he then? Where has he taken Jen? When we were on the hill Sunday, Jaden said, you noted how that scrape looked worn, as if it had been used frequently. Harry turned to him. It wasn't new. Gary must have been going up there regularly. So maybe he's there again, Jaden proposed. Maybe that's his preferred spot too. The young officer's voice trailed off. Doesn't account for the other murder, though, Matt interjected. No, it doesn't, Harry agreed, but right now it's the only lead we have. We'll take the track up to the top, Jim said, already moving toward the vehicles. Harry slammed the car door shut, the sound echoing Jim's own. What's the plan if he's already gone? Jim asked, turning the key in the ignition. We don't have a plan B, Jim, Harry replied, his voice tight. We're banking on him being there, so step on it. A brutal, searing light exploded behind Jen's eyelids as the blindfold was ripped away. It felt less like illumination and more like a physical blow. Blinking against the glare, she saw Gary standing over her. He was holding his phone in his right hand, the lens aimed directly at her, and he was speaking not to her. She realized with a chill, but to an unseen audience, commentating on the scene. His left hand hung casually at his side, a pistol gripped loosely in his fingers. Just another basic girl, exactly like all the rest. Pathetic, right? But that's the honest truth. The world is crawling with them and their jock boyfriends, always looking right through guys like us, pretending we're invisible, but not anymore. The tables are turning right now. The revolution has arrived. It is here. Gary let out a short, harsh laugh and shifted his focus from the phone screen down to Jen, using the gun's barrel to point at her. I hope you're not getting too cozy down there. We really wouldn't want that now, would we? What are you even saying? Jen spat back, her voice raw. Basic girl. That's not my name. It wasn't Kirsty's name either. Why did you kill her, Gary? What do you actually want? And where did you get a gun? A sudden sharp agony erupted on her cheekbone just below her eye as something struck her. The world flashed white with pain and rage. Stings, doesn't it? Gary observed calmly. Only 2 little shots so far, but I'm guessing you don't want a third, do you? You shot me. Gary raised the pistol, a showman's grin on his face. Well, technically it only fires BBs, but it looks the part, don't you think? It belongs to Adam, if you're curious. You need a permit for the real thing, and I don't have one. So I borrowed a couple of his old ones and, made a few modifications. I don't understand any of this, Jen said, her mind racing. They're more powerful now, Gary continued, as if explaining a hobby. Totally illegal, of course, but it had to be done. Better range, more impact. Once I'm finished here with you, I'll be all set for some proper hunting. He turned his attention back to the phone. Running short on time now. Got to bring this to a close soon. But this isn't the end of the channel. No way. There will be more content. You heard it here first. I'm not going out in some final stand. I've got a future to build and a life to claim. What's the point of a message if you don't get to enjoy the rewards? And more of these shallow people are going down because of me, they have to force the world to finally see us. Shut up, Gary. Just shut up, Jen screamed, her voice fracturing. The spots where the BBs had hit throbbed fiercely. Stop talking and let me go. Untie me, you psycho. Untie me right now. As her eyes adjusted, the surroundings snapped into focus. She was on the old corpse road above Gunnerside, the very place where Kirsty had been found. The memory of the BBs the forensic team had discovered at the scene crashed into her. Gary suddenly crouched, his movement unnervingly swift and fluid, making Jen jerk back. Life is so simple for your kind, he murmured, his free hand reaching out to brush her face, the touch disgustingly gentle. You have no concept of real loneliness, of being utterly discarded. You never spare a thought for people like me, but you will now, everyone will. Jen recoiled from his touch, the warmth of his skin on her cheek making her stomach turn, even as the acute pain from the BBs dulled to a steady ache. Loneliness, she said, her tone dripping with scorn. That's what this circus is about. Are you for real? You tied me up and shot me with a glorified pellet gun because you feel lonely. It is not a toy. It fires plastic BBs, Gary, Jen retorted, pushing against her bonds. It's the definition of a toy. Gary's jaw tightened, his lips pressing into a pale line in a flash of anger. He brought the pistol's barrel down hard on the crown of her head. Does that feel like a toy to you? Does it? I didn't think so. Just be quiet. Jen winced, the sharp pain bringing tears to her eyes. She forced herself to stay silent, using the moment to collect her scattered thoughts and desperately search for any possible escape. Out of nowhere, Gary shifted topics entirely. I've never been with anyone, you know, he confessed. Not like my brother, Mr. Perfect, with his flawless life. I've had to endure that comparison my whole life, through high school, through college, watching him get all the attention, all the girls, and then there's me with what I've been given. You're not making any sense, Jen replied, her voice strained. Can you even hear yourself right now? This is madness. It makes perfect sense. Gary screamed back, flecks of spit flying as a sudden consuming rage overtook him. Can you picture it, still untouched at my age? Who goes through university without a single experience? Who does that, Stacey? Nobody, that's who. And that's exactly what you and every other Stacey and Chad thinks of me, isn't it? That I'm nothing, well, I'm not. And I've finally proven it. A torrent of arguments rose in Jen's throat, but she swallowed them down. She needed to stay calm, to find a way to connect with him and de-escalate this nightmare. The memory of what he had done to Kirsty flashed in her mind, making the likely outcome chillingly clear. But you aren't alone in this, Jen said, her words feeling hollow even to her. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with waiting. That's not something you just hand out, it's valuable. You save it for someone who truly deserves you, who sees your worth. She was rambling, just filling the air with any words that might keep Gary distracted from whatever his final plan might be. Gary shook his head in disgust, turning away and absently scratching his temple with the cold muzzle of the gun. Listen to you, he sneered, spinning back to face her. It's so easy for you to talk, isn't it? You haven't spent years being laughed at, overlooked, turned down, living with this constant aching emptiness. Everyone faces rejection, Gary. Jen shot back, her own voice rising despite her fear. Everyone feels lonely sometimes. That's just part of life. It's normal. He was suddenly right beside her again, and Jen saw a terrifying wildness in his eyes. It was as if she could hear the last fragile threads of his sanity finally snapping. Girls offered their affection, their intimacy, their very selves to other guys, to all the Chads, but never to me. Never. And it isn't fair. Do you think I chose this? Do you honestly believe I want to live like this, completely alone, without a single connection? You're wrong, Stacey. This was forced on me, all of it, and it's because of you and everyone like you. This is your fault. Despite the terror of her situation, Jen almost let out a bitter laugh. What series of events could possibly warp a person into the twisted figure before her now? She couldn't comprehend the kind of distorted thinking that had sent him down this dark path. And all this talk about celibacy, did he genuinely believe he was owed something? It was ludicrous, the kind of extremist rant you only hear in sensational news reports, and in that moment the pieces clicked into place. My God, what about him? Gary snapped, his tone suddenly sharp. He's not listening, by the way. I've asked, I've begged for help, and he never answered. You want to know why? I bet he never felt like this, so how could he possibly understand? Why do you think Mary Magdalene stuck around, huh? Even the Holy Son of God got some action, but me nothing. Not a single damn thing, and it's not fair. You're an incel, Jen stated flatly, the term leaving her lips almost without thought. Her only strategy now was to keep him talking to buy precious time, time to think, time for a hiker or a local farmer to maybe, just maybe, come down this old trail. That's what this is really about, isn't it? You're just like all those other miserable guys who believe they're owed sex and relationships, then spend all their time blaming everyone but themselves for their problems. I'm not a bad guy, Gary insisted, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I'm really not. But nobody ever sticks around long enough to see it. You didn't, did you? And that's your justification for all of this. Jen shot back, her fear momentarily overridden by a surge of anger. For killing Kirsty? And you killed her husband too, didn't you? Yeah, I did, Gary said. And as he spoke, he began to act it out, his body moving through the memory as if he were on a stage. Kirsty was the first. She was practically begging for it, found her profile so easily, it was like she was just floating there, waiting to be reeled in. He mimed casting a fishing line, then jerked his head to the side as if hooked. So smug, so wealthy, so picture-perfect. The plan was just to scare her, you know. Head up to that big house, watch her. Take a few shots with the rifle, give her the fright of her life. But when I was actually there, hiding in the trees, I saw her clearly. A real Stacy. And I realized it wasn't enough. Someone had to make a statement. I had to show everyone that we're not going to be invisible anymore. We have rights, same as anyone else. While Gary ranted, his attention split between Jen and the phone he was still recording on. Jen's mind raced in a desperate, silent panic. She scrabbled for any shred of a plan, any possible way to talk herself out of the grave she was standing in. Nothing came. Her thoughts turned to the team. They knew her last destination, but not this isolated spot. They knew she was with Gary, but only she understood the monster he truly was. And Harry, hadn't he brought in Adam, Gary's own brother? They were questioning the wrong man entirely. Gary had fallen silent, watching her. You've made yourself heard? Jen stammered, forcing the words out. People will listen. I know they will. I can tell them. I can help you get your message out. A smile, thin and cruel as a blade's edge, spread across Gary's face. Oh, I know you will, he said softly, and drew a knife from his pocket. Harry gripped the dashboard as Jim wrenched the patrol car off the paved road and onto a rough gravel track leading into the moors above Gunnerside. Matt's vehicle was a cloud of dust ahead of them, bouncing wildly over the ruts.
She's got to be up here, hasn't she?
Jim asked, his knuckles white on the wheel.
It's the only lead that makes any sense,
Harry replied. And right now, it's the only one we have. He suddenly recalled their interrupted conversation from the community centre.
Those names, Stacy and Chad, you were about to tell me something, right, as we were leaving?
What was it? Jim wrestled the car around a tight bend, down into a gully, and back up the other side. You'd think I was making it up? Try me, Harry pressed. You know what incels are, right? Vaguely, Harry admitted. Not the details. It's short for involuntary celibates. Basically men who are convinced women are the reason they're not in relationships. They've built this whole twisted worldview around it. Harry nodded slowly. Right, yeah, I've heard they can get pretty extreme. They think they're entitled to something and blame everyone else.
Exactly,
Jim said, fighting the steering wheel as the rear tires slid on loose stone before catching again. And in their lingo, Stacey's and Chad's are the people they resent, usually the attractive, successful ones they think have it all. Incels see themselves as genetically inferior. It's seriously dark stuff. Another sharp turn approached, and the car's tail swung out before Jim expertly corrected it, using the momentum to keep pace with Matt. Well, looking at my face, I'm definitely no Chad, Harry muttered grimly, so he carved those names into his victims as some kind of sick public lesson. That's what it sounds like, Jim agreed ahead. Matt's brake lights flared as his car skidded to a sudden stop. Jim pulled up beside him. Harry was out of the door before the engine died. Where's the start of the corpse road, he demanded, scanning the bleak landscape. How do we get back to that god-forsaken hollow he dug out on Sunday? Matt simply pointed a finger toward a gap in the distant dry stone wall, just up ahead. How much farther? About half a mile, I'd guess, Matt answered. Then move, Harry bellowed, not waiting for the others as he took off at a sprint. Just a few months ago, a pace like this would have left him heaving on the side of the trail. Jen was pinned on her side, her entire weight bearing down on her right hand and hip. All her focus was locked on the knife in Gary's grip. The sharp ache radiating from her awkward position was irrelevant, completely overshadowed by the cold, gleaming blade before her. That was the only thing that mattered now. The knife, its terrible edge, the deadly point, the promise it held. "Get away from me!" she shrieked, writhing on the rocky ground. "Stay back!" Gary only smiled, edging closer with deliberate small steps. "There's no running from this," he said, raising his phone to record her once more, his pistol tucked into the waistband of his jeans. "This is happening because of what you did. It has to." "I didn't do anything. You're crazy," Jen screamed back. "That's just it," Gary said, his voice chillingly calm. "You did nothing. But if you had just gotten in the car, if you'd taken the time to actually see me, we wouldn't be here now, would we? You get it, don't you? So you need to be punished, all of you, every single one." Jen fought against the tears, desperate not to show any weakness, but they came anyway, hot and fast down her cheeks. "Please, Gary," she pleaded, her voice breaking. "Just stop. You don't have to do this." "Oh, but I do," Gary stated, and took another step. In a final desperate act, Jen twisted her body violently, swinging her legs out with all her remaining strength to keep him at bay, a raw cry tearing from her throat. Her feet connected with his shins. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Gary stumbled over his own feet. "You bitch!" He fell forward, his full weight crashing onto Jen, knocking the wind from her lungs and sending his phone and knife skittering from his grasp. "You're going to regret that," Gary hissed, struggling to rise as she squirmed beneath him. Seeing his face so close, Jen lunged upward and sank her teeth deep into his cheek. Gary's roar of rage twisted into a shriek of pure agony. He was on his hands and knees now, but Jen held on, her teeth clamping down until the warm, metallic taste of blood flooded her mouth. Gary thrashed, trying to throw her off, then swung his arm back and struck her head so hard her skull cracked against the stone beneath. Dazed, her mouth filled with the foul, coppery taste, Jen finally let go. Blood mixed with her tears, blurring her vision. She tried to crawl away from the sound of Gary's pained cries, but her body was shutting down, muscles locked by the shock of the impact, the slap, the sheer terror. Gary staggered to his feet. "You're going to pay for that," he spat, dropping to one knee to retrieve his knife. "You're going to pay in ways you can't even imagine." Meanwhile, Harry felt like his lungs were burning in his chest, but he pushed harder. If Jen was up here, he would find her. He refused to consider the alternative. The path was too narrow for the others to get past him. A sharp cry echoed through the trees. "You hear that?" Jim shouted from behind. "I heard it," Harry roared back. "Keep moving." He wasn't sure how much longer he could sustain this punishing sprint, only that he had to. Another cry followed, this one deeper, filled with a rage that spoke of injury. Harry's vision began to speckle at the edges, his breath coming in ragged, burning gasps. Very breath felt like shards of glass in his chest, and his legs burned with a searing fire. Yet those desperate cries had to be Jen and Gary. He forced himself to believe it, clinging to that hope as he drove himself forward. Jen had squirmed backward until the unyielding stone of the coffin blocked any further retreat. "There's nowhere left to run, Stacy," Gary said, raising the knife between them. "It's just you and me now, and I'm afraid this is going to hurt you far more than it hurts me." As Gary stepped in to finish it, a massive dark form surged up behind him. Was this the end? Jen wondered. Had death finally arrived for her? She began to shut her eyes as the shadow slammed into Gary, the brutal impact of their collision convincing her this was truly it. There would be nothing more. Death had taken her. Harry collided with Gary, driven as much by sheer relief at stopping his frantic run as by the need to halt the madman from using that knife on Jen. They crashed to the ground in a tangle, and in that fleeting moment of the fall, Harry caught a glimpse of Jen, bound, battered, her face streaked with tears. Hitting the floor hard, Harry used his heavier frame to his advantage, pinning Gary down as he felt the man thrash and squirm beneath him. "You're not going anywhere," Harry snarled. "It's over, Gary. You're finished." Gary fought against Harry's weight, pushing up with his arms, kicking wildly, but it was useless. Harry wasn't budging, then Jim was there beside him, and Jayden too, both dropping down to help hold Gary secure. Matt joined them, throwing his weight onto Gary's legs. "We've got him, boss," Jim said. "Go take care of Jen." Harry rolled off Gary's back, ignoring the man's pained groans, and scrambled on hands and knees over to Jen.
Jen! Jen! It's Harry! We're here! You're all right! You're safe!
For a long moment, Jen didn't move, didn't open her eyes, her body pressed rigidly against the cold stone.
Jen!
Harry said again, softly reaching out to place a hand on her shoulder.
It's Harry!
When her eyes finally opened, the look she gave Harry reflected the pure hell she had just endured. "You're okay," he whispered, his voice gentle. "You're safe now." Then the dam broke. A raw, guttural cry tore from Jen as everything crashed down upon her. Harry pulled her into a tight embrace. While her body shook with deep, wrenching sobs, he reached over, grabbed the knife Gary had dropped, and began carefully cutting her bonds. Chapter 35. Harry cradled his mug in both hands, lifting it to his lips. Every part of him ached, his legs, his chest, his arms. His knuckles were raw and bleeding, fresh scratches marked his face, and absurdly, even his eyelids throbbed with pain. It had been one hell of a day, one hell of a week, really. The job was demanding enough on its own, and his brother's ongoing troubles piled on top of that. But this new cryptic message from his dad, what in the world was that supposed to mean? He didn't know, and right then he wasn't sure he even wanted to. The only thing that mattered was that Jen was okay, that they'd reached her in time. "But only just," Harry muttered under his breath, the words bitter on his tongue. "Only just." "Tea helps, I promise," Liz said as Harry sank heavily into a chair in the community centre's team room. "It always does, and at least it'll keep you from talking to yourself." His years in the Peras had taught him plenty, from parachuting out of planes to setting traps. But among all those lessons, the restorative power of a strong cup of tea was not one to be dismissed. "Yeah, sorry about that," Harry said. "Got rather a lot on my mind." "Hardly a surprise, is it?" Liz replied. "How you holding up, boss?" Matt asked, leaning against a nearby table. Harry didn't answer immediately, too absorbed in taking a long sip from his mug. A faint, ironic smile touched his lips. Who would have thought that after all the chaos, the profound revelation would be that office tea tasted like lukewarm dishwater? But in that moment, even that was a small, grounding comfort. "What about you?" Liz asked, turning to Matt. "Oh, I'm fine," Matt said with a shrug. "Fit as a fiddle, me. Is that why you hobbled in here looking like you misplaced your crutches?" Liz shot back. Harry glanced up at Matt, one eyebrow raised. Jim and Jayden should have reached Harrogate by now, shouldn't they? Matt glanced at his watch. "Give them another 15 minutes, I'd guess. You're certain you don't want to head over there yourself?" Harry gave a firm shake of his head. "No, let the younger ones handle it. It's good experience for them. Besides, someone has to keep an eye on that ridiculous dog of his." He nodded toward Fly, who was sprawled on his back, all four paws in the air, sound asleep. Matt chuckled. "A real handful, that one. But you were the one who made the arrest. Technically, the credit should be yours." "Was I, really?" Harry countered. "All I did was tackle Gary and pin him down." "No, they can have the moment. I'm perfectly occupied right here with this cup of tea." Matt took a seat. "And all that intense canine surveillance. So, what's next?" "A vacation to the French Riviera is probably off the table," Harry said dryly. "I can't picture Swift signing off on that, can you?" Liz chimed in. "Speaking of Swift, he's on his way to Harrogate. I called him like you asked." Hard to tell if he was pleased about the arrest or just irritated we woke him from a nap. Likely a bit of both, Matt offered. "Oh, and any progress on checking out those two suspicious characters?" "Nothing yet," Harry replied, lacking the energy to elaborate. "Maybe later." He leaned back in his chair, stretching until his spine let out a series of audible pops. I've seen my share of utter nonsense over the years, but this business with Gary. He rubbed his tired eyes. It wasn't even 3 o'clock. Involuntary celibates, stasis and chads. What on earth is wrong with people? Beats me, Matt said. Harry's gaze landed on Gordy's postcard tacked to a bulletin board. She picked quite a week to be on vacation, didn't she? He then turned to Liz. How did Adam take the news? I just told him Gary was arrested, like you said. I didn't go into the details or the reasons, and he looked completely deflated, Liz described. Like a sailboat with no wind, he practically seemed to shrink right in front of me. Do you think he knew anything? Matt asked. Harry shook his head again. No, I don't believe he had a clue. How could he? Gary hid it from everyone. He's clearly been immersed in that online world of incel conspiracy nonsense for years, but to let it go this far, Matt said. It's absolute madness, if you ask me. The kid's unhinged. He's deeply troubled, no question, Harry agreed. Buying into all that garbage about involuntary celibacy and then acting on it. Like I said, I've witnessed some crazy things, but it's near the top. He raised his left hand high, miming a tall stack of life's absurdities, right at the very top. It's jealousy twisted into something monstrous, Liz said, shaking her head. It's more than just jealousy, Harry stated, but didn't elaborate further. A wry, sarcastic edge crept into his tone. I'll tell you what it has convinced me of, though. It's a fantastic advertisement for staying far, far away from Facebook, a real public service announcement, that whole scene. I'm right there with you, Matt agreed. A complete waste of time and sanity. Harry drained his tea and pulled out his phone, which he hadn't checked since dawn. One missed call. From Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank. He felt a profound weariness, but knew he had to return it. I need to make a call, he said, pushing himself up despite the aches. I'll just be a minute. As he moved to leave, a knock at the door interrupted him. It opened a crack, and a head peered around it. All right then, said Dave. Saw you were in. Harry started to explain about the urgent call, but Dave pushed the door wider and stepped inside. He was a large man, built with the solid, imposing presence of a bull, Harry thought. Or maybe a rhino, perhaps an odd hybrid of the two. Regardless, the man's considerable frame now effectively blocked Harry's path to the door. Sighing inwardly, Harry switched off his phone and managed a smile. Hello, Dave. I've been meaning to call you, Harry began. No trouble at all, Dave replied, his eyes sweeping over Harry's dishevelled appearance, the fresh cuts, the bruises, the clothes stained with mud and grass. You've been occupied, though. Given how you look, I'm not certain I want the details just yet, if that's all right. Can we help you with something? Matt asked, starting to rise. Dave waved him back down. Nothing's wrong. I only stopped by because someone mentioned seeing your group speeding away from the market earlier. And judging by your state, wherever you were headed, you arrived just in time. We did, Harry said, then offered Dave a cup of tea. I'm having another myself. We could all use one. I'll take one, yes, Dave said, which reminds me. Harry watched as Dave produced a small paper bag he'd been holding. What's that? Harry asked. Something for the tea, Dave explained. When I heard you'd all rushed off to something clearly urgent, I thought I'd bring a little something by. You know, just in case. Just in case of what? In case you had nothing in the house. And we can't have that, can we? No, we certainly can't, Matt agreed. Nothing worse than an empty cupboard. Harry was exhausted and felt the conversation drifting away from him. So, what's in the bag, Dave? Dave moved to the table and opened it. First, there's this, he announced. Cake, of course. From Cockett's, no sense buying it elsewhere and ending up disappointed, right? Harry stared at the cake, then noticed something else inside the bag. A part of him didn't want to ask, but curiosity won. And second? Dave reached in and pulled out a small block wrapped in wax paper. Wensleydale cheese, he said with a grin. Brilliant, Matt cheered. Cheese and cake. Put the kettle on, Liz. Harry looked at the two items on the table. After everything they'd just been through, he was more inclined toward a beer and some fish and chips. Maybe later, he thought, after he made that necessary phone call. Dave placed one of his large, solid hands on Harry's shoulder. I think it's time you tried it, he said gently. You can't avoid it forever. Harry glanced at Dave, then at the cheese and cake, then back at Dave. But cheese, Dave, it's just wrong, isn't it? Dave's hand gave a slight, meaningful squeeze, a quiet reminder of his strength. Harry took a deep breath. Matt. Yes, boss. Get me a knife, would you?